Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another edition of the Fan Show, where we'll be speaking to a number of Tottenham Hotspur fans dotted all around the world as we'll be discussing everything Spurs. Now, we are out of 2 cup competitions in the matter of 4 days. Not a good moment for Tottenham Hotspur right now. Back to Premier League action on Sunday against Manchester United. And the Daily Telegraph reported today that the board are sympathetic towards Ange Postecoglou and all of the injuries that the squad have had so far this season. And they are in no rush to make any decision about the Australian boss at the moment. We're live on YouTube, we're live on X, Facebook and Twitch, so please do get involved. Let us know how you are feeling right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. Now, as I've mentioned, everyone is welcome on this channel to give their opinions and thoughts on Tottenham Hotspur. All you need to do is send me an email, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Everything is discussed on these fan shows. There is nothing that we don't speak about, the good, the bad, the ugly, giving everyone a voice, particularly from Spurs fans dotted all around the world, no matter where you are, what country you are in. Now, co-hosting with me this evening is channel regular Gary Maloney. Gary, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, apart from Tottenham, I'm really well, Chris. Thanks for having me on. I don't know if this is a good move or not, but time will tell. But yeah, I'm all good, buddy.
Now, let me just say before we get into it, I am extremely proud that we are the most watched and listened to Spurs fan channel on YouTube. And most recently, we won the best team podcast award at the Sports Podcast Awards, and we've just reached 157,000 subscribers. So thank you so much for all of your involvement, and thank you so much for all of your input and support on the channel. Gary, we're going to get straight into it. Before we bring on our first guest, how are you feeling right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan? Because, of course, you were at Anfield on Thursday. You were very confident, actually, that we were going to go through to that Carabao Cup final. Of course, it didn't happen. Yesterday, you know, it was another disappointing day, losing at Aston Villa, out of 2 cup competitions in the matter of 4 days. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not great, obviously. The Anfield one was a tough one for me. I really expected us to come away from there with a draw. I knew we'd go behind first half, but I thought we'd come out second half and get a goal and hold on and get through, you know, 1-1. The Villa game, I mean, for me, I don't know, mixed feelings with the Villa game. Certainly not as disappointed losing to Villa away early on in the FA Cup as what I was with the Carabao. You know, we're so close to Wembley. But, you know, in some ways, maybe it's not the worst things going out of the FA Cup so early on. In other ways, it might be. But for me, personally, the Carabao Cup one, that stung, mate, honestly. And I mean, it's frustrating because we beat a few good teams along the way and we had half beaten Liverpool. So we almost felt like we were there. So it was a tough one, but it's never easy and never fun being a Tottenham fan, as you well know, Chris. So, yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, I used to say the trophies are coming. It feels like a long time.
The straight jacket's coming.
No FA Cup since 91, no League Cup since 2008. I tell you, our luck has got to change at some point, or something has got to change. Now, talking about change, we're going to bring on our first 2 guests. We have got channel regular Billy T with us. Billy, good evening. How are you?
Hello, chaps. Yeah, all good. Thank you, guys. How you doing? Well, other than Spurs, all good, mate. Other than Spurs.
Other than Spurs, all good. We've also got Jay with us. Jay is from Change for Spurs. Jay, great to have you with us. How are you?
Thank you, mate. It's a pleasure being on for the first time. Yeah, I think same as you guys, just the same feeling, really, a bit deflated about the whole situation.
Yeah. Jay, let's start the show with you. Now, you've written here on Change for Spurs, an open arena that allows all fans with a common vision for change to come together and express their ideas respectfully. Our club, our voice. Tell us a little bit more about Change for Tottenham, Change for Spurs, how it all happened, how it all started.
Yeah, I mean, I come on board with Change for Tottenham early December. We all sort of come along. Lyndon, one of the guys who's the founder, he started it up, and it was more just so to get the point across that we need change within the club, and be it whether that's board level, all across the whole club, you could look at where change could actually be made. And for us, it's just making sure the fans have their voice to say where they want change. And unfortunately, at the moment, for a lot of people, it does seem to be with the board.
Gary, do you want to... Oh, I think we've lost Gary. Billy, tell us a little bit more about Change for Spurs. How did you get involved, and how does this all work? How do people get involved if they want to get involved?
Yeah, mate. So, similarly to Jay, my friend Lyndon got in touch. And really, literally, it's not really about the people that are working behind the scenes. It's about giving a platform to everyone else, really. We're just season ticket holders, fans, like anyone else, get together with a common goal. And all we want is to sort of give fans a platform for those fans that want change. That's all we really want to do. We want to provide some ideas, some different resources, some activities, some events that fans can come together and show that we all just want change for our football club. Like recently, the banner that we put together, Jay was instrumental in that. The coverage that got was beyond our wildest dreams. That's just an example of some of the things we're doing, because we want it to be known for in the media that this football club at the moment is not something which we are proud of, and we want a football club that we're proud of, and we want change.
Gary?
Yeah, sorry, Chris, I fell out there. I was just going to ask the guys, how long have you been up and running with this then? How many years have you guys been doing this?
So the actual organisation has been running for about 3 or 4 years now. Obviously, growing frustrations with NEC, we are sort of like-minded friends. There was a couple of people that got together, Lyndon and a guy called Mark, got together a few years ago. And then it kind of stagnated a little bit. And then, obviously, I think I speak for us all, and this season is a particular... It's the worst it's been in my lifetime, and it's been a real sort of catalyst for us to want to get back involved again. And we brought some new people on, like Jay, to get fresh ideas. People that have done wonders, and really pushing us forward. But I don't know about you, Jay, but I just feel like at the moment, this is the time when change is needed the most in my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, I'd fully agree. You look at the direction of the club at the moment, it seems to be that it's not pushing forward. It seems to be going back. And I fully understand that we are a business, but as well, it feels like the football was being taken away from the fans just to be filling certain types of aspects within a business role instead of what it really should be.
Sorry, Chris, can I just ask very quickly, do you think a lot of maybe the people that will turn up to these protests or the sort of kind of traffic you get on X and social media, do you think it's very much result related? For example, what I mean by that, if Tottenham are kind of getting 3 or 4 wins put together, do you think it would then go slightly quieter, and then obviously we get a few bad defeats, go out of a few cup competitions? Do you think then it kind of, increases? I was just interested for that, really.
Yeah, of course. And obviously it's going to happen. The same as obviously a lot of people calling for Ange to be sacked. New manager bounce could come in, it could change. But specifically this year, it feels a lot different. The last 2 windows have spoken absolute volumes about the direction of where the club wants to go. Fans that I know that still believed in Daniel Levy and the ENIC project up until sort of this window, and they're now saying, look, we realise year after year it's the same broken promises. When is enough? And for most fans, I believe now has been enough.
And I think also answers your question, Gary. We've had 7 managers since we moved into the new stadium. I don't think they can pull the wool over our eyes anymore. A new manager coming in doesn't inspire me with any kind of hope whatsoever. I've lost it all. I think the owners have made it very clear that they don't know how to take a football club like our size to the next level. They've proven that for the last, since we moved into the new stadium. We haven't progressed in the new stadium. I would argue that we've actually regressed in the new stadium since, if you look back at the last seasons in White Hart Lane. And I think, 7 managers into it, what's going to change now? So we want a new direction. We want and the reason why we're called Change for Tottenham is because we're under no illusion it's going to be very difficult to get ENIC to sell this football club or Daniel Levy to leave this football club. But what we just want is change. And we want to put the football team first.
What is the realistic change, though, Billy? Because it's all well and good, everyone saying, well, we want change. What is realistic?
We want to make it we want to make it obvious, or we want it to feel obvious that the football club is the number one priority of this ownership. Because today, so it's a day where all the fans across the world are looking at our social media thinking, is Ange going to get sacked? There's been no post from Tottenham about on Twitter today, for example. But in that time, we've had 2 emails, one confirming Beyonce, one confirming Kendrick Lamar. It seems to me and other fans that, the football inside it is something which is left behind. And we want a football club to be proud of. And we're not asking to go, spend hundreds of millions and go out and win every single trophy. But we were told that we'd move into the stadium to compete. We were also told that season tickets were going to be increased so that we can remain competitive. Remain competitive at what? Because at the rate we're going to be remaining competitive with the Championship at the moment. So all we want is to spend money in line with the club that we pretend to be. We purport to be this elite football club, and we want to put the football team first because that's what we pay our season ticket money for.
Yeah. Can I just a quick question for both of you guys? In regards to this season and the results and going out to cup competitions, I mean, you might answer this like a lot of fans do, but where do you think the blame lies? Is it kind of, between Ange, the board, the players that we've got in? Like, where are you guys so far this season? I mean, even if you're giving me a percentage-wise, whether you think it's mainly the board with the players in that, where are you guys with this? Because I'd be interested to kind of hear that. That would be interesting for me. So,
for me, the board, obviously, of course, they've got to take a huge percentage of the blame. The summer recruitment was absolutely terrible. I think it was 2 senior players and the rest were 18-year-olds that were freshly coming into the league. So you've got to look at that. Then you've also got to weigh up Ange Postecoglou's in-game methods, his training methods. They're high demand. They encourage injury. And we see this last season, which then again flips it back to the board of they knew that he plays this high-level football, high risk, high reward. There's definitely injuries that are picked up through the method. He should have been given more players. Instead, this year we seem to gut out the team and we have lucked out in regards to obviously Lucas Bergvall and Archie Gray. But in a normal situation, you have to look at both the manager and the board. I think there's equal blame to be held, but then again, this squad's been regressed over the last 3-4 years since that Champions League final into a squad that struggles to compete in the league. It's never been a major priority to go out and win the cup. So it does, for me, lies more on Daniel Levy, but Ange Postecoglou isn't blameless in it.
Yeah,
I completely agree with what Jay said. I think Ange Postecoglou is certainly made mistakes and decisions which are baffling, and I think he's part of a system which is doomed to fail. This summer in particular, we made a deliberate strategy to reduce the wage bill of this football club, and we now pay something like the 6th highest wages in the league when we're a club that want to be competing at the very top level. And if you look at wage is a pretty high indicator of success, and ours is currently below Aston Villa, and our wage to revenue figures, which were released by Deloitte, are even lower. I think we're sitting at 42% at the moment, and that doesn't even account for some of the players like Højbjerg and Emerson, which we lost in the summer. So I think there's been a deliberate, system in the board to strip high wage players, and unfortunately, if you want to be competing in tournaments, across 4 tournaments, those are the kind of players which you need to rely on, those experienced players, and we're very deliberately going out and signing teenagers.
Can I ask both of you, Billy and Jay, are you behind Ange Postecoglou at the moment, or do you want a managerial change?
Bill, you first, or?
It's growing very, very difficult to support the manager because I'm turning up every single, we're turning up every single week and getting beat. But I kind of zoom out to the bigger picture. I think if Ange Postecoglou is sacked now, again, it kind of takes the heat off the real problems in our club, which are the ownership, and it's another failed project. I think it's a really, really tricky question because, we can't sit here and lose every single week. And, how about, look at the Aston Villa game. We were so easily torn apart by Aston Villa, and that has to be on the manager's head. But my personal opinion is focusing on Ange ignores the wider problem, which is the ownership. So I'm a bit of a grey area at the moment.
For me, fairly similar. If I'm honest, after the red mist went after the Liverpool and Aston Villa game, I watched back the interview from Ange Postecoglou defending the players. Now, if I was in the club's position, I would have been highlighting this massively. And he's showing that he's trying to do the best with what he has available. Do I believe that he's going to be here past summer? No. For me, it's hard to support him after sort of the losses. I think we're 3 wins in 15. So it's a tough one. For me, I'm more Ange out than I am Ange in, but at the same time, I wouldn't want us just to get rid of him to repeat the cycle with another manager or bring Brian Mason in to try and magically fix things that a qualified manager couldn't fix.
I'm glad you finished with that, because that was my next question to you guys. You know, because I think that is the realistic option, right? You know, like everyone's sort of saying Ange out or Ange and everything else, but ultimately, if Ange goes, we know ourselves. As Ryan Mason comes in as interim manager to the end of the season, and is he going to do a better job than Ange? That would be my only worry. And me personally, I don't think he would. Where do you guys stand with that? Do you think he'd do a better job than Ange?
I don't personally believe that. No, I don't personally believe that. I think we're in a really tricky position because, you know, I think at the beginning of January they had two options. They either sack Ange and get someone in quickly, or they back Ange with, you know, quite significant transfer funds in January window. A little bit like Man City did. I'm not expecting us to spend the same as Man City, but, you know, we're in a crisis and we need to adjust to it big time. Obviously with Tottenham, they didn't really do either of those things. They're kind of left in this grey area where they kind of backed Ange, but not really, but they didn't sack him either. And now, you know, a week later, we're up two cup competitions in 4 days. And we've got literally one competition left that we can hang our hat on, which is the Europa League. And yeah, I just feel like the management. So I wouldn't have any faith in Ryan Mason to do any better. But at the same time, we're kind of left in this grey area where they've sort of stuck with Ange, but not backed him properly. So I don't have any real hope that that's going to be a success either.
Jay, let's come to you.
Yep.
This Sunday against Manchester United, you've organised an event, March to the Stadium, meeting at 2:45, and then the march will start at 3 p.m. Tell us a little bit more about it, how people can get involved if they want to. And what I'm interested to know is the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust and the Fan Advisory Board, are they involved in this?
So I have reached out to both. They've not been very receptive of the plans for their own reasons. Obviously, it's a situation where they can't be seen to be conflicting the club's interests when they are the only branch that reaches out to them. So obviously, we hope some attend, and they haven't got to go public that they're attending with us. It's more if you're available to get there and you want change, we just ask anybody to turn up. So turning up at 3 p.m, it's a peaceful march down towards the West Stand. We're there as fans, we're showing our frustrations, but at the same time, we are keeping it within means so it doesn't get blown out of context or get silly where people start shouting abusive things. We want it to be inclusive, so everybody who wants to be there feels comfortable being there.
Yeah, let me just ask you one more question, just going off the subject slightly. Let's just say, for argument's sake, we win the Europa and we finish 15th, 16th. Where would you guys be at the end of the season? Would you still be fully, you know, Ange out and kind of like the board out? Or would you look at that as, you know what, that's not a bad season considering with the injuries and, you know, X, Y, and Z? Where would you guys be with that? I'd be interested to hear.
You know, I'm just like everyone else. I'm absolutely desperate for that trophy. I think the Europa League would personally be my favourite trophy of all the ones we could have possibly won this season, not including the Premier League, which was obviously never really a realistic aim because it gets Champions League as well, and it's a European trophy. That would go down as the best season in my lifetime, in answer to your question. I would still, at the end of it, wouldn't change my opinion on the board at all, because the way that the season is run, I don't think you can put it down to any sort of competence. That would be sort of more like a lucky cup run than anything that was by design. So I wouldn't change my feelings on the ownership, but it would certainly be a great end to a season. I'd be very happy to stick with Ange if that happens next season.
Right.
Yeah,
Billy, can I come? Oh, sorry, Jay. Go on, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat as Billy. Obviously, success for me is winning a trophy. It's not finishing top four. Yes. You could have offered me any single cup at the start of the season and said finish in between 11th and 15th. Would you take it? And I'll take your hand off.
Yeah, same.
I'm 28 years of age. I've seen us lift one trophy. I'm at the stage where I'm bored of being the butt of the joke all the time when it comes to football. So would it change my opinion on Ange? If Ange was to go on a very strong finish once we have these players back, then it could. But then again, are we going to be in this same situation next season where players burn out, poor recruitment in summer?
But would you, if we won the Europa, would you keep Ange?
I think he would have earned his right to get another 6 months or a year, definitely, because he's done something that managers who have had slightly longer, and I think our average term for a manager at the moment is around 17 and a half months. So he's exceeded that. If he was silverware to the club, he would probably be seen as a legend to the club, whether people like him or not.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mate, if he does that, then I'll let alone keep him. I'll get an Ange tattoo. If he's the man that gets us trophy, I'll say that live on air now.
Underneath is who we are, mate.
Can I ask you both the very obvious question, if you like? You say change for Tottenham. Billy, let's start with you. What change would you like to see at Tottenham?
I would like to, act more like a club that we pretend to be. So we pretend to be an elite football club. We pay elite season ticket prices. We have an elite stadium, but we don't act like an elite club. I just want to, significantly back our manager in the transfer window. And I don't just mean, spending, our transfer spends have certainly got a lot higher recently. But if you actually look at our wages, that's my biggest concern. We don't spend players that are already made for the first team. I think Solanke was an excellent signing, and he's an example of when you do spend that kind of money, the players can make an immediate impact. So I want to have a manager. I want to end a transfer window where there's no question that the manager was backed. Every single transfer window under this ownership was saying, well, he was kind of backed. He had Solanke. He got a couple of teenagers in as well. I want to take that question out the equation, and finish like an elite football club where the football is prioritised and the manager is significantly backed in the transfer windows with players that can make an immediate impact in the football team.
What about you, Jay?
For me, change would be just, we've got the infrastructure of a giant football club. You're talking, if you was to weigh us up against most teams in Europe, as Billy said, we fall short of what we pay the players. We're not going to attract big players if we're offering peanuts compared to other clubs. I think for me, change would be wanting to be a football club over a business, and certainly looking at our wage structure and saying, okay, we can look to increase this. We can look to be competitive. We can make players want to come here. And you start bringing the bigger players in. I'm not saying every player will be a success, but certainly a change on the recruitment and certainly a change on what we're willing to do to get players to come play for our football club.
And I think all fans want, and I'm sure I speak for everyone, we just want a football club that we're proud of. And when we were in that line, under that Pochettino era, when we were competing for the league, competing for trophies, we were blowing teams away at the, we want to kind of go back to having that football club that it feels proud of to go and watch every week. Because at the moment, I don't know about you guys, it feels like a chore to watch Tottenham, and that for me is a very dangerous thing.
Punishment.
So, have I picked it up right then? Because when I asked that question, I fully expected both of you to say a change of ownership. So you just want the football club run in a completely different way.
I make no mistake. I think I speak for Jay, but obviously I'll go to him in a second. We would both love that. It's just how realistic it is as an actual aim is another question. If we woke up tomorrow to the news that Ange had sold Tottenham, I'd be over the moon, but it's not going to happen. Let's be real. What do you think about that, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, of course, my ideal scenario would be Daniel Levy comes to the end of the season and he goes, look, I've tried my best, can't do it, I'm selling up. Realistically, that ain't well, it could be a possibility, but at the same time, it's common knowledge we've had potential buyers over the last couple of years who have wanted or been interested in. So for me, change would be him going, but the realistic change would be maybe him bringing in a big style investment and looking to go, I want to take the commercial side of things away. I want to build my hotel. I want somebody to come in, buy a certain amount of the club and build on it from there. So change could happen at board level, but realistically, as Billy said, it's not necessarily what's going to happen. It's more the mentality of the owners.
Jay, lastly, tell everyone where they can find you guys, how they can get involved, how little they can get involved, how big that they can get involved. Obviously, you've got this march and the protest on Sunday. What would you like to see from people? What can people do to help?
So to turn up to the protest, obviously follow us on X at Change for Spurs, which is next to and my X is OJ Co. For the international fans that you may have listening, we're encouraging banners. We're seeing so much support from the international fans, which is just a bigger part of everything we're trying to achieve. Obviously, we're all Spurs fans. Attend the march. Be there with us. Obviously, we don't want people to feel forced. It is completely optional. The more numbers, the better, and it's the louder we're going to have the message heard. From there, after the game, obviously, throughout the game, support the players, support the team. It's a 6-point game at versus United this week. After the game, join us in the South Stand concourse and protest against the ownership for 10-15 minutes after the game just to get our points heard.
Can I just ask you lastly, Billy, what do you think Daniel Levy thinks about this? Is he aware of what you guys are trying to do?
I've certainly noticed in the last 2-3 weeks, particularly since the banner, an increased media coverage to the point where Sky Sports News and Talk Sport, after our losses now become sort of a revolving 24/7 coverage of Tottenham at the moment. We seem to be the biggest story, Tottenham and Daniel Levy in the press all the time. And all we want is, what our aim is for the protests and the march is for him to have to, make it so loud and such a big deal that he has to sit up and take note. I certainly think he's aware of the media narrative at the moment. You've got people like Jamie Carragher coming out all the time, Ian Wright and people like that saying things about him and, criticising him. But we want the same now to happen from the fans. It's time for the fans to stand up and get together and make that loud noise. The media and all the banners can do so much, but now it's time for the fans to make that same message as well.
Well, Billy and Jay, thank you so much for joining us. I feel like I've got so many more questions for you, so I'd love to have both of you back, and we'll go through a lot more. But thanks so much for joining us, and yeah, I'm sure you'll be joined by a lot of people on Sunday afternoon. Billy, thank you. Jay, thank you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, lads.
Cheers.
Nice meeting you.
Cheers.
Right, Gary, we're now going to get our next guest on. We're going to go to Melvin from Malta. Of course, Melvin has just returned home from going to Liverpool and Aston Villa. Melvin, how are you?
I'm not bad. Just had a little snooze, woke up, saw your message. And
Snooze on the plane?
No, I took a snooze when I arrived home, took a hot shower.
Yeah.
England is very, very cold.
Very cold, isn't it, mate? It's more cold when we lose as well, isn't it, Mel?
Yeah, I was absolutely freezing in Birmingham, and Chris saw me. Yeah.
I thought Melvin was angry and frustrated with the results, but it was the weather that he was the most frustrated with, Gary.
Yeah, I can imagine. How you feeling, Mel?
Yeah, not bad. Enjoying listening to you guys. Good to have you, Gary, hosting. I'm loving your questions and your feedback
thanks,
and
mate.
stuff.
Mel, I've got to ask you straight off. Are you still Ange in or are you Ange out?
No, I'm Ange in. I see the bad part.
Can I ask why everyone needs to be put in that box? Either you're in or you're out.
I just think it's just the same way we keep saying to him, you win trophies in your second year. It's just come a thing. It's really weird, isn't it?
So we are, mate.
It's only the media that tries to push these type of agendas and stuff like that from a silly comment. But no, I fully back the manager. I know we're in a problem. We have issues at the club, but we need time to correct these. They're not gonna the issue with I wasn't surprised we lost to Liverpool and Villa, even though I wanted to see a bit more of a fight. But the problem is still there. We still have the same problems we had a month ago. We have the same problems we had 2 months ago. We were left a bit short in the transfer window. In January, we did okay. We didn't do anything that's gonna make us, win trophies. But it's certainly better. I mean, good to see Tels get on the score sheet. I think the
great goal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Kevin improved us slightly. You would say nothing over the line, but with the manager, it's a tricky situation because we don't want to be changing managers again. I think it just papers over the cracks, and I think we have too many players that need to be, they need to be put in a position where you either step up and perform, or we're gonna sell you in the summer, and there's lots of question marks. I always say this: there's question marks over this team. There's the midfield for me is the biggest question mark. Villa walked through us, Liverpool walked through us. It's just there's no spine. There's absolutely no spine in Tottenham Hotspur at the moment. When you compare us with previous teams, we always had a bit of a spine, a bit of a fight. We had Dembele, Wanyama. We had always had these type of players that make it difficult for teams to walk through you. And against Liverpool, they were just wave after wave after wave of attack, and we couldn't get a hold of the ball. The same with Villa. We made it easy for them. And Liverpool and even Villa, these are Champions League level teams, and they made us look, silly at times. It's like we didn't know how to play, and I was disappointed with I guess the energy levels that were shown, but they are tired. You can't expect them to be. I mean, at Villa, I was looking at the game, and when we attack, there was no one there. Like, I'm like, where are they? Every time we get the ball near the box, I keep looking. Where are our players? Where are they? And it's like every single time I was frustrated. So even against Liverpool, Van Dijk, I saw him for the first time. He was like a few meters away from me. He's absolutely massive, and he's a big defender, and we couldn't do anything. We were unlucky for him to get red carded. My brother was absolutely fuming about that. He didn't
even get yellow card, did he? Nothing.
Yeah. It's a difficult position for the fans at the moment, because the fans, even me, like, look, I traveled and I went to the games. I was in the cold and the rain and all of that. Even though it was an experience for me, because I saw a couple of new stadiums, made me miss the old White Hart Lane, to be honest with you. Seeing these old classic stadiums, and made me miss the old White Hart Lane. It brought back memories of the old White Hart Lane, something that's, special to all Tottenham fans.
Yeah.
Melvin, what did you make of Ange Postecoglou's post-match press conference after the Villa game?
I think he's right in a way. Like, listen, like, we're in a rebuild. We have injuries. These players are playing the same team since November. I mean, you have to be empathetic to these kind of things. You have to listen. He's right. He is right. Yeah, we're losing, and it's the results business, but what can you do? It's like, it's the same 11 that we're playing, and we're playing 18-year-olds. Listen, I'm happy to be seeing Mikey Moore play. I'm happy to be seeing Bergvall and Gray and Spence. I'm so happy with Spence. I mean, Spence is like a new signing. I think Spence should be our number one right back going further. Going forward. I know Porro is tired, and we can.
Do you know what? Let me just say, Melvin. Spence was one of the first people down the tunnel yesterday at Villa Park without acknowledging the fans. Disappointing.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, because
he's been in great form. I agree.
Chris, like, I did hear this with a lot of fans and stuff, and I get that, and I think they should come over and clap the fans and stuff, but I think sometimes maybe they don't go to the fans because they're frustrated, they're angry with themselves, the result. I don't think it's a case all the time that then they don't appreciate the travelling away fans. I think sometimes they're just really angry and annoyed with themselves. And you got to think someone like Jed Spence, who is playing really good football, he probably took that really personally, you know what I mean? And I just think sometimes they go down that tunnel, Son included. I mean, Son most of the time always comes over to the fans, but you can't even blame Son sometimes, guys, if he doesn't go to the fans, because look at the abuse he has been getting the last few games.
It means a lot to the fans, though, Gary.
No, I know that, and I was there at Anfield, and listen, I've got to be honest, Chris. Before the fans came over, I'd already walked out because I had the ump with the players, so it can work both ways. Sometimes the players will be annoyed with themselves and will go down a tunnel, and sometimes the fans will be annoyed with the team and the players and will leave early. I just think I get what you're saying, Chris, and I get it, and I see it on social media. But I think sometimes it isn't just because the players don't appreciate the travelling fans. There's a lot of things going on with these guys, and I know they're highly paid footballers and all that, but that would have been a tough one to take for them boys at Anfield. You know what I mean? And I get a lot of people were saying, they didn't turn up, they couldn't be asked, but I don't think it was that. I just think they were outplayed, and the ability of them Liverpool players were just miles ahead of the Tottenham players, I genuinely think that.
Melvin, can I ask, you heard us speak to Billy and Jay there earlier about change for Spurs. What changes would you like to see at the football club?
It's a really good question. I was thinking that as well. I mean, if you can acknowledge the fact or accept the fact that the ownership are not going to change, it's very difficult for us to get new owners. It's not like I can snap my fingers and we're sold. So we have to. These are our owners. We have to stick with them. Can you change the manager at the moment? I wouldn't change the manager. The recruitment, I think the strategy is very early days. We've only seen the strategy in the last 2 years, so we have to stick through it. I think it's a long process, a long game. I think they're looking down the future and thinking, Arsenal are strong, City are strong. They're gonna build a youthful team and bring them up together, and hopefully this team is going to mature together. What would I want from Tottenham, to be honest? I think Billy summed it up as well, what he said. We don't act like a big club. We have everything to be a big club. We have the stadium, we have the fan base. I mean, the fans, we have the support. I mean, I've seen that stadium, and the atmosphere was absolutely bouncing, electric. Gary, me and you walked in the Arsenal 3-0, and I'll never forget that game. That's my favorite game ever.
It was
and
amazing.
That day, the atmosphere was absolutely crazy. And then I think
you're
to
right,
Leicester.
Mel, because I knew before that game kicked off, we were winning that game. You just felt it.
So we're there. We have the fundamentals to be a big club. We're nearly there. It's just that last piece of the puzzle. I also want the club to learn from its mistakes that we've done over the years. Why we cannot keep doing the same mistakes. But where I'll stomach this at the moment is hopefully in the future, when we get good again, we use all our money and buy big players, pay the big wages. When we get there, under Pochettino, when Pochettino needed one more player or maybe two to get over the line, now is the time for the club to seriously say, let's buy, I'm going to say an example, we buy Neymar, we buy Messi, Ronaldo. Finally be that kind of club.
Let's be realistic.
Buy Klinsmann. Listen, get it.
We're probably
able
to buy Klinsmann now.
We are a big club. We are a big, and we are a big club, but they're not running it like a big club. They don't know how to do it. Listen, Fabio Paratici brought Cristiano Ronaldo to Juventus, so he knows what he knows that he can do these kind of deals. So it's the problem. The problem is at the moment we're not a club to buy the big names. We're not there at the moment. Only 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and if Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool don't take
at the moment,
City, if they don't take, we're 4th, 5th, 6th choice. Even Villa are showing more ambition than we are. You know, when I saw Rashford, it made me sick. Why didn't we go for Rashford?
Well, look at Villa's bench, the Tottenham's bench on Sunday.
I would have taken Villa, right? Aston Villa, great club. I enjoyed it there. They're in a Champions League position like we were a few years ago. They're doing everything they can to stay there.
Yeah,
they want to stay in the Champions League. They want
Melvin,
to stay a top 4 club.
Did you see that post, Chris? You must have seen it as well. Back in 2019, they were playing Derby, and we were in the Champions League final.
This is what I mean. When we were in a position of strength, we didn't. I think we were for granted with it. We didn't. We thought, oh, we have the stadium. We're going to stay in 4th spot forever. It doesn't work that way. And you have to applaud clubs like Villa, because they're even Nottingham Forest. Clubs like that, they have it good at the moment, so they're pushing to stay in that position. And what are we doing? We're pushing to catch up.
But Melvin, I'm glad you mentioned Nottingham Forest, because wouldn't that suggest then that if we'd have stuck with Nuno, then we could be, Forest are I think 20 points ahead of us, and they're in 3rd spot. What does that say? Does that say we made a mistake sacking Nuno? That means it's the players? Because it's the same manager.
It's not just sacking any manager. I think sticking with a manager for a couple of years, not just like 18 months and you go for a manager bounce. I don't agree with sacking Ange, because then it's the same cycle. Manager bounce, we buy 1 or 2 players, new philosophy, new ideas. The players we have get another chance. Bissouma, Bentancur, Madison. These players that are not, doing it for us, they get another chance to play another 18 months. Yeah, they need to be sold. Some of them. I'm sick of Bissouma at the moment. I know he had some good games this season, but how many times is he gonna? The London Derby, he gave the ball away. At Anfield, he gave the ball away. Loads. Listen, we cannot give these players any more chances. They need to be sold, and that's it. That's your chance. And then play Archie Gray in midfield, buy another midfielder, whatever. Move on. We have to upgrade on these players. The quality is just not there at the moment. There's young talent, promising talent, which make us excited and make me excited. Is the reason I go to the games now at the moment. I believe in these young kids, and I think they're going to be the cornerstone of this football club.
Melvin, last question for you. I take it you got a smile on your face now that you're back in the warm in Malta.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, I love to see you guys. I love coming to the games and talking before the games. And I got to see Gareth. And Gary, I didn't see you at Anfield. It didn't happen.
No, I got away there pretty quickly because I wasn't good to be around that night. I was very, very angry, Melv.
Yeah, listen, I'm always happy to be going to the games, you know, traveling to see Tottenham, seeing you guys who I considered my extended Tottenham family. And the result sometimes we can't control it.
No.
You know, especially at the moment. I just saw 3 defeats in a row. I had only seen, you know, in all my years of following Spurs, 3 defeats. So I just literally doubled the amount of defeats I saw. So yeah, you want to blame. I don't know who you want to blame. You want to blame me? Blame me. If you want to blame Ange, blame Ange.
We'll blame you.
If you want to blame Levy,
we'll blame Chris.
Levy.
We'll blame you, Melv. We'll blame you. You're the easy target. Melvin, thank you so much as always for coming on. We've got so many people trying to get in the green room right now. Please do keep trying. Gary and I would love to talk to you and get your thoughts because obviously on this fan show we want to hear as many opinions and thoughts from around the world. So Melvin, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
All the
See you,
best,
Melv.
guys.
Right, next up we're going to go to Gary. Gary, good evening. How are you?
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, guys. How are you?
We're all right, Gary. Apart from the football, we're all right.
Hey, Gary, how are you feeling? How are you feeling as a Spurs fan now?
I've put in a brave face on it, Gary, to be honest with you, mate. I can't swear. I'm proper not happy.
I think you can swear because I'm hosting tonight. So you swear as much as you want.
I'm not a happy chappy at the minute, mate, to be fair. Yeah. Really not.
What hurt you more? Was it the Liverpool defeat or the Villa one?
It's hard to distinguish between the two. I think both. I mean, we didn't turn up in either. I mean, I hear so many people blaming it on fatigue and I kind of get it, you know what I mean? But they weren't fatigued in the first minute of that game against Villa. No. That was purely down to tactics. You look at a still shot of the first goal. Pedro Porro is only just in the picture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He was. That's tactics. That's nothing to do with.
I don't know why he was so forward though. Why was he so far up?
You know,
it's a good point. It's a good point, Gary, because you cannot concede a goal after just 58 seconds.
Ridiculous, Chris. Honestly, I just sat there and I thought, what's going on? Do you know what I mean?
And he had to do better Kingsley with that as well, didn't he?
This copy and paste. It's the same thing. Same down that side. Me and Barnaby were talking about the other week. Everything seems to stem from through the middle and then down that side.
Yeah.
It's really frustrating. You look at the other side. Look at Jed Spence. Completely different, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Porro's been great this season, has he really, Galdo? Has he? It's been a bit frustrating, Porro, isn't it?
Very much so. I'm not saying it's all Porro's fault.
No, of course not. No.
I don't think he's the best defender in the world.
No, I think he's good going forward, but he's got to know when to go forward, not in the first minute.
No, but I've said it numerous times. You know, he's not the best defender, but he doesn't help himself out because, you know, whether it's the tactics, whether Ange is saying to him, look, I want you high, Spence, you kind of sit back a bit. We'll just play that side higher up. Whether it's that, whether it's Porro just wandering, I don't know, but it's crackers, man. It's crackers.
Gary, we did get some good news earlier today from the Sun newspaper. They've stated that Destiny Udogie is back for the Manchester United game. But I want to get your thoughts and reaction on Ange Postecoglou in the post-match press conference after the Villa game. He said, once we get the rest of our players back in, we will be an outstanding team. Are you confident that that's going to happen?
No, I'm not. In all honesty, I don't want to come across as negative. I'm usually quite a very balanced player. I've supported Tottenham for a long time, been there, done it, wrote the book, wore the T-shirt, blah, blah, blah. But I don't believe that the manager is right for the club. And you know what? I've only said that recently.
Yeah.
I've gone for this hasn't been going on for a couple of months. People seem to think, oh, you know, we've had all these injuries. You know, and everyone feels sorry for Ange, and I get it. We have had the injuries. I'm not debating that. It's a fact. We have had the injuries.
Yeah.
Equally, a fact. The fact of the matter is, this has been going on since after the Chelsea game. You look at our record, and you know we can sort of, you know, we can flower it up as much as we want, but it's you know, opinions are opinions, but facts are also facts. You know, and what I'm saying here is factual. It's not. I'm not making it up. It's not.
So, Gal, are you thinking now? That's it. Now, do you want Ange out now? Would you say?
You know what? I hate to say it because I really like the guy. You know, it's difficult. I'm not. He's a magnificent human being.
He's a likable.
He's just not a magnificent football manager, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Not for this club, anyway. It's not going to work.
Let me ask you, Gal. So, all right, look, we sack Ange tomorrow.
Hold on. Let me just say to all of the guests waiting to come on, we don't need to be put in this box whether you're in or you're out.
Yeah. I was going to ask that though.
It's the way it works, though, isn't it? It's the way it works.
Not in my mind.
Would you be happy then for Ange to go and obviously it'd be Ryan Mason that would come in as interim manager?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I think
I think that's where we'll be at the moment.
No, I wouldn't. There's no uplifting. For me, it's about
stick with Ange then.
Yeah, well, you know, I think the way it's going to work personally, or the way it's going to transpire, is that Ange will stay till the end of the season, unless we take a dramatic turn for the worst. I think he'll stay till the end of the season, and it will run its natural course. And the club now, they should have been doing this anyway. They should have a succession plan. They have to have. I mean, this is Tottenham we're talking about. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But they should have a succession plan. They should know now who they want to get. And it's not a case of, let's have a list of, 15 managers, for argument's sake. Let's say, hypothetically, we do part company with Ange. We shouldn't have a list of 15 managers. You have a short list of 3, and you go and get one of them, prepreferably your top one. I mean, Ange wasn't even on my list.
No,
do you know what I mean? Personally, he wasn't. I'd 3 on my list: Pochettino, Nagelsmann, and Arne Slot. They were the only 3 I was interested in personally. Pochettino being in that order, Pochettino being the number 1 on my list. But when I heard that Ange got it, I wasn't over sort of enthralled with it. But I thought, you just like any Tottenham fan, you think, he's going to be the manager. Let's back him. And I have done right the way through. But I spoke to Chris the other week. I saw the issues very early on, even during that 10-game unbeaten run. I saw the issues. Do you know what I mean? And it's easy to say that in hindsight. I appreciate it. But, I'm not happy. Not happy at all.
Yeah.
Gary, lastly, in Feb now, we face Manchester United at home, Ipswich away, Manchester City at home. Out of those 3 games, how many points are Spurs picking up?
At best 3, I would say. We won't beat City away. I think
that's Man United at home, Ipswich away, and Manchester City at home.
We've already beaten 4-0 away, Gal.
I think ironically, the Ipswich game probably where we can get 3 points. But the other 2, I mean, Man United are awful at the minute. They're a sack of, they're not very good, are they? No. But I don't know. I just, when you just think, we can turn up and we'll smack United 3 or 4-0, or we'll turn up and we'll get smacked 3 or 4-0. There's just no consistency whatsoever.
No, never really.
I just feel at the minute, it's like, you don't know what you're going to watch. And I couldn't believe what I was watching on Sunday. I could not believe it. Inside the opening minute, I just sat there and I just thought, what is,
But you know what, Gal? The thing that frustrates me, and I get it, like, obviously, look, we've been awful this season, but then out of that, we did get a nice 3-0 win in Europa, and we went away to Brentford, kept a clean sheet, beat them 2-0 with a team that scored more goals at home than anyone else. So
it's just, there's no logic, is there?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
But the bit that I keep going back to, and sorry to harp on about it, they're not fatigued in the first minute of that game on Sunday. They're not. You can't blame that on tiredness, on players, being overplayed and blah blah blah. You can't.
I mean, Kingsley should have saved that anyway.
I could understand if it was the last minute of the game, you might then be able to throw that into the ring, but not in the first minute of the game. That is purely tactical. That is purely Porro switching off or being told he wants him pushed higher. Whatever it is, that's nothing to do with fatigue. I'm sorry, it's not.
Yeah.
Gary, before you go, leave us with a positive.
I'm still alive. I'm still breathing. I still support Tottenham, believe it or not. Yeah, that's as good as it gets, I'm afraid.
Gary, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a good
Cheers, Gal. See you, mate.
Cheers.
See you later.
I've tried. I always try to get the positives.
Tough question,
yeah.
though, Chris. Leave on positive.
DB said earlier, I always sit on the fence. I don't sit on the fence. I just don't. I'm not one of those people who have to put people in boxes, either in or out. I feel like there's so much more to just saying, very easily, oh, I want Ange in or I want Ange out. I feel like there's so much more to it. Let's go to Tim. Tim, good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm inspired. That's how I feel. Totally uninspired. I feel like it's been said many times before that it's almost like a domestic abuse situation where you're beaten regularly and then occasionally you have some nice stuff and then you're beaten again until you've got nothing left. And that's how it feels. It's like even when Tell scores, it was like, oh, he scored. It's probably the first time I've ever reacted to a goal going, oh, well, he scored. We haven't got a chance of winning. And never felt we had a chance of winning. That's probably the first time I felt that as a Spurs fan.
I'm glad you've said that, Tim, because I was inside the stadium and I didn't really move when we scored, I must say. Whereas normally I'm very excited when we score a goal, but at that point you just think, well, it's done. Because I said on the podcast last night, how many chances did Aston Villa have? How many goals could it have been? How many chances they had? When you look at the fixtures coming up, and I just mentioned there to Gary, Manchester United at home, Ipswich away, Manchester City at home, and also Destiny Doggy is expected to be back for the Man United game. Ange, you've probably heard, Tim, while you've been waiting, Ange saying about when we get all of our players back, we'll be an outstanding team. How are you feeling about that? Because having looked at some of the games that we've lost, I remember going to the Palace away game. That was a very, very disappointing day at Selhurst Park. I think it was their first win of the season. And when you look at the players that we had out that game, Vicario, Udogie, Porro, Romero, Van der Ven, arguably our best and strongest back five. Maddison, Basuma, Kulusevski, Johnson, Solanke, Moore. We had a strong bench that day as well. No Heung-min Son, though. In games like that, you expect to go to, places like Crystal Palace and win, particularly how they started the season, which was poor. Are you confident that Ange Postecoglou can turn this around once these players come back? And we've also heard from the Daily Telegraph today with the report saying that the board are sympathetic towards the injury issues.
No, I'm not confident he's able to turn it around. And I'm going to go off on a tangent to tell you why, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Let's go for it.
Go for it. I was watching a Netflix documentary. I'm a bit of a baseball buff, unusually for a Brit, called The Comeback, about the Red Sox. People should watch it, they should. And it so hit a chord about what Spurs are like. An ownership who were good with business but weren't particularly ambitious. General managers who were very technical but not passionate. And then they turned that all around to have a general manager who was passionate about the club, knowledgeable and young. And it made me think, it felt like Spurs, that a big old club with a good history and great fans who weren't particularly ambitious. And it made me think, we put way too much pressure on football managers, and that level of general manager, who would be, I guess, someone like Scott Munn, just are absent without leave. I don't even know what he looks like. I don't know what he speaks like. I know his background is sort of football, but nothing to do with Tottenham. And I'm thinking, why aren't people like him stepping up to the plate and going, this is going on, we're trying to do this, we support Ange, this is our plan, bear with us. But no, it's left a manager deeply under pressure and probably with the weight of the world on his shoulders, and it feels like he's being cut adrift and being used as something, because I think structurally the football club just doesn't feel right. So it's not in essence just about whether Ange can pull it round. I think structurally the club has got significant problems, and that it's technically, clinically and financially really good, but it doesn't particularly want to win. And that culture just feels like, oh, it's just Spurs again, if that makes any sense.
Don't shoot me down here, Tim, but is this part of the rebuild? Is this part of the change under Ange Postecoglou?
No, I don't think it is. I was saying I would expect to hear more from Johan Lang and Scott Munn and people like that as a team going forward. It's always the board say, and we support Ange. Well, no, they should be a team full stop. And I just get a feeling he's being used as a, well, we got no one else, so we'll just ride with it and see how it goes because it's an easy option. No one's taking risks. No one's putting a limb out there and going, we're going to do something extra to do it. And that's why, in essence, it doesn't matter whether we change Ange. It doesn't matter if we bring an interim manager in, because the culture of the club and the way it's set up doesn't support excellence. On his when he was appointed, Levy said about Lang, he was running sporting organisations at the highest level and takes full responsibility for leadership and management of all our football activities. Does he sod? Have you heard from him? Does he? Is there any leadership or responsibility or best practice, which they talk about? No, there's not. There's no leadership or responsibility because we don't hear from him. There might be something inside, but this is what gets right up my nose. It's not just about Ange, it's just not about the players, both of which I've got a big issue with. I think it's just as much about the club.
Yeah, Tim, I was gonna ask you then, where are you with the players and all of this? You know, are you sort of, it sounds to me that you're putting a lot of the blame and stuff on the board. Are you thinking a percentage of that blame is the players as well? Do you think it's how Ange sets up? Where are you in regards to where do you think the responsibility of where this season has gone wrong lays? Where do you think?
I think it lays.
Tim, sorry, I was going to say before you answer that, Johan Langer did actually do an interview with Ben Haynes last week. Yeah,
that was just a technical. Okay. We're doing this, and aren't we clever with our stats? And it's like, I don't care. I really don't care. Show some passion. I think the responsibility lays across the board. So I think the culture of the club is not about winning. It's about being excellent, whatever that means. That permeates down to the manager, who I think tries and wants to win, but he's under pressure, and the players as well. Because what I've seen this year are several performances where they looked frightened and just wanted to play the game out. There was no sense that they wanted to win. And when they were, it was Bergvall making an ugly tackle or something like that. There wasn't a sense of urgency or real desire. One thing I'll go back to is interesting. When they were recruiting for the Red Sox, they were very much about stats and who was good. But what the GM saw as just as important, and what I've been screaming about, was characters in the dressing room. They didn't have to just be technically good. You needed 2 or 3 players who were massive characters. Whether they were funny, leaders, aggressive, but they each had a role to play. So, and I look at our team and I think, I'm not sure I see anything of that, especially amongst the older players, that you want someone who's a bit of a joker, someone who's aggressive, someone who's a leader. And I think that's where they're going wrong. And so I'm not going to say, oh, it's just about the players. And I think there's some significant problems with some of the players, and not just the effort they're putting in, but just going missing in games, which makes me feel they're trying to protect themselves rather than play as a team. It doesn't feel like there's a team there. There's a collection of reasonably talented individuals without a sense of, right, boys, one for all for one. We'll try our best and actually win a game. If you cannot get motivated for a cup semi-final, then go home. Just go home. Just give up and go and drive a bus or something.
Tim, I feel like
probably more useful.
I feel like I've had this conversation, a couple of years ago under Jose Mourinho and under Antonio Conte, and now we're having it under Ange Postecoglou. When you think that so many players and so many staff off the pitch as well have changed, so how are we in the same spot again?
Yeah. It's because the culture's wrong. If that is true, if repetition, it's the idea that if you keep repeating yourself, you keep repeating your actions and expecting a different consequence, then if that must come down to the club's mentality, because it keeps happening again and again. Yeah. Ange has lived off 10 good games, basically, or 8 wins in 10, and since then it's been distinctly average, even when we had a full team in. Even when we had it all, sporadically excellent performances, intermittent with just dross and boring, which is quite extraordinary, really. So that's why I'm, at a sense, I've gone past angry to what the hell's going on here, because something is deeply wrong and unambitious. And it's not just about the money. It's definitely not just about the money, because we can say, we've spent this, we've spent that. It's about an emotion at the team that says we're going to win this. We're a big club and we're going to win this. There doesn't seem to be that. It's like we're elite and we're going to do fairly well. Well, that's going to get you nowhere, is it?
Tim, last question for you. If you could ask any board member one question, what would you ask and who would you ask?
Well, briefly, I'd like to ask Scott Munn what he does. But I'd like to say, back to that guy, Theo Epstein. He was a local lad, very young, and went, I care about this team and I'm passionate for them to do well. I would ask them, do you care about how the team does? Are you passionate that they do well? Is it do you get angry? Now, this is the question, because I want to say it about Daniel Levy in particular. Do you get angry, sad, tearful, happy, excited about this team? Because I get a sense that none of them do. It's a job and it's clinical. And if they don't, I don't want them there.
Tim, you're always such a great guest. Thank you so much for coming on.
I try my best.
Brilliant, Tim. Lovely to meet you, mate. Good stuff there, man.
The good thing is I will always be a Spurs fan and love Spurs, and I will live to see them win a trophy, I hope.
Tim, just very quickly, just very quickly, give us a score prediction for the Man United game on Sunday.
It'll be a draw. It'll be a draw.
Okay.
2-2.
Okay. Tim, thank you so much.
Have
We'll talk to you soon.
Boys. It's always a pleasure. Speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Cheers,
thank you.
Take care.
We have some great guests on here, Gary, don't we?
Yeah,
we're going to go to another one. There are still so many people trying to get into the green room, so please do keep trying. We're going to go to Steve now in the Czech Republic. Steve, of course, you're a regular here. You come on every week. How are you feeling right now?
Have a guess.
What a silly question, eh?
Yeah, especially with poor old Kinski making that howler in the first minute was like
shame, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame for him, but he did save us after that several times. So,
Steve, you know what? I was going to say, it's not like, he lost his head because, after that, it's. I felt really bad for him because, yes, it was down to him in the first minute. You could argue Porro should have been a bit further back, but ultimately he should be saving that. But he done some great saves after that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did some brilliant saves. Yeah. He is very young, as we all know, but I really think he will eventually be the number one, maybe next season, but. Yeah, I really rate him.
Steve, I know Chris just asked you how you're feeling. Would you say this is the worst you felt as a Tottenham fan at the moment, or have you? Can you kind of go back and think of a worse time?
Well, there's been a lot of bad times. I've been a fan.
God, you're depressing tonight, Gary.
67. So
wow.
There's been a lot of up and downs. No, it's just. I can't remember us playing without heart, especially in a semi-final, like you're saying, against Liverpool.
Yeah, it was tough.
I really expected a little bit more. I be honest, I didn't think we'd get through, but I thought we'd battle on and make a game of it, make a fist of it, as they say. But it wasn't to be. I just think they're so tired, the players.
No, Steve, look, I'm with you. I went down to Anfield like Chris did, and I genuinely thought we could. I didn't think we'd win at Anfield because we never do. You know, it's been God knows how long, 15 years or whatever. But I did think we could possibly get a draw there. Yeah, I wasn't as disappointed with the Villa performance because I felt second half we kind of showed a little bit of grit. We got the goal near the end, but that Liverpool performance, I know, you know, they're a big team and, you know, our players, the injuries and the tiredness, but there was nothing. You know, up until the 84th minute when Son hit the bar, there was nothing. It was bad.
Yeah, they sort of got going very, very late, didn't they? I mean, they did create a lot of chances because, as we've been saying, the midfield was non-existent. And as someone pointed out, and I'm also, I mean, I don't really want to see Basuma in a Spurs shirt ever again. Thank you very much.
No.
In the Liverpool game, I mean, I was a very strong or big fan of Bentancur, but he was strolling about and getting caught in possession so many times, but no one's shouting out to him like man on or anything. It's just really weird. It's so disappointing, really. You know, poor old Sonny is just absolutely off. You know, he's tired as anything. And I noticed with both games,
would you stand with Son, Steve? Do you think he shouldn't really be the captain? Do you think he's the wrong choice?
For me, he's not captain material. He's just not the kind of. He's too nice. He's just a really nice person. He's been.
I was saying this a year ago, you know, and now everyone's kind of getting to the same thing. They're all saying the same. I just don't think. I think he is just too nice.
Yeah. You need nasty people to be captain. So people use kind of respect. I think people respect him for what he's done in a different way. That he's a class player. You know, his finishing over the years has been absolutely remarkable. His assists when he was playing alongside Kane. But no, definitely not a captain for me. But then again, who is? You know, because
I'd probably choose Kulu, but you know, that's just I'd go for Kulusevski only because I think the effort he puts on the pitch every game, I just don't think he
leads by example. Yeah, he leads by example. But then again, our older players gonna sort of listen to him. I know he's captain of Sweden, but so maybe they would. I've never liked goalkeepers as captains. So when we had Morris, I wasn't for that at all.
No.
So who have we got basically? Because you know, people like Van der Ven, we don't know how he's going to pan out with his injuries. He's also very young. You know, who would you guys think that we've got in the club at the moment who could be captain and maybe sort us out a bit, give a bit of a drive to the team?
Yeah,
I think the criticism of Heung-min Son is quite harsh, if I'm honest. You know, for the games that I go to, when I see Heung-min Son, when the cameras aren't there, he's constantly talking to the younger players, constantly trying to G up his teammates, and I feel like he's a very easy target for people to say.
You won't have a bad word said about Son, Chris, will you?
No, I just as captain, only as captain. His performances, he gives 110% all the time. I just, you know.
Yeah. Do you think he should be captain then, Chris? Are you happy with him being captain?
Well done.
Am I happy with him being captain? Yes, I am happy with him being captain, Gary. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
that's good.
Because I feel like he does have a lot of leadership qualities and skills, and I feel like a lot of people don't want to see it or they don't see it. One of the two. I feel like he is a leader on the pitch, off the pitch as well. And I see this from my own eyes, and I've seen it. You know, ever since he's been appointed captain. You've got to ask yourself about some of the other players. You know, would they do a better job as captain? I feel like there's a lot of responsibility on someone's shoulders for being captain, and Heung-min Son certainly takes that responsibility. Steve, how are you feeling about Ange Postecoglou at the moment? Because I wanted to ask a lot of the guests that come on this evening about the press conference.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah.
There's my answer.
But for those of you, for those of you listening on audio, Steve has just got a boomerang out.
I've not seen one of those in years.
I've had that for about 30 years. I haven't bought it because of Postecoglou.
Is it used?
No, I've got an Arsenal fan who's a neighbour, and every now and again when he puts his head above the fence, I'll throw it at him. No, I'm only kidding.
Most people have them as an ornament. They never get used.
That's right. Yeah, it's just an ornament.
Yeah.
Am I happy with Ange, or what was the question?
Yeah, are you happy with Ange, Steve? You know, because I think some people are surprised. on the time that Ange Postecoglou has been given. But then some people have been very balanced about it and saying, well, he's got all of these injuries. What can he do? I don't know whether you listened to the podcast yesterday. Myself and Ricky Norwood were having a little bit of a ding dong because I was saying, look, these results can't continue. He's saying, well, you know, we've got the injuries. And then I said to him, well, what about if we lose against Manchester United, Ipswich and Manchester City? You know, is he still in the job? And then Ricky come back and went, well, if the situation's still the same and we've still got all these players out, then nothing changes. And I'm like, yeah, but the results can't continue. So I'm trying to get my head around it, Steve, because I want to back the manager, and I have backed the manager. I'm certainly not in the Ange in or Ange out camp because I'm somewhere in between. I don't really know how to feel about it at the moment. I'm very disappointed with the results, the performances, but I do get the amount of injury problems that we've got. Where do you stand on it? I know Gary likes to put people in boxes, in or out, but you know, are you somewhere in between like me, or are you firmly in a box that Gary wants to put you in?
No one puts me in a box apart from my wife eventually.
Not with that boomerang, anyway.
You're doing my head in. No, I'm only kidding. Is this live? Yeah, it is, isn't it? No, I've always been behind Ange, and I feel sorry for him with all the injuries. But there are points now and again, and some of his decision making is extremely strange. It's like, what has he said? Has he said anything to Porro at the start of that game? Like the other guy was saying, why was he up the other end of the field within the first minute? You know, we just kicked off. And other changes. I think a lot of people were surprised although it worked, when he took off Mikey Moore and brought on a midfielder.
He was having great games.
Yeah. So, but it did change the game. I mean, you know, we're only armchair pundits. So, no, I do feel that they're absolutely out on their feet. No other manager could do any better than he's doing at the moment. It's totally pointless even if you did an interim manager with Mason or somebody like that, or some other guy. I mean, I don't think there's any point. They're going to be stuck with the same players who are also injured and who can play and who are coming back. But they'll actually be in a worse position because they probably will have different tactics anyway. So let's stick with him. But I know the next question is, so when do you hold your hands up and say, I've had enough of this or this, you know what I mean?
I wasn't going to go there, Steve, but now you've gone there, you might as well answer your own question.
Oh, fucking hell, I put myself right in it now, haven't I?
You've got to keep it to the end of the season, I suppose, haven't you?
You know, the guests are very welcome to give their own questions. It's no problem.
Yeah,
go on, mate.
Of me, that, wasn't it? I don't think we'll lose to United, and I don't think we'll lose to Ipswich again. We'll probably win that. And who's the other one? We've got Man City, and we're at home.
We always beat them.
Team for them. You know, just look, really about 5 points we'll get out of the 9. 2 draws and a win, I think. Maybe 2 wins. I'm still sober. I can't believe I said 2 wins.
2 wins. Well,
I think we'll see it out, and obviously the Europa League's going to play a big part in everything.
Yeah.
You know, how he goes. I just hope we get enough people back, and we seem to be doing reasonably well in it. I just, you know, it's just trepidation every time. Doesn't matter who we play. You just think, fuck, are we gonna do that? Are we gonna be all right? So. Yeah, I'm with him all the way. He's such a nice guy. I just believe in him. I don't really know why, actually, but he's a very nice person.
Steve, if we got to the Europa final, won it, finished 16th, 17th, would you be happy?
That would satisfy me. I'd
keep
stay with him as long as the club back him.
Yeah,
you know, it seems to me like someone was saying, I'm not a business-minded person, but it's obvious they treat it like a portfolio. So they've got the football club. You know, they do the concerts and the boxing and blah, blah, blah. And they're sort of juggling it around, but they're not really concentrating enough on the football. Yeah. I think they should have really got the club to a good high status and backed it so that we're actually right up there all the time in the top 4, winning trophies. And then diverse. Things, but it's business.
Yeah, could you imagine, guys, we got to the end of the season and we'd won the Europa. And then Ange comes out and you know, he's talking to all the media and he says, I told you I was winning a trophy my second season. Could you imagine Jamie Carragher and Neville and how much they'd hate it? Could you imagine that? That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
It'd be brilliant. I really detest this, but I think it's a kind of an English thing that kicking someone when they're down. You know,
yeah, but it's also a Tottenham thing, really, Steve, because all the pundits on Sky Talksport, they hate Spurs.
Jamie
they hate
Redknapp
us.
And Carragher and these people, they're just terrible.
But Steve, the big thing with Carragher was he made himself look stupid when he said Brentford will score at least 3 past us. He made himself look like an idiot.
They do that.
So, you know, he was just waiting for the defeat at Anfield. You know, he had to try and, you know, save a bit of face because he made himself look like an idiot. But I would just love to rub that in their faces because they're all just getting ready for us to go out to Europa. But, you know, the next game in March, you know, we could do all right.
We've got Spurs fans who seem to be waiting for us to go out of it as well, which is totally amazing for me. You know, you see what they're saying in the way they talk. I know a lot of them are just not real fans, but they seem to want him to fail, so we get rid of him for some reason. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know who they think we're going to get. It's better to devil you know sometimes.
Yeah,
Chris will tell you that. I've said since the start we'll win the Europa.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah,
definitely get to the final. Because unfortunately, we'd fall at the last hurdle too often.
I don't know. I think we've got a good chance in this one. You know, the new system, they don't drop out of Champions League into Europa. We've got a good chance.
Gary has constantly said that he thinks we're going to win the Europa League. Steve, before you go, there's a comment here from Hope Gaming. So thank you so much for your comment. It is a myth that injuries are the reason. He has gaslit you guys with his sweet words. He has lost to Leicester, Ipswich, Crystal Palace and Brighton with a full 11. Steve, you probably heard, I've asked a couple of the guests already, do you think that Ange Postecoglou can turn it around? Do you think he can turn it around? Because he seems to be given the time and the patience at the moment. You know, not all fans agree with that. A lot of fans expected Ange to go. When I come out of Villa Park yesterday, the amount of fans that actually stopped me whilst coming out saying, Chris, surely this is Ange's last game. But the board seem to be giving him time. They seem to be very sympathetic about the injuries. Are you surprised by this, Steve? And going back to Hope Gaming's comment there, saying that he's lost to Leicester, Ipswich, Palace and Brighton, of course, frustrating defeats. What reasons do you put behind those defeats?
It's still part of the build. It's still part of the build. You know, he's got to get the players used to playing the way he wants them to play. And so it's going to lose now and again. I always go back to I hold up Sir Alex Ferguson as a perfect example. How many seasons was it they gave him before he actually won a trophy? Because I'll tell you why Spurs fans are saying now, we want him out, it's enough. It's because we're used to that. Yeah. We're used to giving a manager hardly any time. And I don't think 18 months is bloody enough time. I'll give him to the end of the season.
But you know what, Steve? You're right. Like that comment, Chris, that just went up there, you know, it's a good valid comment. But I think a lot of Tottenham fans, like what Steve said, you know, they almost want us to fail and go out. This is the same manager where we went to Old Trafford, hammered them, went to the Etihad, hammered them, absolutely battered Villa, you know, battered West Ham, and then kept the clean sheet last week against Brentford. So let's be real about it. You can't just have it your own way and say, well, we've lost to Palace and, you know, we gave Ipswich their first win. We have battered all these teams as well.
Yeah,
I love it when you put a bit of balance on it, Gary.
But it's true though. You know, a lot of these sort of Ange out and leave the out ones want to focus on the defeats, which I get. But along the way, there's been some good wins.
Yeah, there has been. You know, I just think he hasn't had enough time.
No,
we're just used to that all the time, chopping and changing with managers.
Yeah, new manager, and then Levy gets away with everything then because you sack someone and gets a new one in.
Bring someone
it
else
appeases the fans, doesn't it?
Repeat, isn't it? It's Let's give him I'd give him next season as well, and then if he doesn't do anything, out.
Yeah, agreed.
It's too early.
Steve, thank you so much for joining us. And thanks for all of your input on all of the shows. You're always here, so thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks very much. No, thanks for having me, guys. And I really enjoyed the program. All your speakers, I've enjoyed them all.
Yep, thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
We'll be talking after a win against Man U.
Absolutely. Cheers, Steve.
All right, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Now, there are a lot of very good and valid opinions in the comments section right now. As I mentioned earlier, if you'd like to get involved in a future show, please do join us. Just email me, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com, and we will send you the link for the next show to join us and come on and have a rant about Spurs. Give us your thoughts, give us your opinions. Let us know how you are feeling right now. We are now going to go to Terry. Terry, good evening. How are you?
Surviving. How are you doing?
You right, Tom?
Yeah. I know how you feel, Terry. I tell you, it's all well and good Ange Postecoglou saying these players are tired. I feel like a lot of us fans are quite tired at the moment as well.
Oh, hello, little man. All right, mate?
So like, he wants to get on quick. Look, what I've got to put him up in
Come on,
the...
you Spurs.
Hello.
Spurs.
Who's your favourite player?
Son.
Oh, love it. That's
Top
Chris
man.
Cowlin's favourite player as well.
I know, yeah, definitely. Of course,
Terry, how are you feeling about Spurs right now? Because all joking aside, going out of 2 cup competitions in a matter of 4 days, it's hard to take. I feel like a lot of Spurs fans were pinning their hopes on winning a trophy this season. Given our league position at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just rinse and repeat, innit? I mean, literally, I've been on there a few times now, and the conversation we've had, it's just the same a few weeks later. It's literally nothing changing. Obviously, we're holding out for a cup. The last question you've been asking everyone, will it change once we've got our squad back? When I first jumped on here, the first thing I said to you about was the Palace game, the Ipswich game, when we've all been pretty much full strength. So how is it going to change if it wasn't right in the first place? And a few quarters back, I think the other Gary mentioned it went wrong since the Chelsea game when it was still trying to attack with 9 men. Like, there's cracks there to be seen. I just think I think there's everyone's going to jump on Levy's back. And, I might not be the most liked person on the chat tonight if I'm not saying Levy's not to blame. Yes, obviously he's made dodgy decisions and recruitment and sacking Mourinho, etc. Obviously the wages. But, it's not just Levy. Levy's not the reason we didn't get a shot on target against Liverpool. Against Vila, overrun in midfield, like holes everywhere. That's tactics. That's on the manager. Regardless what 11 he's putting out, he's got to tell them what they should be doing. I just think, I don't know, well, obviously you've got your injuries, yes, and obviously they would make us better. Granted, I don't know. Honestly, I'm at a loss with it right now. And I heard people tell me that they don't celebrate the goals. I've been like that for ages. I only celebrate when I know we actually might have a chance to win. Like yesterday, we get one back. Of course, I'm not going to celebrate that because there's no chance of us winning. When there's might go 1-0 up on the very odd occasion, I might celebrate that. But normally we're behind already, and then I'm just going to celebrate when we're trying to make a comeback. But that's I've not celebrated goals for ages. I think it was a bit like Chelsea, last season when they was just losing game after game after game, and it's just an expectation now. And I think that's what we are right now. We're just expected to lose. If they can't get up for a semi-final, and you'd either gone all or nothing. You'd either put 5 at the back and try and grind it out. Like Newcastle done that. Newcastle put 5 at the back against Arsenal. Obviously, they granted those 2-0 up already. They still won anyway. But I think the main thing we're missing as well is pace. We have like no pace up top. If you compare us to any other, top 6 teams, Arsenal, Saka, Martinelli, I don't know, Liverpool, Diaz, Salah, Gakpo, Chelsea, Neto, Palmer, Madueke, Gordon and Murphy for Newcastle. We can't do that anymore. Son's losing a bit of legs. Johnson, I think I've mentioned before, he don't actually take on a player. I can't remember. He gets he arrives at the back post, but then you need someone else on the left-hand side who's got the pace to whip that ball in. I just think we should have gone. We needed a striker in the January transfer. Obviously, we got Tell, but I don't know if he's a striker. He's very, very small. I know obviously Defoe made it and stuff, but I think they're completely different.
Can I go there, Terry, about Tell? Because, of course, he then went into that number 9 role. He started out on the left. Where would you play him for the next game? Surely he's got to go down the middle.
Well, we ain't got no option, have we? Obviously, with Richie out, I've said I don't think Son can play as a striker, which I've mentioned a couple of times. So I don't think Son can play as a striker personally. I think probably Tell was. I know obviously there's reports from Sky Germany, whatever, saying that he is a striker and he's not a winger.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? We ain't got. Scarlett's not made the bench for the last couple of weeks. I don't know if he's got an injury or anything, but obviously at the moment Richie's gone. Solanke's out still. He's got to start. And for me, I think Solanke's our most important player. Who would you say our most important player is? Apart from obviously maybe Van der Ven is maybe close second. I think Solanke brings so much to us because he can do that hold up play. He brings everyone in. He brings the wingers in. Obviously, he can score. I don't even think we've got that many natural good finishers. I think we've had Like our midfield three have been there for ages now. Well, not ages, but we've had a good few weeks of their midfield three, or even four, to put Burko in there. They've not been good enough. Not been good enough. Maybe, obviously, the future is putting Gray in there, but I think Solanke is so good, obviously. And you say about Van der Ven being the next most important player, right? Why? Because he's got pace. Because, like I've just mentioned, all them other wingers have got pace. So you need Van der Ven to keep up with them. There's no one that needs to keep up with us because we're not going to get there anyway. But
it's interesting. It's interesting, Gary, isn't it? What Terry says there about Solanke, because you look at that Liverpool game, you look at the Aston Villa game, no pressing in that final third at all. Dejan Kulusevski was obviously told by Ange, don't do any pressing in these matches. But Terry's right. Is when you're not pressing, and it's funny because I said this on one of the shows a couple of weeks ago that Dominic Solanke, being a striker, you're always going to be judged and measured on how many goals you're going to score. But the amount of work that guy does
I said that to you before he got injured. The amount of work he done off the ball, the runs and everything. Holding the ball up. Bringing the defenders over, making space for the others. He's got all of that, but it gets us back to the same thing. Another player injured, we're waiting for him to come back, and then do we bring him back too soon? Does he get injured again? And then where do you stand, Terry, in regards to? Actually, let me ask you a couple of questions. First one,
not boxing here, is it?
All these players, are you thinking this is just Ange? Are you thinking this is a bit to do with the training? Do you think it's how we're setting up? Where would you, or do you just think it's just really bad luck? Where are you with it?
I mean, there is a bit of bad luck, but it's not ultimately on that whatsoever. It's a mixture, isn't it? It's no one. There's not one person's to blame. Levy for not backing. We lose so many potential transfers because we're not willing to pay his wages. And definitely tactical. Like I said, no matter our 11 yesterday was still decent 11. Tactically we was getting run all over the place. Literally, we looked like an under 23 team playing a Premier League team or something. That's why he had to put Bissouma on to get a hold of it in midfield. He was getting overrun. The gap stayed the first goal. I don't even know. We had 5 players around Morgan Rogers in the middle. That's tactics. So that's on Ange. Yes, obviously he keeps moaning. Obviously he has got a point. Obviously, you want your full team, absolutely. And obviously, I think we bought too many young players in. Obviously, Dan was obviously that little bit older, but that's where we're attracting them 18, 19-year-olds. We need like the likes of what we used to have, like Højbjerg and Perisic, that when we're struggling in a game to get hold of the game and use their experience. We haven't got that at the moment. So I'm not saying they're the best 2 players in the world, but they had experience, and we don't. What experience have we got right now? We don't. I don't think we have any. So I think I don't. Obviously, the players again, they've got to give more. Yes, they could be absolutely shattered, but you're a professional football player. You train in, week out. The recovery is second to none. You've got all your stupid things on your legs and whatever. You've got your diet. You've got everything. It's not like when I used to play. Have a bacon roll and a Red Bull or whatever. Probably Red Bull went away back then. But he's not getting the goals in, isn't he? You know what I mean? So
sounds like your diet, Gary.
That's there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all there. So that's in place. The recovery's in place. The IS baths, everything's there. So they still need to perform well. Yes, they're going to be shattered. I get it. But you train, your body's ready. You can recover. They've got to do better. So I think everyone's to blame.
One question I want to ask you very quickly. It's really out of the blue, this one, but I just want to ask you because I think you might have a good answer to this. When we do get some players back, would you like to see Son dropped and brought on as an impact sub, or do you think we still start Son?
I mean, wingers wise, again, this is what I said, we needed wingers come in. But at the moment, I think we've got primarily all left wingers. That's the problem as well. Moore's probably best off the left. Odebear, we've only seen 3 games, maybe. Kulusevski's used on a wing. He's not a winger. So the only right winger we've got is Johnson. I think I mentioned before, I reckon we needed a right winger. I do think Son is struggling. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, sorry to offend you, Chris, but last minute of the game, we're about to attack a Villa, and he's passed the ball behind someone. 93rd minute, he's got a free kick, and he's put it straight in the keeper's hands when we're 2-1. I'm just it's frustrating. That chance he had, he's got to score that. He's got to score that. Son in confidence scores that. We need them goals at the moment. So. Potentially, yes. Obviously, it all depends on where Tell plays, where Odebear plays, and hopefully Werner goes. But
I think it's getting to that time now, isn't it? I think where that conversation has to come up, and we have to start looking at him as maybe not starting games.
Every
obviously
player goes through tough periods. Yeah,
of course. Yeah, here he goes. Jumps to defence.
Yeah. I was waiting for it, Tel. I was waiting for it.
No, look. He leads by example when he's training, and obviously everyone loves the guy. This is something we've mentioned before as well about that. Like the old Roy Keane types. He's completely different to that. But we could do with someone like that. I'm not saying you can't be stripping him of captaincy because it's just that's a bit much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Terry.
I'm not saying that. I just think we want more of him, from him. But yeah, you can't just strip him of his captaincy. That's just savage from what he's done for the club. But yeah, we definitely need more of him. I don't know what more he can give, but it's just I think the confidence is low throughout the team. I think probably Ange is probably low on confidence. He ain't got his players. That's why he keeps blaming all the injuries. So yeah, I don't know. I think in the summer, I know you said about would you win Europa and finish 15th or 16th? Would you be happy? Yes, I'd be happy with winning a cup because obviously it's needed. Yeah. However, it still 100% needs to be looked at whether he's the right man going forward. Like I said, going back to the Palace, whatever game, we had that basically our first team, and we're still not good enough. So what's automatically going to flick of a switch, and we're going to be good, and all of a sudden we're going to be amazing and pumping team 3-0.
We do pull out them results sometimes, though. We can win.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. We've done it against the likes of City and stuff, but then there's the drop off. It's just it goes from one game you do good. I don't know
how the same team loses at home to Ipswich and then goes up to the Etihad. And I know City ain't the team they used to be, but let's be honest. Cool. You lose at home to Ipswich and then you absolutely hammer City.
I don't see what changes if we sack him now. I'm in a box. I'm not in a box. I'm on a fence. So
keep him for now.
What's going to change realistically? Mason ain't going to do nothing. No manager's going to come in now. They'll want a full pre-season. Yeah, so no one's going to want to come in now. What's going to change? Look, we've got a good chance in Europa. I think. I'm not saying we're going to win it. We've got a good chance. I think we're up. Well, hopefully you're right. I think we've got. I think we're joint favourites with United. Yeah. But obviously we've got. He is a month or so away for our first next game. Sorry. So hopefully we'll have Van der Ven. I don't know what I feel like. Something fish is going on with Romero though. I don't know.
I think he wants to go Real Madrid. Tell.
His first love is Argentina. Martinez gets injured, didn't he? What's he do? He puts a post on Instagram about Martinez. Dragusa gets injured. He gets F all. Do you know what I mean? That's with me. His head's literally on Argentina. He's so many times he's not played for us, and he's gone to play for RG. What's that about? I feel like something suspect there. If you're asking me.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, so I don't know, man. I really don't. But yeah, I said as well a couple of things ago. I said we would lose to Brentford, so I got that one wrong. But then I was right about the next two. I said the next point we'd pick up would have been Man United. We done all right against Brentford. We defended well.
Yeah.
And again, I've said the only one that's actually direct and has got a bit of pace about it is our fullback in Spence, and that's just not right. So hopefully we can't lose. We at least draw against United. Hopefully we'll pick up a 2-1 win.
We'll beat United, mate.
Hopefully we pick up 2-1 and win up. Obviously, I don't even know if Adogi comes in the squad. This is another thing we discussed. With I said I'll start Spence left back and Porro right back, but again we'll see.
Point.
Ipswich we've got to beat because obviously we owe them for what they've done to us. And then the City, still City. So
that's a guaranteed win for us, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but knowing what we're going for, we'll probably get pumped 5-0 or something.
Yeah, you just don't know, do you?
But Terry, hopefully we get some points, mate.
Yeah. Terry, you've had some great feedback from the viewers on here. You're always such a great guest. We're going to have to get you on the podcast in the very near future, so we'll be in touch. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you soon.
No worries. All the best, mate. Take care.
Cheers. Bye, mate.
Bye.
Right, we're now going to go to Billy.
I like Terry. He was good.
Billy, good evening. Now, Billy is very similar to myself. Every single time I either go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or an away ground, Billy is there. Billy is always supporting the team through thick and thin. Billy, how are you feeling right now?
Depressed. Totally and utterly depressed.
Is that a Gascoigne shirt behind you there, Billy, is it?
Yeah.
Is he your favourite player?
No, Kane's my favourite.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gascoigne for me, mate. He's my hero.
Gaz was special, but you're never going to see someone score over 200 goals again, are you?
No, admittedly, but how many players scored on their debut against Arsenal with no boot on?
That's true. That is true. And scored the free kick at Wembley.
Oh, I was there, mate. That was some goal, Billy, I'll tell you.
Is he going to have a crack? He has a crack.
He is, you know. You know
Here
what?
we
That
go.
was at least 35, maybe 40 yards out. That was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah. Also, Danny Rose's debut goal against them.
Oh, that was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah. I remember being in the old Park Lane then.
I like this, Chris. We've started this one on a positive.
Do you know, I started talking to Billy, he looked miserable as hell, and then you start talking, and then he's smiling.
Chris, you normally cheer me up.
Do you know what we're doing? We're reminiscing. We're reminiscing, mate.
When I see you last on Thursday night,
Yeah.
I was, you know my opinions on the ownership, so we don't need to go there. But I at least went in with some belief. I thought, and then I don't know. I mean, someone had a go at me last night because I said I've left more games in the last 3 months early than I have in the last 10 years. Why should I stay behind there and support them players when they put in inept performances like they have in the last couple of games?
Yeah,
I don't think they deserve. I heard Chris say about players walking down the tunnel. If they're getting booed, I don't blame them. I walked out because I don't think they deserve my support.
I was the same, Billy. I walked out.
I've had enough.
Same. I did the same.
I've had enough of the same bullshit excuses.
Yeah.
Well, I accept he's had injuries, but some of it's tactical. I've heard what everyone said. Why was Porro so far forward and 5 players in midfield? Why don't you start out an FA Cup game with a solid, just a solid base, get your foothold in the game, and then go for it? Kinski could have done better. Well, should have done better. Let's not totally eradicate Kinski from this, but he's a 19-year-old kid.
And he done some good saves as the game went on, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he kept us in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have slaughtered us.
5 or 6, isn't it?
So I'm not going to get too much on his back. I think Vicario does have to come back in when he's fit.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
So I weren't sure. I was on the fence with that. But looking at the options now and the inexperience of the goalies. But I weren't Ange out until after the Liverpool game. I've mellowed a bit because it ain't all on him. He hasn't been back properly.
That's when you switched then, Billy, is it, after the Liverpool game?
Yeah. I was always on the fence. I thought he was doing God's work, actually. It was because he was turning all the heat on Levy.
Yeah.
That's the way I looked at it. But he's shown Levy up. He didn't do nothing to the last 2 days of the transfer window. Someone had a go at me last night on Twitter. So I went through saying, I've been to 14 games, Tottenham games, including under 21s, FA Youth Cup games, this year alone.
Yeah.
And yet someone's got the cheek to dig me out. Probably hasn't even been to the stadium.
That's X all over though, Billy, man.
I won't say to you on this channel what I called him because it wasn't polite.
Billy, can I ask you this? Because as you know, I go to a lot of games. You go to a lot of games.
I've not seen you at a game, Chris.
Right, and I know some people would say to the likes of me and you, well, don't go then. If you're not happy, don't go. You don't have to go to these matches, right? But of course, it's in us. We have to go. We have to be there, right? Yeah. How hard is it for you as a fan to keep going, having these types of results, having these types of performances? Because these last few days, going up to Liverpool on that Thursday, coming home, then going up to Aston Villa on the Sunday, coming home after those performances, results. How hard has it been for you in the last couple of months? Because I said to someone the other day when Ange was in the press conference saying we're playing Thursday, Sunday, for 5 weeks running, Thursday, Sunday. I tell you what, Billy, it's taken out of me as a fan. Traveling to all these places, of course, European aways as well. Thursday, Sunday. It takes it out of you, doesn't it, as a fan sometimes?
I mean, today I'm exhausted. I'm absolutely exhausted today. What was one of the comments yesterday? Oh, the players must be tired. I mean, What about the fans?
Yeah.
I'm not a professional athlete. I don't get paid £100 a week. Do you know what I mean? I'm recovering from a bloody heart attack, and I still manage to go to games and put in the effort. And the minimum I require from a player on the pitch, I don't mind losing, but losing the style we've lost without any effort, I cannot tolerate. I told you what I felt about Basuma before the game on against the Liverpool game, and he went and done the exact same thing again. Gave that ball away that cost us the first goal at Anfield. Do you remember, Chris? I said, I don't want to see him in a Spurs shirt. And that was before he'd even made the mistake.
Yeah.
I'm done with him.
I'll tell you what, that's not a good mix to have, though. Recovering from a heart attack and a Spurs fan.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, you need to be careful, Billy.
You've got to really be careful.
I've basically got hospital in the morning to find out when my next procedure is.
Yeah, let's try and reminisce some more good times, mate. Save your heart.
No, I'm trying to keep myself a little bit on the. I've stayed off X today because I do not want to get into.
Good idea. Good idea.
I do not want to get.
And we'll get a good win on Sunday. We'll beat Man United.
We're going to beat Man United because the only saving grace I think in the league is Man United are a bigger club than us. Let's be honest, they always will be.
Yeah.
And they're a bigger shit show than us.
Massively, yeah. Worse than us.
Billy, I don't know whether you were waiting in the green room when we had Billy and Jay on from Change for Spurs.
I listened to that. I was doing something, but I put my phone on for that one.
What realistic change would you like to see at the football club? Because both you and I have spoken before many times about changes at the football club, and those guys rightly said that we've it's a line that I use a lot as well. Since we moved into the stadium, 7 different managers, including Ange Postecoglou now. We can't keep going on like this of keep replacing managers. I know you want Ange gone now, but I mean, at some point you're going to have to appoint a manager, back them.
I'll backtrack a little bit because Thursday I was fuming. Friday I was still fuming. Still not happy with the way he set up against Vila. The start, that first goal was. I mean, people say that you can't blame Levy for everything. No, you can't blame him for that. But then, with the one thing I'll allude on what Tell said, you can't blame Levy. You can blame Levy because we haven't had a shot on target because we haven't got a backup striker. And the reason why Scarlett can't play is he's cup tied.
He was cup tied, yeah, for that one. But. To ask you the question, and the many conversations we've had before about your discontent with the board, etc. What realistic change would you like to see happen now at the football club?
Realistically, let me just walk away from all footballing decisions, get in someone competent to run the recruitment. Hopefully, Fab comes back. I mean, he's got a decent track record. Players he brought in,
he's always there.
Yeah, so I believe he's there. I believe he has some sort of role within the club. You can't have someone with that experience around the club not giving you any input, can you? Do you believe so or not?
I think he'll be back in June when his ban is up. I think he'll be back. I see him at the stadium all the time. Billy, were you happy with the transfer window in January?
No, because we need. How many games did we play from the 1st of January? 9. So we got Intel and.
But Johan Langer come out and said.
I like the fact we got the goalie in straight away. We were in desperate needs of goalie, but we needed. But them players are dead on their feet. That's not Ange's fault. Or is it? I don't know if it's the training methods. People bring up stats of how many people got hamstring injuries when he was manager at Celtic, this, that, and the other. Is that could just be bad luck? I'm not a medical expert, so I can't. I'm not going to judge that. But we needed bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not being funny. We needed a centre half. It was obvious Mickey Van der Ven was. He's in that injury. Why play him again? I'm not being funny. Elfsberg were a pub team. Let's be honest. And you risk him, Mickey Van der Ven, your most key defender against Elfsberg when you've got 2 big games coming up. Like even Udogie, if he's back on Sunday, he can't play 90 minutes. He ain't got 90 minutes in him, has he?
Mm.
You can't expect him to be injured again.
Billy, I'm going to try and lift the mood a bit, mate. Right, because I'm thinking of your art here. So I want to ask you what your favourite all-time memory or game. It can be either or. Being a Tottenham Hotspur fan, because I'd be intrigued because you've been a Spurs fan for a while. I'm getting you go to pretty much all the games, so I want to know what your favourite memory ever is.
He's smiling again.
I've still got that Danny Rose moment, but do you know what?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you remember the Kane in the mask goal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of my favourites, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I know we did draw that game
2-2
in the end because Luis cocked up and Sanchez nipped in, didn't he? But I think that's one of my favourite goals. But
Danny Rose goal on his debut and the Harry Kane equaliser.
Yeah, and obviously you got the Lucas Moura hat trick. But
that was good, wasn't it?
Just for the reason I was trying to get out the Bale hat trick in the San Siro.
Yeah.
But when he got that third goal, I said to my mate, "We're going to win next week. We're going through," because that night under the lights, the taxi from there's so many nights I've enjoyed. And I mean, even Lucas Bergwijn gave me one of my best moments as a Spurs fan. I was literally getting up from the equaliser.
Leicester.
As I'm getting up, some fella who I was in Ajax with when Moura scored the winner appeared out of nowhere because I was walking out of the stadium, and all of a sudden, me, Dan, and Josh are together again just by pure luck. We got up off the stairs, and the ball's gone in the back of the net, and we've won the game 4-3.
Mental.
So I could even go back to when I first started. My first trip to Villa Park, 1987. We beat Watford 4-1 in the FA Cup semi-final. Probably last FA Cup semi-final we won.
Yeah, nice. So there's some good times there, you know. They'll be coming back soon enough. They'll be coming back.
And when this owner goes, I believe they will.
Yeah.
And but at the moment, like I heard what Billy said and Jay, I believe, and Billy was right. You look at the wages, how much wages you pay to where players finish, the teams finish in the league. We're third, fourth bottom. Where are we in the league?
Yeah,
we're around about where we pay our wages.
Yeah,
like the transfer, you could say we paid 65 million for Solanke. Man United's paid 65 million for Sebastian Veron 10 years ago. And they still, but I don't want to be in that wage bracket where we've got to offset Rashford for 300 grand a week. I don't want us to go down that route.
No,
just pay parity.
Just a bit more.
Pay,
you know what I mean?
What we pay as fans, because we spend a lot of money on our tickets.
Lot of dough, yeah.
So why don't we just get the same back in return? Because we're expected to give a lot, like Chris said. He looks shat. He looks tired. I'm done at the moment.
Yeah.
But like an idiot, after tomorrow, I'm going to Orient tomorrow night to go and see some of our youngsters play.
Yeah.
Billy, last question for you, and I want to go there with the youngsters, because what do you make of the club's strategy in terms of bringing all these youngsters in? Because Johan Langer, as much as people have criticised him on the stream today, that is the club's a big focus at the moment. Trying to identify all of these young players through data and bring all of these young players to the football club. Of course, we made 3 signings on deadline day for the development side, always trying to identify top talent. What have you made of the under-21s? Because I've said on this podcast and on this channel throughout this season that I felt like Ange Postecoglou should have used some of the under-21 players that we had last season, because the under-21 team last season, when we won 2 trophies at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, probably the best development side that I've seen in my lifetime, play for Spurs.
He threw Will Lancashire in the Lions' den at Galatasaray. Right, he got sent off. He scored his first goal. He never got a look in after that.
Yeah.
And during that time, Solanke got run into the ground and is now injured. Lancashire might not be 100% ready, but you would never know unless you gave him more minutes. And he proved he was capable. He's a big, strong 19-year-old lad. He had more minutes in him than he was given. I don't disagree with the loans. I disagree with some of the choices of the players they've had on the bench, because if you watch the under-21s, there's players that are playing better that ain't getting on the bench. And there's also, like I say, there's... I just don't know. But my favourite two players of the season so far are literally Gray and Bergville. So buying the youngsters, I don't have an issue with. If they're good enough, they're old enough.
You're obviously going to go and see Jamie Donnelly and Josh Keeley, who have played extremely well for Leyton Orient this season. Yeah,
it's a strange one. I'm going to be in the Mansfield end tomorrow. My friend is actually, he's a bit older than me, and he's a Mansfield fan. No, not Mansfield. Mansfield's his second club, but he hates West Ham. Apparently, the story is years ago, Mansfield beat West Ham. It's their biggest result in their history, because he comes from over that way, and being a West Ham Tottenham fan with all his West Ham mates, he made Mansfield his second team, and he's always dug me out. Come to a Mansfield game with me. Come to a Mansfield game with me. So he's gone and found a game where he said, we've got Matthew Craig. They've got two of your players, two of your favourite players that you spoke to me about hell of a lot last season. Come to the game with me. So I'm getting dragged along tomorrow to go and see. We've got to go and watch Mansfield in the Mansfield end.
Billy, you're meant to be slowing down, mate.
I know I am. But...
You're in recovery.
I'll be all right. Tomorrow's just a precaution. I've done what I had to do this morning. I got up and I haven't done a lot today. I had a nice little nap before this afternoon.
Have a good one tomorrow then, Billy.
I'm sure. Hopefully I enjoy it. I'd like to see a Donnelly goal, but I'll have to be quiet, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Billy, I'll see you Thursday at Watford.
Yeah, I'll see you on Thursday. I'll definitely be there. I'm looking forward to seeing Tynan Thompson and Luca Barnett-Williams again.
Yeah.
Billy, they look talents.
Yeah. There's a lot of talents in the Tottenham Hotspur under 18s, under 21s. A lot of talent in there, and of course we're always adding to it, which is exciting for the future. But as I've always said, for the last couple, exactly.
That's why I'm disappointed with the January transfer window.
Yeah,
it took so long. I like the other thing. Do you remember on Thursday night when Tell came on, a 19-year-old kid making his debut, having a go at senior pros?
Yeah.
But how ballsy was that?
Yeah, and also
I
just
liked that.
Yeah, minutes into his debut, Billy, right where we were standing, actually, waving his arms in the air, trying to get the fans going.
The fans going, shouting at the players. I love that. I actually love that. That's what I want to see. Passion from a player, not what the rest of them were producing. Yeah.
Billy, you're going to have to come on here more regular. We always enjoy your views. So thanks so much for coming on, and I'll see you Thursday.
Nice meeting you, Bill. See you, mate.
It's nice to meet you, Gary.
Cheers.
Cheers, thanks.
Gary, we've got some great guests on tonight.
I tell you, mate, Billy sounds like he goes to all the games like you, Chris, does he?
He does. Always there. Always there. Always say hello to him.
Under 21s, the lot, yeah?
Yeah, goes to a lot. Go to all the
European ones as well?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Wow.
Right, we're now going to go to New York, and we're going to talk to Terry. Terry, how are you?
I'm okay. Hey guys, how are you guys doing?
Oh, Terry, listen, I've seen you many a time on Chris's show, man. It's a privilege to have you on here. How are you? Are you good?
I was just going to say the same thing about you, Gary. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have enjoyed your commentary so many times.
Mate, I'm honoured, honestly. You're a legend in my book, mate. I mean, listen, you're smiling like me. I don't know how that's possible after the last week we've had.
Hey, what's the matter with you two?
Yeah, Chris, I've got it. So I haven't been able to listen. I've been working, so I haven't heard the commentary thus far. But I'm sorry, Chris, but you're looking a little rough. You look like you haven't shaved.
I'm feeling it.
Got a lot of sleep. I know.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling rough. I can tell you that.
You caught a cold, didn't it, and had the flu and stuff? Did you?
On Saturday, I must say, I was in bed for most of the day, felt absolutely rough, and then going up to Villa yesterday. I'm feeling rough, Terry.
Doing the show the other night, and
thank you for pointing it out.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah,
that's what I love, Terry. He not only smiles like me, but he just hits you when you're down, like I do as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
Terry, how you feeling, mate? Honestly, all jokes aside, after going out of the 2 cup competitions, are you still positive for the rest of the season, or are you feeling like this is kind of the season's done now? Where are we?
Actually, can I just read this comment out from Matthew? My missus just came in and said, "Why are you watching a podcast with Poch, Madders, and Son?" I don't know what to say.
Who's who? I don't know.
You know what? Rodrigo Bentancur told me I look just like Son. So hey, I'll take that.
Mate, that's brilliant.
Let's not go there, Terry. We might get a 7-match ban.
So Gary,
let's move on quick.
I mean, it's all dependent on the Europa League now, isn't it? I almost don't care about the remaining Premier League games because they're probably going to bring more pain than joy, honestly, right? So at this point, I've always been supportive of Ange, and I really think he should see out the year, and I think he's going to see out the year. I think all this talk of Ange in and Ange out, I think the board have rightly decided that they're going to give him to the end of the year no matter what happens, even if we keep losing. And I think we just kind of accept that fact and we ride with him until the end here. I have been wondering though, because a lot of the reason why I've been so supportive is that I feel like with the current squad, he gives us the best chance to win these competitions. Now, obviously, these last 4 or 5 days have completely just, have ruined that sentiment. Yeah. But I now wonder with the Europa League, which I'm putting all the eggs in now. It makes me wonder, does Ange give us the best chance at winning that? Or does somebody else, whether it's Mason, whether it's Gary O'Neill, where they're just throwing random names out there, would they actually give us a better chance? And I can't help but start wondering that now. It's
that's interesting. So would you consider then swapping Ange for Ryan Mason, him coming back in as an interim manager?
No, honestly, I think Ange would give us a better chance than Mason.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, but the worrying thing about the past 2 games, especially those open highways.
James Gordon.
Good old Craig.
I love it, Craig.
I don't know who James Condon is. It's a
oh, dude, we're putting about 8 more stone, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So but the worrying thing about the tactics, the last 2 games, which is making me worry about the Europa League, is that, I mean, the midfield, it's been like we've been opening these highways for the opposing teams. That Villa game, I feel like they could have scored 6 or 7 or 8. Like it feels like every single time they were going down, it was like we were escorting them like, Ole, come to. I feel bad for Danso, and I felt really bad for Gray, for both of them and for Kinski. Just the intense pressure and how easy it was. Just if you looked at this, Rodgers' face, McGinn's face, Jacob Ramsey's face, they looked like they were having a stroll in just in their backyard. They looked like they were having so much fun. It's really depressing to see that. So that worries me for the Europa League. Like if we go up against an Athletic Bilbao, a Galatasaray, the Lazio, playing like this with those tactics, there's no way we're going to advance in that tournament, and that's what's worrying, which is why I'm finally starting to question Ange here in those tactics.
Terry, are you confident though that it can turn around under Ange? Because when you look at the Feb fixtures, Man United at home, Ipswich away, Manchester City at home, realistically, how many points are we picking up? And also what I wanted to ask you is, Destiny Udogie should be back for the Manchester United game. Does he walk straight back into this team? and go at left back? And does Jed Spence still feature in the team? Does he go to right back? Does Pedro Porro drop out? What's the best solution for Ange here?
So I don't, with the way, I think Jed Spence is one of our best players right now. So whether it's at left back or right back, we have to find a spot for him. So I think he kind of gets first priority, and then we find other places for Udogie and Porro after that. I thought it was really interesting when he put Jed Spence at right wing the other day. I wouldn't mind seeing the three of them on the field together at times in different places. To go back to, do I think there's hope? Yeah, I do. I think a lot of it depends on Van de Ven. I'm realizing more and more how much Ange ball and just our way of playing really depends on Van
we
de
miss
Ven.
him loads, isn't it?
Yeah, and him being healthy. Him missing these last two games, like seemingly being fine after Elfsborg and then being out, that's really, really, really worrying. But it's we saw how many times he saved us when he played last year, right?
Yeah.
When teams would be on a fast break, and you need that one guy to come out and to catch up to the guy, and that's him. And that's him. We don't have anybody else like that. On all of the center backs, Dragishin, Gray, Davis, Danso, I think they've all done an admirable job. I really do. Given the circumstances, all of them, I applaud. But they are not Van de Ven, and they don't play the same way, and they don't give us that same flexibility going forward. I mean that first Villa goal where Porro was almost out of the screen altogether,
miles away,
like, to be that high and just to be that exposed, and Danso's kind of like you're sitting there like, oh geez, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And like it's just
uphill battle. After the first minute, you're away from home, Villa Park, and you do that. It's just like, oh mate.
Yeah. You know, especially after that Liverpool game, I was watching with my son. We couldn't watch the Liverpool game because it was during the week, but we're cautiously optimistic that was something to happen, and that just in the first minute, just completely deflating. I mean, I can't imagine what it was like for you guys to be there for that, but
yeah, it wasn't
just
great.
Completely deflating.
Anfield in particular was a painful one, man. I mean, that I'm still moaning about that. My back's still recovering from that journey. It was 7 hours to get up there.
Yeah. It's and it's. You said that a few months ago. I remember, Gary, and like this was during just another particularly bad patch where I felt like a lot of fans were being really toxic. But then you said something to the fact of, listen, you don't know what it's like to drive up to Newcastle, see a crazy performance, and then drive all the way back. And then that made me like, yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm sitting here in the nice comfort of my home watching this game. They have a right to boo. You have a right to complain. You have it's.
But I think
going
you know that's what I said to Chris earlier. I mean, I think like I know the fans get annoyed sometimes and they leave early and that, but I think that's the fans' prerogative. If they want to leave early, or they don't want to clap the players when they come over, and even to a certain extent, like I said to Chris earlier, sometimes the players don't come over to the fans, and it's not like they don't appreciate the fans travelling. They could just be really upset or annoyed with themselves. They feel like they've let the fans down. They feel like they don't, in a way, want to go up to the fans. There's a lot of things to take into account. But look, whether you go to games or whether you don't, we're all fans. We all want the same thing. We just want to get some results. We just want to get some wins. I
feel like Terry, Gary. I feel like Terry has very politely said, "Look what Spurs have done to you. Look how rough you're looking."
I wouldn't say it's just Spurs, Chris. I think generally you look rough.
Out of 2 cups, this is what they've done to me. Looking rough as hell, yeah.
The thing I love about Terry is he just says it like me.
That is what I was politely trying to say.
Yeah. Who needs friends like you two, eh?
I know, mate. It's brilliant. It's not like there's 100,000 people going to watch this, Chris. Is it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So if we was,
can I talk just real quick about the other night? You after the Liverpool game, you and Craig were talking about the whole culture and just why it seems to be the case, even though we with different managers, different players, different teams all together, and it just up to this point, I've thought all these conversations of Enoch out were kind of fruitless because there was nothing that he could do, and then I kind of realized I have a very specific example with an American team here, with the team that I grew up, that is just oddly similar to Spurs. So I grew up in the DC area. So my NFL team is the Washington team. So when I first started watching that team and following the team, so I've been following them for 40 years now. They were one of the great franchises in the NFL. They won 3 Super Bowls in 10 years that I knew about them. The season ticket waiting list was 30 years. You have to wait 30 years to get on the list to get season tickets. And then in 1999, a local businessman bought the team, and for 24 years, exactly 24 years, they were in this state of mediocrity where they barely made the playoffs. That season ticket wait list not only disappeared immediately. I started getting emails that, you can get seats here, you can get seats here.
Yeah,
you would look at the games and the stadium would be 3/4 filled, half full. A lot of the opposing teams' fans would fill the stadium. Luckily for us as that fan base, that owner was just an awful human being. He had all these sexual harassment suits, and he was forced to sell the team 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, he sold the team. Just this past season, so the second season under this new ownership, I mean, immediately there was this immediate change of just culture and kind of the vibes. This team, just out of nowhere, was 1 game away from making the Super Bowl just in their second year. This is the same thing. In those 24 years, they had 10 different head coaches, 27 different quarterbacks. Quarterback's the most important position on an NFL team. And it was the same thing. Like, it was kind of just a team of losers. Like, why is the same thing keep happening here? That soft underbelly, just that loser mentality. And it's amazing how an ownership change can change the mentality like that. So that made me think, like, my gosh, like, maybe it's not fruitless to think about ENIC out. I don't know what we could do about that, but to see that immediate of a change after 24 years, and then in the second year to immediately flip like that, that is really what I'm hoping for Spurs. It's, again, I don't know because ENIC has what, 88% share now. There's really nothing. There's nothing we can do other than.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think. Do you think there could ever be a time where people would actually not go to the, has there ever been a time like that? Because like with the Washington team, I mean, it was pretty depressing.
I think, Terry, there will be times when fans don't go, or say, right, I'm giving up my season ticket, or I'm not going to go to the game. But there'll always be fans that will, and that's the thing, because it's your team, it's your club, you're a supporter in thick and thin, and that's the thing, and that's why I get it when fans say, protest, don't go to the games, or go to the games and don't buy the food or drink, or protest outside or whatever. There's a waiting list of hundreds of thousands of people, like they're home and away. Chris will tell you, especially at the stadium, and regardless of success in regards to what trophies won or not. I mean, I've been up and down the country. I've been to a lot of stadiums, and Tottenham by far is the best stadium. When I go to Anfield, I went to Leicester, I went to Old Trafford. When you go to them sort of stadiums and you compare them to Tottenham, they're dumps. Anfield was horrible. It's not nice. When you go in that Tottenham stadium, it's luxury, 5-star luxury. And I know the results of the games ain't always there, and we're frustrated with the board. But one thing you cannot deny, we've got the best stadium in the world, and it is amazing. And that's why there'll always be fans willing to go there,
Yeah. With this ownership too, again, I've only closely been following Spurs for the past 10 years, but my understanding is that before Levy took over, that we were just kind of a middle table club. We weren't a big club, and you have to give him credit for elevating us to that type of level. I think what's unfortunate, it almost feels like we've gotten the revenue that's coming in puts us in this tax bracket at that highest tax bracket, right?
Yeah.
So we've moved to the nice neighborhood, right? The nicest neighborhood in the country, but our neighbors are Real Madrid, Man City, Barcelona, Arsenal. So while we're in the nicest neighborhood, we're in the shittiest house in the nicest neighborhood, right? So we can't quite compete in terms like we look at their driveway, their players, and they have these Lamborghinis and these Ferraris, and we're in, you know, we don't quite have that. So it's almost like we're there at that top tax bracket, but we are the poorest of that top tax bracket, and just like we just can't compete. Like when you see who Liverpool rolls out against us versus who we have on the bench, it's just it's just a completely different level. It felt like a different. It felt like we're in different leagues. Like, honestly,
even Villa on Sunday, you know, they bring on Rashford, and you look at our bench, and there's nothing on it. Nothing.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm really impressed with what Villa have done, because they were almost relegated. What, 4 years ago? 5?
Well, yeah, Terry. Look, in 2019 they were playing Derby while we was in the Champions League final.
Are you? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. And
that's true. That's
that type of turnaround.
Did you see that, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reality. You know.
Yeah. Terry, last question. How are you feeling about the Manchester United game on Sunday?
They're the only club that's about as bonkers as we are, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's almost.
I don't know how you predict it.
They're healthier than we are. I mean, but I know Lissandro Martinez is out. I give us as good of a chance, I guess, with them and Ipswich. Ipswich and Southampton are probably the 3 most comfortable games for us. I mean, now that I've said that, we're going to lose all 3 of them, but it's
we'll beat Man U at least. I don't know about Ipswich.
Yeah, I'm feeling quietly confident about Man U, and I don't want to say that out loud because I was feeling quietly confident about Aston Villa. I thought we'd get a tie at Liverpool.
Yeah, I thought
we would get battered by Brentford. I was worried about Elfsborg. So I just don't know. I don't know anything. So it's I should have said I think we're gonna get battered by Man United, you know, and then so it's
I think we'll be all right, Man U. But that's the thing, though. So you can't predict Tottenham from any game. You can't predict it. You just don't know.
Yeah. I feel like Gary, you do have a slice of optimism and hope going forward. Chris, what about you? Is it the flu? That seems like are you optimistic at all for the rest of the season?
Gary's just deluded a lot of the time. That's the issue.
What about Europa League? Do you guys have any hope about that?
I think we're going to win it.
I've said the same thing too, Gary.
I said start of the season we'll win that. I did actually say we'd go out of the Carabao in the semi-final, and we did.
Gary actually wanted me to book accommodation, flights, etc. at the start of the season for the Europa League final, and I said no.
Yeah. So
I think we've got a good chance of winning it, especially with the new system where they don't drop from the Champions League into the Europa. We've got a good chance. You know, we're one of the favourites in it. And I think when you think the next game's in March, you know, we'll be doing 1 game a week, and we don't have a game until next month. I think we'll have a few players back, and I think we've got a good chance. I think we can get all the way to the final.
Yes, Gary, that's right. So with a month, with only 1 game a week, if we get Van den Ven, maybe Romero back, we know he's back.
Yep. Solanke, Madison,
Odegaard, so like that, then I would give us a chance. Like that gives me something to hang on to for the rest of the season here.
Yeah, and we hold on to that.
You hang on to that as well.
Terry, thank you so much for bringing some positivity here.
All right.
Cheers, Terry.
Great talking to you guys. Gary, pleasure to meet you again. Can't wait to talk again.
And you. Cheers, Terry. Thank
you, Terry. I'll be back to my usual self in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thanks for insulting him, mate. I loved it.
All right.
Cheers, Terry.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Speak to you soon.
I'll tell you what, mate. I love that one.
I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say.
Honestly, I just was cracking up, mate. He don't beat around the bush, does Terry, does he?
I'm going to go to someone who's always nice about me, and I'm going to go to Noel. Noel, how are you?
I'm good, Chris. Yourself?
Looking rough, apparently.
I'm a bit tired, actually, more than anything.
Tired as well, yeah. Thanks for pointing it out.
You don't think he looks a bit tired, Gary?
Wouldn't you be?
All the overtime you've been putting in recently, I don't know how you're doing.
He's got PTSD. It's post-Tottenham stress disorder.
Absolutely. Yep.
How are you feeling, Noel? How are you feeling at the minute?
Very disappointed yesterday. You know, conceding a goal after 59 seconds. Couldn't believe
Terrible, wasn't it?
You know, and we left ourselves too much to do. And Sonny missed a sitter.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, Chris, I keep going on all the time about decision-making mistakes. You know, I mean, it haunts us every time. You know, some of the decision-making is absolutely terrible.
Terrible.
You know, I mean, and like we made Aston Villa look like world beaters in the first half. I personally don't think they're as good as the TV people said they were. They got a lot of room in midfield, and I thought Ange actually waited too long to make a change. I actually, if I had been managing that team, I would have done something in the first half. You mightn't have, you know, it mightn't have been in personnel, but you could have tweaked it. You could have brought another player back into midfield. And
yeah, did you put a lot of that on Ange then yesterday? No, more so than the players, or
sorry, Gary.
Did you put more on that yesterday's result on Ange as opposed to the players, there?
I thought the first half was definitely, you know, he could definitely have brought somebody back into the middle without having to change the personnel. I think it was a bit harsh on Mikey Moore, but you know, he was going to come off at half time. But you know, there's so much disappointment. I just feel that the whole balance. I know we have a very depleted squad, and you know, we've something like 12 players out, and the players that are missing, it's the whole spine of the team. You know, the people say a team is built, you know, and the goalkeeper, centre half, midfield, striker. Like we have all that spine missing, so you know, it's not surprising struggling. And I keep thinking that Jed Spence is a wonderful player, but you know, he hasn't got the balance. I actually think that we need a left-sided defender on the left side. The only person available is Reguilon. I personally would play him.
Yeah.
And I would actually consider either putting Porro or Spence, probably Spence in midfield. Because
how do you feel about Porro, Noel, this season? What's your opinion on Porro this season?
I thought he was very poor yesterday. I mean, he was caught out badly in the first minute. Too far up the field. And even, you know, the one that he tried to clear, you know, it wasn't off the line, but near enough. And he sort of more or less teed it up for Rodgers. Chris uses a word all the time called knackered. And it's used here in Ireland quite a lot, but I think he looked absolutely spent yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of them did.
Hasten that the midfield got. But again, going back to mistakes, you know, I personally, I was surprised he took Bentancur off. I thought he would take Bergvall for the simple reason that Bergvall was like running around like a headless chicken in the first half, and he was making a lot of rash challenges, which he's prone to do. I like him as a player. Don't get me wrong; he has loads of energy. But after he got the yellow card,
he couldn't do any tackles then, could he?
He was afraid to make a tackle.
Yeah.
I thought he was the obvious man to take off.
Take off on the yellow, yeah.
When he was on the yellow, because he really was insignificant. And there was Sarr come on. Two things Sarr did that really absolutely annoyed me. He was in the inside right channel and he tried to push a ball. I can't remember who was running onto it. And it would have been in loads of space on the right-hand side coming into the penalty area. And he kicked it out over the line. And another thing that happened, I think it was very, very close to the end, but Villa were sort of hanging on. You know, he made a very bad foul when we could have got possession. And then Sonny even annoyed me in the last minute or two. We got a corner and, you know, he lobs it into the middle. And this 6'4" was supposed to be the best goalkeeper in the world, gobbles it up. Why not try something different? You know, I mean, anything. Could have been a deflection. It could have been an out fluke or a lucky penalty, but probably didn't deserve it. No. Lots and lots of things. A wee bit better in the second half. But I was saying to Chris last week, actually, I looked it up today and I didn't realise, actually, the game on Sunday was our 39th game this season. I don't know if you're aware of that, Chris.
Jeez, yeah, was it?
We have played 20 games since the 1st of December. We have
actually a lot of games, isn't it?
We have played 3 games.
Aware of it. I feel like I've played in them.
Yeah, you've been at every one, Chris, haven't you? No wonder you look tired.
Yesterday was the 9th of February, and we've played 3 games in February already. We played 9 games in December, 8 in...
A lot of games, isn't it?
70 days, we have played 20 games with a skeleton squad. So, you know, there is a lot of justification for for why we're doing it. It's some of the silly things that we're doing. Again, I said it to Chris last week. You know, even like players like Kulisevsky, you know, he was completely anonymous yesterday, but then he comes crashing in and he gets over anxious and he pushes somebody over. So no cohesion. We bit better in the second half, but maybe better things ahead. I thought there was a few players maybe back next week. Is there?
I think so. I think we're looking at the next few weeks going forward, you know, especially for when we do this Europa game in March. I think we might be set up quite well for that. No, let me ask you on that then. When we get some players back, do you think we can get a good run in the Europa? Do you know, because our next one's in March? What do you think?
Yeah, we don't actually know who we're playing. Sure, we don't know.
Not yet.
Okay. Obviously, if you're going to play teams like Galatasaray and is it
could be them in March? Yeah.
There's top Italian team in it. I can't just remember who they are. Chris, you know.
We've got Lazio, haven't we? Is there Lazio in there?
I think so. I'm not exactly sure. But if you're going to play teams like that, you know, you're going to have to be properly set up and manage the game. I think actually, you know, if you go through the team, a few weeks ago, I would have said Vicario wouldn't come back in. Now I think he has to be number one. I think he will get back in. I think
so, yeah.
Doggy will come back in. I don't know how close, you know, you get to mixed messages on the line about Mickey van der Ven. He mightn't come back yet. Romero should be back. I think actually, I said this last week, you know, if we could get Solanke back, my God, what a miss he is. You know,
when's he due back, Chris? Do we know Solanke?
End of Feb.
End of Feb. So he'll be back for the Europa game then.
He would be back for the Europa.
Yeah.
I would try something different in midfield because the players that we have, without Maddison, our midfield looks very naive, inexperienced. And again, it was on with Barnaby last night, and they were complaining about our lack of physicality. You know, Liverpool horsed us in that game. Absolutely, you know,
terrible night.
Yeah, possession. You know, we were playing to guys, our own players, and Liverpool were nicking in front of us, showed more desire. And you know, there's one of my fellow countrymen, Connor Bradley. You know, he actually just let Sonny know immediately. You know, that's the sort of mood he was in. We don't seem to get much at Anfield anyway. But I mean, I think Aston Villa now are playing Cardiff at home, so disappointing.
We don't care.
What?
We don't care.
I've got over it. It's 4 more games. It's 4 more games that we don't need. If you count how many games, with 40, it's 40. This will be 40 on Sunday. So
that's a lot.
Games. That's 54.
A lot of games, isn't it?
If you go another 7 games. So if you win the Europa League, it's going to be 61 games.
He wanted more games, though, Noel. Ange said last season we need more games.
Well, we didn't have enough last year, Chris. But you know, somewhere in the middle. You know, somewhere in the. And can I say to you about? I mean, all the fans are keep saying Levy out. What does Levy out actually mean? Does that mean ENIC out? You know, I mean, who is actually going to buy Tottenham? What's the value? I mean, I've heard somebody saying this
billions
is going to be 4 billion.
Yeah,
3 to 4 billion. Yeah.
You know, who's going to buy it? You know, are you going to get a country to buy it, or you know, a Russian?
No, it's not going to happen though. No,
I don't think so.
Even if they accepted, it would be an extremely, extremely difficult sell.
Yeah, but Chris, sometimes you have to be careful what you wish for. I remember. I remember back in the 90s or early 2000s when Alan Sugar was running the club, and he was the one person that said that Leeds United was on a very, very slippery slope, and that they were buying. I don't know if you remember. I'm sure you do. They were buying players literally that had so many strikers. Robbie Keane at one time, Mark Viduka, Robbie Fowler. They were buying everybody, and he was the one person that cautioned, that this could be a dangerous precedent. And he was actually right. Like Leeds have never really recovered from that situation that they find themselves in. And he said Spurs supporters at that time wanted a new toy every week, which was a new player. What we certainly haven't been spoiled by ENIC anyway, that's for sure. So
what do you think on Sunday against Man U? What do you reckon?
I don't think I watched Man United the other night. They're no great shakes. I mean, if that's their first team, if we had a proper team, I actually think that this could be the year that we could actually beat them 3 times. And I mean, Ferguson, he used to hate Ferguson when he talked about it's only Tottenham. You know, it really annoyed me back in those days.
Yeah.
And I'd love it, actually. I think the Malay, a lot of the Malays started, we were leading 3-0 against Man United, and Fraser Foster started to...
Oh, mate, I was there. That was a nightmare.
And I actually don't think we've ever quite recovered from that shock. I think only Sonny scored a goal from a corner. I think if the game had been on another 5 minutes, we probably would have lost it.
Yeah.
So,
but we dealt with them easily at Old Trafford, though, didn't we? That was easy.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think if we got Udogie back and a wee bit more steel in midfield and take our chances, you know what I mean? We don't take chances. It used to be that we were, you know, I used to remark about how good Spurs were, and you know that they would score even in injury time. We can't even buy a goal at the minute. We were lucky yesterday to get a goal. Chris, can I ask you what you think of Tell? Chris?
Well, it's funny actually you should mention him, Noel, because Junior says here, please talk about the quality of the finish from Tell. That is a dangerous finisher. It's funny, we probably didn't talk about this enough on the podcast last night, actually, about the quality of the finish. And I think I asked, I think it was Terry earlier, about whether he's going to be playing in that number 9 role with Richarlison out. I would much prefer to see him there. And Sky Germany, as Terry rightly pointed out, Sky Germany have actually come out and said he is not a winger. He is a striker. Play him as a striker. It's going to be an interesting situation and another chance for a player to grab that opportunity, Noel. Would you like to see him in that number 9 role? Because it was a great finish yesterday.
Yeah, he's a big, strong lad, you know, and, you know, I mean, I know he got pushed off it a few times, but he did show something. And, you know, let's face it, he's only there. He's not even there a week yet. You know, he's finding his feet. I definitely would play him as a striker, you know, and let him get among the likes of Harry Maguire and people like that. And let him know he's about. I'd like to go back to, I'd love to see a bit more physicality with Spurs. I said it to you last week. I think we're too nice. Too soft. We're too soft, you know, and I think the mentality has to change. But without the FA Cup, and obviously we have 14 more games to go, finish as high as we can and really make a go for that.
Europa.
I mean, that gives you a right to go into the Champions League. Now, would we have deserved it on our league positions? Obviously not. But, you know, would you take it all day long? So, Gary, you're asking me, I'm going to go 2-0 Spurs for Man United.
Yeah. I think it'll be 3-0. I think we'll really do them on Sunday. It'll be an easy game.
I don't think we should be afraid of them. They're nothing really, you know.
No.
I mean, they're all over the place. They don't know their best team, and some of the messages that their manager's given out, you know, I mean, this is the worst Manchester United team of all time.
Yeah, I mean, that was brilliant.
His skills, I don't know. And I would.
It kind of almost makes you feel a bit better as a Tottenham fan, doesn't it?
I would put my goalkeeping coach on the bench before Rashford. My God, no wonder he left. You know, so maybe Ange will survive this crisis after all. You know, so
yeah. I think things will pick up. We'll get better. We'll be all right. I can see us going far in Europa, mate. Going all the way. We'll be all right.
It's a great opportunity. You know, I mean, it's a fantastic opportunity. And I mean, I think I read somewhere today where he's given them 2 days off, which I think is good management. I think with the games they've had, go away Monday, Tuesday, come back on Wednesday.
I think you need 2 days off, Chris.
Yeah.
You need 2 days off. You've got to put them 60-second updates on hold for a couple of days, mate.
I think Chris needs a holiday. He needs to go to Tenerife for a few days or something.
Yeah, come to Costa Rica with me, mate. It's brilliant.
I need the Europa League final in Bilbao.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll have a few cheeky Vimtos and that. We'll have a good time out there.
That's it.
No, it's look at what's done is done. Can't be undone.
Yeah.
You know, I always say, you know, what happened yesterday. You know, you just get on and go on with it.
Get on with it.
But you know, you have to learn your lessons. Chris, would you play Spence in midfield? Would you give him a run there or somebody else?
Why not? No, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? It's funny. We've spoken a little bit on the podcast before about Pedro Porro playing that more forward role as well, because he can certainly whip a ball in. He can certainly shoot a goal as well. Why not? Ange Postecoglou has changed, you know, players' positions so much during his time at Spurs. You know, look how many times Archie Gray has played in all these different roles. So why not?
I think he's very comfortable on the ball. I think he's a very
great player.
He looks like a real athlete to me. And
really, it's only really by chance he's got in that team because of injuries and stuff. He wouldn't have really got a look in, though, would he? That's the worrying thing about it.
We were saying that he was shabbily treated. You know, there's no question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but you know, he's been one of our best players, really, isn't he?
Yeah, I dread to think where we would be without him. And yeah, I think there's more players coming back soon, isn't there? I mean,
yeah, there will be next few weeks.
Madison will be back.
Yeah,
probably Romero.
Yeah, and that's, you know, you said about earlier, you know, no leaders, no grit, no aggression. We missed that with Romero, you know, because what I found with Romero, not so much when he first came in, but kind of like when he came back after his injury, he really calmed down and he was still like commanding the pitch, but not getting them silly bookings that he was always getting, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I think he has definitely calmed down.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing it in the right way now. It's been good.
Yeah, but I think he's not vocal enough for me. I'm the captain. I don't see anybody. You know, we talked this last week, Chris. You know, there's no Roy Keanes or Graham Roberts or nobody to take the game by the scruff of the neck. But I actually think this could be a successful season enough. And if we get to the end of the season, you know, get everybody back and you know, again, we say every year, you know, get rid of the deadwood.
We need to win the Europa League, you know, and I don't care if we finish 15th, 16th. Let's win that.
And I think very, very good recruitment is needed. It's needed. There's more players needed, and some players need to be shifted out. And a lot to do. As I said in the political circle, a lot done, a lot more to do. You know, I think somebody come up with that slogan. You know, so onwards and upwards, really. You know.
Yeah.
So,
onwards and upwards, indeed. One of my favourite sayings, actually. That. Noel, you're always such a great guest. Thank you so much for coming on.
Cheers, Noel. Lovely meeting you, mate.
We look forward to talking to you again soon.
I'm always delighted to come on anytime. And, you know, Gary looks very well, actually. You know, I mean, are you living
compared
abroad?
to me, you mean?
No, I'm not abroad. I mean, I'm very cold London, but I spend a lot of my days in a spa, just relaxing and, you know, living the good life. I'm semi-retired, Noel, so.
Do you not work or anything like that? I mean,
I've got a couple of jobs on the go here and there, but I think that would have to be on a different podcast. We talk about my jobs. That's why I look very healthy and I'm always smiling.
Bye, Noel.
You look as if you've been in the sunbed, so you have. You know.
No, this is just all fake tan, this is.
Oh, okay, all fake. There you go.
Don't do sunbeds because the wife's a nurse, so she warns me about skin cancer.
There you go.
Fake tan, colouring of the hair, everything.
Big,
white teeth.
Everything.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks good, though.
Thank you, Noel. I appreciate it. We can get Noel back on whenever you want, Chris.
No, he's not coming on again.
He said you look tired.
I know.
I'll tell you why I look so well now, because I pick and choose what games I go to. I don't go to every home and away game. So it leaves me a little bit, you know, not so bad.
Chris, you probably need a new car after all this traveling you're doing, you know, up and down the
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If any sponsors are interested in giving me a car, get in touch.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a million. Come on.
Cheers, Noel.
Cheers, Noel.
Speak to you soon.
Care, mate.
Cheers.
Oh, that's funny.
38-year-old Gary.
Hilarious when he said, "What do you do for work then, Gary?"
Yeah. Hussein, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
I'm good, mate. How are you guys?
How are we doing?
Yeah, very good.
How are you feeling going out of 2 competitions at the moment, mate? Are you still positive for the rest of the season, or are you feeling like this is the end?
Positivity went out a long time ago.
Yeah, come on, talk to me.
We're in trouble. I mean,
What do you think? Do you think, like, where are you with Ange then and stuff?
Man, I don't know. I haven't been impressed since the 10 games of last year.
Yeah.
If we take out those 10 games, we have as bad a record as anyone we've ever had as coach, right?
So do you think it's just on Ange, or would you look at the players a bit as well? How much injuries?
Everyone's responsible.
Where are you?
At the end of the summer window, Ange said that he was happy with the summer transfer window. He had a squad that could compete on all 4 fronts. Now he says that he doesn't, right? Because now he's using the injuries as an excuse, so the squad's been caught out. Then he spent half his transfer budget on 4 kids. And now he's saying, oh, we have a 17 and 18 and 2 19-year-olds playing.
Yeah.
Right. So if you only had that budget, why would you spend it on on 4
and bringing
kids.
Timo back on loan again. That was
And then he didn't play these kids until there was no one left to play. So if he bought them, he should have played them early and maybe rotated more, and we would have had less injuries.
But you know what? You've got a good point there, son, because I just said that's the last guy. I mean, Jed Spence really only got an opportunity when he was his hand was forced, wasn't it?
But you also had the caller earlier who talked about Lancashire. He scored a goal. He should have played more. At the end of the day, Ange is not without blame, right?
Without blame, yeah.
When you watch the Liverpool game, when you watch the Villa game, again, the way we start, right? It's like we're not even interested. And again, the coach has to take some blame as well. It doesn't matter who's playing, how old they are.
So where do you stand then where we turn up and we play such a good game against Brentford away?
I don't know. We put it to his,
isn't it?
He's made changes. He's tactically becoming more adept. I think it was just the way the game turned out. I don't think it was anything intentional.
Yeah.
And I don't care about the results anymore, but I'm not seeing any heart. I'm not seeing any desire. And these players.
You're done with Ange now. You pretty much see you're done.
No, I don't know. I mean, it's too late now. I think we're stuck with him till the end of the year. And so we will see how he's doing. No, we'll see how he's doing. If he really does turn everything around like he says he will, then he'll probably get another season. But if he doesn't, he'll be out. It won't change our season. Our season's over.
Yeah. You don't fancy us for the Europa then?
I don't know. Winning it?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah.
I can see you're in Congo. What's it like supporting Spurs over there, and how many Spurs fans are there?
There's about 6 that I know of.
6? What are they? Are they all what? Who do they all support out there?
The Premier League only started being televised here probably in the late 90s, early 2000s. And that's when we were pretty bang average. So
they're all Liverpool and Arsenal fans, aren't they?
You had a lot of African players playing for Chelsea and Arsenal.
Yeah.
So you have the very old, say my dad's generation would all be Man U, Liverpool supporters.
Yeah.
But our generation and younger would be Man City supporters now. But my generation would all be Arsenal and Chelsea because of Loren and Drogba and
so then let me ask then, why on earth did you curse yourself with being a Tottenham Hotspur fan then?
I blame it on I went to uni in London.
Be proud.
Yeah.
I went to uni in London, and the first guy I meet at uni is a bloke from North London, and he asks me to come to a game with him.
Tottenham.
And it's our relegation battle with Klinsmann's return.
Oh,
and it was the greatest game I ever saw. So
wow, that answers that.
And Chris, when I compare Levy to when we had Sugar, I mean, yes, our club is bigger now. We have a nice stadium. But with Alan Sugar, at least we had stars. We had Ginola, we had Sheringham, we had
some great
players. We had players we could watch. We had Gaza, we had
brilliant.
Les Ferdinand. We had I met Les Ferdinand at the airport here, maybe 12 years ago, and he was with John Barnes.
Did you speak with him?
Yeah, they were. I was in the airport lounge, and they were trying to get into the business class lounge, and John Barnes was at the counter, and he was giving his passports, and then I went to the counter. I said to the lady, because always I fly a lot, so I know all the stuff at the lounge. I said, "Hey, don't you know who this is?" And she's like, "No." And I said, and then I turn around and I go to Les. I go, "This is Sir Les." I said, "Les, come, bring your friend with you."
Oh, I love it.
And John Barnes looks at me like nobody knows who he was. But it was funny. Yeah, there's not many Spurs fans around.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I think when you came over and you watched that game with Klinsmann, you must have thought, wow.
Yeah, but it's, and I wish. I've tried so hard to change teams and it doesn't work. You just can't.
Can't, mate. It's just, it's in your DNA now. That's it. So it's your team for life.
I've been to every cup final that we've ever been in. We've never won one. Except 98, was it? I think that's the only one. That's the one I didn't go to.
99. Yeah.
But I went to Milan for the hat trick. I went to I was in London for the taxi from Macon. It was amazing.
Wow.
But anyway,
how are you feeling? How are you feeling about our next 3 games? Man United at home, Ipswich away, and City at home. How many points do you think we're going to pick up?
I'm hoping we'll get 6 out of 9, but I just think it's just irrelevant now. What's the point? We're not going to get relegated, and we're not going to finish in the top 10. So,
but it's important to finish the season strong, isn't it?
It's important for Ange. I mean, are we going to be happy if we're 15th or 13th? I mean, we're going to be disappointed anyways, right? We're all frustrated and unhappy anyways.
Yeah.
Are you with Gary? Because Gary is adamant that we're going to go all the way to the Europa League final and win it.
Yeah, I think we will.
I'm worried. I think Galatasaray played us. I mean, we weren't good enough to beat them the first time we played them. I think they're a scary team. Maybe Bilbao. Otherwise, I think it's just going to be on the draw if we get lucky.
Yeah. But we got
and
to
if
March.
we can all learn to, if we have the energy and we learn how to press again together as a team, not what I'm seeing now. You know, where it's not nice to watch now, right? We're not entertained, by the way.
It's not been nice the last couple of games. The one at Brentford was nice, though. That was all right.
We weren't winning, and I mean we are not winning, and we are not entertained. So that's on Ange, I think.
I say, what have you made of the criticism of Heung-min Son?
You know, when we compare, I mean, we can't say anything bad about him, right? He's internationally our biggest star, right? You see how many fans flock to the stadium to see him. He's the nicest guy. Yeah. He's respected by everyone, even people he's played against, people he's played with. I have nothing bad to say about him. You can see that it's bothering him more than anybody else on the team, the way we're playing, right? The results are affecting him. But I don't see him having the same energy. And you look at, and people compare him to Salah. He's the same age. Salah plays every minute for Liverpool. Yeah. And he maintains his high performance levels, right? In the last 2 games, if Son puts away his chances, we're talking about different outcomes.
Yeah.
So either he needs a big rest or he needs to maybe exit gracefully when he can.
Martin, thank you so much for joining us this evening, and we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you for reminding me about the Klinsmann days, because it was amazing. I remember he scored that goal and done the dive. That was great.
Yeah, we've had some amazing players play for us.
Gascoigne's really been my favourite of all time. Gaza.
Yeah, but Ginola, we forget Modric. I mean, look at Modric.
Bale.
We forget Bale. We forget so many players, right?
Yeah, some amazing players.
Yeah.
We always had those sort of players, haven't we? Always. Not so much at the moment, but you know, as a team and as history, we always had those flair players. One of the reasons why I support Tottenham, you know.
And Chris, by the way, I bumped into Damien Comolli a few years ago. If you remember him.
I was just about to say to you, if you ever bump into any Spurs-related players, ex-players, whoever, give them my email address. Get them on this channel.
Yeah, do that.
But I used to live in South Africa. It was a lot easier. In the Congo, it's a bit rough. No one comes out here. But anyway, good luck, guys.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll speak to you soon.
Cheers. That's lovely meeting you, buddy.
See you, man.
Take care, man.
We go all around the world. We go all around the world on these fan shows, Gary. That's what I love about it. We're now going to go all the way to America to talk to Jim. Jim, great to have you here again. How are you?
I'm surviving, Chris. I'm battling depression, but I'm surviving.
How you feeling, Jim?
Yeah, it's been hard these past couple games. I apologize for not sending you a video for Spurs around the world, but I was just so depressed after those 2 games that I just couldn't do it. I mean, this last game against Vila, at least we played much better than we did against Liverpool. So that
second half was better, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Tell's goal was brilliant. I was very happy for that. But there's all these things that crept up that kept ticking these little triggers of depression that it's made it hard. I mean, Danso, maybe if he'd brought in like 3 weeks earlier, he'd be making more of a dent right now. But it's like he has no chemistry yet with Ben Davis or Pedro Porro or Kinski or anyone. And so he's still getting his feet in the Premier League and with the Spurs. And so he doesn't realize that when Porro is getting upfield, you have to go more to his side to cover. He doesn't know that when Ben is going to take it or when he has got to take that man. And so that was very frustrating because he could be a really good player, but so far he has struggled just because he hasn't got much chemistry yet. And Kinski, he brings a lot of energy, and I think he has potential, but right now he's not beating out Vicario for the number 1 spot. Right now,
that's a bad mistake, wasn't it? Start the game.
So it's made me wonder, okay, when can we get Vicario back, please? And it's not that I hate Kinski or wish him ill luck, but it's just he has been a little iffy, and we could really stand to have Vicario back. And Son, I think Son's main problem is he's just worn out from playing too many minutes. You got to just sit him down. You got to have a game where he does not come in at all, except maybe towards the end of the game when we need perhaps.
What I said.
But I'm still supporting Tours. I'm still hanging on to what hope that I can hang on to, but it's just.
How are you feeling about Sunday then, Jim? Are you thinking Sunday we're going to get a big result? Because obviously Man United are, in a bad place like us. Do you think we're going to pull it off and get a really big win there, or what?
Keep hanging on, Jim. Keep hanging on.
Yeah, I'm hanging on, and that's a ray of light right now. Is that Ruben Amorim's Man United is looking worse than Spurs right now.
Yeah, they are.
And so it's like, well, there's one little ray of hope there, where at least we're better off than Manchester United right now. So I think we can pull off a victory, and I think if we just get a few players back, we can win Europa League. I don't know when Romero and Van de Ven are expected back, but when they're
couple of weeks, if that.
Yeah, it's a different team when they're in there. And
yeah, definitely.
It's not that Ben Davis is bad, but it's sort of like there's just another
different levels in it.
Quality when it's Van de Ven and Romero. And I love Ben Davis. I think he's a perfect reserve because he's not going to get pissed off for being on the bench. He's going to do a job every time you put him in there. So he's like a perfect bench player. But it's with Romero and Van de Ven that we can beat any team on the planet. If we get him back.
We need a big win on Sunday and make you feel a lot better, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would make me feel a lot better.
Yeah, us too, isn't it, Chris?
Absolutely. Jim, how are you feeling about the next 3 games? As I keep mentioning, the Man United game, Ipswich, Man City, and then, of course, when we go into March, we've got Bournemouth and Fulham and those 2 Europa League games. Do you think Spurs can string a few results together now and we can go on a good run? And what did you make of Ange's comments about when our players come back, we will be an outstanding team?
Well, I agree with that statement. When we get some of our starters back, it's going to be an outstanding team. Romero and Van de Ven are world-class players. Udogie is good. I think that part of the problem with Udogie and Porro this year is because they were like playing more minutes than anybody because they were the only 2 holdouts against injury for a long time. But if you are able to rotate in Spence starting at least once a week, maybe start him, once a week on the left, once a week on the right, and give Porro and Udogie some rest, our whole back line then becomes a lot more effective and makes me feel good about our chances against anyone. I mean, even Man City. I mean, think about it. If, Romero and Van de Ven were back for Man City, we can beat them. We have beaten them. We can beat them, and we know
great record against them.
And
we battered them 4-0 up at theirs, didn't we, Jim, earlier in the season? So we can beat them at ours, can't we?
Yeah, that was my favorite game of the season thus far. We just dominated. We didn't just, eke out a win. We didn't just do well. We dominated, and
we could have probably won that game 6 or 7-0. And that's the thing with Tottenham. I know it's depressing at the moment. We've gone out to Liverpool, we've gone out to Villa, but as you well know, Tottenham on their day can beat anyone. I've seen it. We've all seen it. And I definitely think on Sunday we get a massive win against United, you know. And it was only last week we beat Brentford. You know, there's still a few good results in there, you know. And then, like Chris mentioned, you know, the Europa game's not till March. Get some players back, like you said. You know, get Solanke might possibly be back then, and it looks a whole different sort of picture then, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You've got it stated about as precisely as a person can state it. We've got a lot of excellent players who, because of injury, just can't play right now. But if we get some players back, once again, we get in that space where we can beat pretty much any team on the planet. But with, like, you know, only 3 of our regular starters and everyone else kind of filling in, it doesn't work out as well.
No, agreed.
Jim, thank you so much as always for joining us. It's always great to have you on. Last question for you. How many Spurs fans are near where you live?
There's a contingent called Cleveland Spurs, and I've joined them once or twice at the Old Angle Tavern to watch games. But from where I live in the suburbs, that's like, you know, a 40-minute drive. And if it's an early game, I'd have to get up at like 6 a.m. to drive over there, you know, 5-hour time difference here. So I don't get together with them very often, but there's at least a dozen or so hardcore Spurs fans, and probably more that I've never met simply because I don't go do that every week. But there are Spurs in Cleveland, Ohio, so come on, you Spurs.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for all your input on the channel recently as well. Thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
Lovely to meet you, mate.
Right, we're now going to go to Alex. Alex, how are you?
Mr. Box Office.
Firstly, I've got to say this, Chris, yeah, and don't get used to this. Don't get used to this because I'm not nice all the time. You know what I mean? You're on the money with this fan show. You've been on the money. It's been box office the last couple of weeks, especially when expressions came on. Brian came on. There was one day I was like, unfortunately, I was doing something else because you know what, Tottenham is not the main thing in my life anymore. You know what I mean? No. You got to do something else. You know what I mean? You got to move on. You know what I mean? I'm 38 years. I'm 37, 38 years old now. You know what I mean? I'm old enough to
Gary.
No, you know what I mean? You have to move on. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? I was wondering if it's actually the Gary show right now rather than actually Chris Cowlin show. Because when they're Gary,
I'm giving him a break. He's not doing very well, Box Office.
You have spoke up for me, so I have to give that as well. By the way, Alex, so that's the go on.
Alex, hold on. I went on a road trip with Gary. You know, during COVID, when you couldn't get any boats or planes or any other form of travel, going to Rennes with Gary, 25-hour round trip. He drove me there and he drove back, and we had no sleep for 25 hours. Imagine sitting in the car with Gary there and back.
Yeah,
I had no sleep. At one point, I actually put my head back on the seat, shut my eyes, and Gary went, "Chris."
I mean, Box Office, I don't know why I thought he was going to get a nap around me. It's never going to happen, mate. You know what I mean?
He talks non-stop. I knew on this show that Gary would take over. It's natural for Gary, so that's fine. Anyway, Alex, it's great to see you here, and it's great to see you with a smile on your face, particularly after the week we've had. How are you feeling right now? I know it might be a ridiculous, silly question, but how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan?
Well, I'm numb to it, bro. I don't care anymore. I just don't understand the excuses for the manager anymore. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand the excuses for the injuries.
Is it Ange? Is it the players? Is it the board? Who do you put the blame on now?
Listen. I'll just ask you a question. If there was another team like Chelsea or Arsenal or West Ham having the same solution that we have at the moment, what would we be doing right now?
Manager be gone.
Exactly. This is why now this is all
being
on
given
Ange,
the time, isn't it?
Well, this is the reason why Ange needs to stop moaning and get on with it now.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest here, he's here to the end of the season, which I have said on Mr. Box Office TV. You know what I mean? So I have to reference it because that's what I've been saying for a long time now. You know what I mean?
The amount of plugs you're getting. We know what everyone knows what channel you're from. Don't worry.
Well, it's right along there. We can see it.
You know what I mean? So it's not. I'm just referencing it. You know what I mean? I have to reference it. You know what I mean? So you have to say it. You know.
For the audio, for the audio listeners, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like I'm sorry, but it's just I just don't understand it. I mean, the people keep on saying that we're missing Romero. Romero's been terrible this season, so I'm sorry. I don't really care what anybody says to me. Adoji's been awful this season. I bet you any money that Spence is out the team and Adoji gets back into the team. I bet you.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen though.
That's stupid. Right?
Yeah, Spence has been good, man.
Was it Archie Gray was only brought in to be a defender because he's not a midfielder because he's not been in midfield, so that's a joke. So don't even get me started. And he should be on loan as far as I'm concerned because I don't think he's learning anything from this. Bergvall for me is too rash because he's got no leader in that midfield because Bentancur is terrible. He's still Juventus reject in my opinion still because why is that midfield opened up like it's so opened wide? It's because our midfielders are absolutely useless, and it's because of Bentancur and Basuma. And I'm not going to have a go too much on Basuma because I think he's getting a little bit of too much heat. I've got to be honest because it's on Basuma as well. It's on Sarr as well, which I did say to you, Chris. I told you, Chris, when people were having a go at me, right? They said, you remember what I said to you? I don't like any of my midfielders. I'd rather have Højbjerg back in my midfield, and I'm still sticking by what I said before. You know what I mean, right? Danzo, I feel sorry for. I feel sorry for Danzo. I felt sorry for Tau. Right, that was a very good goal, by the way. I still think what I think about Kulusevski. I think he's only good, but that was a very good cross as well.
Great cross that was, a good goal.
Son, I'm sorry. Right, this is why I don't like backups. This is why I don't like backups like bloody Timo Werner. Right, that should have not signed again.
No,
on Ange again. Right, okay. Right, we're 14th in the league. Brentford, I'll bet you any money. We win against Man United. Look what the fan base does. Oh wow! Look, Ange has proved us wrong now. Look at you now. Look at you.
Yeah, we will beat Man United. That's a definite.
You can see it happening, and it's just like it's the same old thing. Chris, I've had the same conversation with you, right? The last 5 years. I said this earlier. I could say this. Run this back 5 years ago, mate.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing is, though, yeah, right. And I will never have a go at you because you gave me my debut. Yeah, I'm fed up with this divide in the fan base. You know what I mean? Because I'm telling you right now, right. I will never have a go at you, but I've got people that tell me a lot about you, and I say no, I'm not having it because you've been good.
Yeah, no one really likes Chris.
And I will always defend you, Chris, because you're always nice to me because you. On the level you will be with me and David Harris, who me and him have had debates. We still love each other. We've had arguments. We debate each other. This is what we love. This is what it's all about, debating. You know what I mean? But it's just like I just think it's at the moment. It's just like I'm just getting fed up of this divide that you can't have a debate now because you're being bad because you don't like the club. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? And it's healthy to do it.
What do they say, Alex? Because we've got everyone on here this evening. We've given everyone a chance to have their say. Guys like you can come on. You can answer our questions. You can ask us questions if you want, or you can just have a rant, or you can just say what you want to say. So, what's the issue? Because we're giving everyone an opportunity. This channel gives everyone an opportunity to have their say.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying, and that's why I gave you some credit. I actually give some credit to Barnaby. Because Barnaby, right, I've had arguments with him as well, right? But I have given credit because he's come on other shows that are not popular with certain people, and he's come on a debate with certain people as well. And he gets a lot of flack sometimes, which sometimes I think is very unfair. Now, I have had arguments with him. I've had arguments with him when we were on Tottenham TV. But that's what it is. But I can still respect the guy because at least he's coming to our side a little bit and seen it from our side. It's the same thing with the thing is, if Ange goes off and wins the Europa League, which he's not going to do, in my opinion, he's not going to do it, right? Because there are teams that are going to absolutely banter into pieces. Because
what if he did, though? What if he does win the Europa League?
There's a conversation to have. You
need to let Gary down gently here.
Yeah,
there's a conversation.
What if he does win it, though? Where are you?
It's
then?
a conversation to have. Then there's a conversation to have.
Yeah,
that's all I will. That's the only thing I will say at the moment.
Yeah,
right. But the thing is, though, it's just looking ominous at the moment, right? The injuries are down to him. He didn't rotate when he needed to rotate, right? He's relying on players that he completely ignored, like Spence, who I'm still sticking by. Spence is not playing well because of him, right? He's not listening to his
Spence wouldn't have got
staff.
a look in only for all the injuries. He wouldn't have been played. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. He's not listening to his coaching staff, right? So, like, I'm going to try and leave it. Try and not take too much because I don't want to bash a manager because it's giving me a headache. And you know what? It's only so many times I can say the same thing. Like I said, you know what I mean? But I just think at the moment, right? I absolutely agree because I've said to you before, I do not want to sack this manager and you bring on Ryan Mason.
Yeah,
that is stupid.
He's rubbish. Stupid. He's rubbish, Ryan Mason.
Right, and I'm not having that. Right, I stick by what I say because I
and that's who it will be.
And that's where we can agree. You know what I mean? But I don't understand the criticism you get sometimes, Chris. I've got to be honest because, like I said, I absolutely I think this is an absolutely fantastic concept, and I've got respect for you. Put this in the chat. Right, there's lots of other people that want to come on your channel because there's one person I've mentioned to you already that I'll email you that is wanting to speak to you as well. Right, because I've tried to encourage him to come on, but I think he's nervous to speak to you. Right, because he's got a lot of respect for you, and like I just think it's
nervous to speak to Chris.
I'm trying to give him some praise, Gary. Let me give him a little bit of praise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that I just like the concept that you do every single week, and I do applaud you for it. And that's all I will say, and that's it really for me. I want to keep it short and sweet because I can say what I need to say on my own channel. You know what I mean? Because other people haven't got channels to say what they need to say, and that's it really for me. I'm not happy with the club. No.
This is progress. Hold on, Gary. Hold on, Gary. This is progress. We've got Alex smiling more than once on this stream, and he's given compliments on this channel and to myself. This is progress.
It don't happen often.
Alex, other people are going to hate you for this.
Well, I'm still going to be honest about my club, bruv. You know what I mean? I'm trying to switch it up on Mr. Box.
I'm joking.
I am trying to do it.
Come
you
on,
know what I mean? But I'm doing other things. I'm doing other things, bro, because because I've been so honest the last how many years on YouTube. I've done this 5 years now, yeah? Right? It's getting very boring saying the same thing. It's getting very, very boring. You know what I mean? You know?
PTSD,
a guy says to me that I'm very good friends with, yeah? He says, toys, turn off you Spurs. I've been listening to him. I'm thinking. I'm going to go to the game. I'm going to go to the protest on Sunday because it's time to stand up. Yeah, because I know a lot of people that are going to stand up, and I'm going to come. I ain't going to the game because I can't have the money. I ain't got the money for it because I'd rather go to a soccer event.
So what? You're going up for the protest, but you're not watching the game.
No, I can't because I ain't got the money for it because I can't afford to go. And
it's expensive, isn't it? I've done Anfield and all that.
I could go to a soccer event. I could go to a Caribbean soccer event. I could go do suit dancing. I could do so much. It's Valentine's Day. I still need to find a wife. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know what I mean? I've got loads of things I've got to do. You know what I mean? I've got life to think about. You know what I mean?
Hold on. If there's any ladies watching and they'd like a date with Alex,
on February the 14th.
Yeah, if you're free, if you're free on Friday.
Box office?
And you'd like a date with Alex because he's going to save the money to take you out on a date rather than go to the game.
Yeah,
so
what if they're an Arsenal fan though?
Alex, what's your email address?
Oh no! We won't do that. That's like Love Island. You know what I mean? We don't want to do that. But you know what I mean? The other programs are available, even though I can't stand the program anyway. You know what I mean? But anyway, moving on. But yeah, that's all I've got to say. You know what I mean? I don't like what's going on at the club. You know what my feelings are on the manager. I'm bored of saying the same thing. And like I say, I appreciate what you're doing at the moment. And Craig and Gary, don't get on bloody Chris's nerves even more. Give him a little bit of time to talk. You know what I mean? You know, that's it. That's all I've got to say. You know what I mean? But
I'm glad you said it.
I'll let you carry on, and that's it, man. Take care of yourselves, yeah.
All right, mate.
Hold on, Alex. Alex. So where would you take this lady on a date? To Chick King?
Yeah.
You know what? That would be a good date, but then you know what? I've got to up my standards, bruv. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you
what
got to standards, bruv. You know what I mean? First date is always the telling one, isn't it? You know what I mean? You know, But you know,
Don't take that Tottenham, mate.
That's all I'm gonna give. That's all I'm gonna give. You know what I mean? It's all fun and games, like I say. You know what I mean? Because you know, I can only laugh at what I'm seeing at the moment rather than actually cry with Tottenham at the moment. You know what I mean?
Well,
so I've got to have a joke about these things, isn't it? You know?
Well, exactly. Well, I'm not joking. Would you date an Arsenal fan? Do you know? I'd rather ask you questions about your dates rather than talk about Tottenham right now.
He's an Arsenal fan.
Also, Chris, what is it that you can't have anybody debating bloody Ricky, man? Bloody hell, man! Honestly, you don't have anyone to debate. I know you questioned him so well, yeah. You did question him very well on Saturday, yeah, on Sunday, yeah. But he's a lovely man, but he needs challenging, bruv. He needs challenging, bro. I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
Hey, Ricky.
He gets away with a lot of things he says. I'm sorry.
Who Norwood is he saying?
Yeah. It's not that I want to get my 5 minutes of fame because I know he's famous, but the thing is,
though, Ricky is.
But he does waffle a little bit sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. In the nicest possible way about the football. He's a nice guy. Nothing personal. It's about the football. Yeah. Just to say that.
He'll watch this. So, what message or what questions do you want to send to him?
Well, just to say, why is he making such excuses for this manager? That's what I want to know, because he's making so many excuses. Many excuses. Yeah. He's making so many excuses. I've got to be honest. You know what I mean? But I'll leave it there because I want to keep people in suspense because that's what Mr. Box Office does. You know, you only get 5 minutes from me, and then you get the spoiler alerts later on. You know what I mean? Like I said, you know. So you know that's all I need to say, and that's it. You know.
We'll let you go back on Tinder.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck with the dating. Good luck with the dating, and when it does eventually happen, I'd love to come to your wedding. By the way.
Yeah.
Definitely. In
I'll do the on the hen party.
2040. Anyway, take care of yourselves, yeah? Take care of yourselves, yeah?
Thank you so much.
Get to know, yeah? Bye-bye.
Yeah. Oh, this has been a classic.
Oh, God, I can't wait till Ricky sees that.
I can't wait to see Alex get a date.
I know, mate. God.
I don't know whether we'll win a trophy by then.
God, good luck with that, whoever she is. Oh, dear. You gotta love him.
Get to know. Yeah.
If you don't know, get to know.
Oh, wow. Right. Yeah. Let's go to Sean. Sean is in the house. Sean, how are you?
Hello, lads. I'm good. How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Good.
Hi, Sean.
Good. Yeah, good. Thanks, Gary. Good. Thanks, Chris. What's going on? What's cracking? How's everyone feeling after that week from hell?
Yeah, not great, mate. Where are you? How are you feeling now? Are you like, that's it? I'm Ange out. I'm fed up with Tottenham, or are you still kind of a little bit positive and holding on to the Europa and stuff? Where are you?
I'm still holding on to the Europa for sure, but like with like just about the fingernails is all about I've got about left. You know, I just feel like I've given that man enough rope, and I always said I've got to see two things to go Ange out. One is the cups, right? I don't think it's reasonable to sack a man who obviously having a poor league season, but who's still in all the competitions. Yeah. I don't think you're never going to win the league, right? You're never going to win the league. We're miles away from that. So therefore, he's doing all the cups. Those people that like were, you know, you can't sack Mourinho 5 days before a final. I was like, okay, if we're going to hold that energy, then we should have the same energy towards a cup semi-final, a fourth round, and a last 16. And it's not even the fact that we've jumped out of 2 cups in 4 days, boys. It's more like the other caveat that I was like, if it's either that, right, the cup thing, if that dissipates, then fair enough. But it's also, has he lost the dressing room? And I think that the losing of the dressing room can manifest itself in many ways, right? Like it doesn't have to be like tools down. It doesn't have to be tantrums, fights on the pitch, throwing the shirt off if you're substituted. It can just be confusion. And I think that if you're someone that has trained for 18 months or trained one way for 18 months, right? And for the last 18 months, we've heard like, you know, in parts, we've heard things like, you know, I'm not going to worry about the defeat in isolation. I'm going to focus on the message. And I always said that if you're struggling to implement a message after 18 months, there's something wrong with the message, right? But if you haven't had enough time to implement a plan B, a plan C, if you don't have enough time to do the SWOT analysis of the opposition, because the plan A is more important, that's fair enough, right? As long as plan A is effective. When it's not, And when you built a very, very small hill that you've decided to die on, which is it's who we are, mate, then it was an unnecessary hill to die on. But if you're going to do that, then, and at the same time, dismiss the notion that the injuries are not because of my training, because we're still getting injuries and we don't train anymore because we're doing 2 games a week, and with recovery time and medical time and all that stuff, we're basically not training and we're still getting injuries. Therefore, by proxy of that, it's not the injury, it's not the training and the intensity of it that is responsible for the injuries. Okay, if that's the case, then you haven't had any time to plan for a low block, because you weren't training for that 6 months ago, you weren't training for that 6 weeks ago, and now you're pivoting to it. And to me, I think there was loads of examples over the last 96 hours of a confused team. I think that when Matisse Tell came on the pitch, and within 90 seconds of his debut wearing a Tottenham shirt, he's turning around and berating Sonny, saying, come on, press. And Sonny and Decky are sitting there going, no, not going to do it, not going to join you. Was that because you're injured? Or sorry, was that because you're shattered? Or was that because the instruction that they got before the game was sit low? And then if so, why is Matisse Tell coming on the pitch with an instruction to press? Is he taking that on himself to do that? And if so, why? And if not, then is there a confusion between the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing? And as I say, like the losing of the dressing room can manifest itself in a bunch of different ways. One of which is when the people on the team on the pitch don't know what they're supposed to be doing. And I think there's been a dozen examples in the last 2 games of a strategy and a formation and a structure that don't look like there's any clarity on what the message is here. Are we supposed to press? Are we supposed to sit? Are we supposed to protect? The midfield has been just vacant.
Yeah, not existent.
Against Vila, it was just what's going on there.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the last thing I say is, like, if you don't want a 6, I've been calling for a monster 6, Chris, Gary. I've been calling for a monster 6 on my channel for 2 years, right? I'm saying monster 6. Give me like the Bible's been calling for it for 2,000 years. Beware of the 6, the devil. He comes, the man, the monster, the beast. It's his name. 6, 6, 6. Right? We need 1, not 3. We just need 1.
Yeah.
And the argument is Ange doesn't play with a 6. Why? Because the fullbacks invert and they become a double pivot of 6s by themselves, right? So you don't need that. So you can have a double pivot 8 or whatever. That's fine, as long as you stick to the inversion. But when you don't, and you ask your fullbacks to sit back and do a left back, right back natural overlap, then you need a 6. Where's the 6? Bentancur isn't it? Bergvall isn't it? Bissouma's not a 6. Pape Sarr is not a 6. And you know what? All we needed against Villa was a 6. Just sit in front of that back line, who are the only part of the team that look like they know what they're doing. Sit in front and then break up those ridiculous marauding runs that the Villa were doing, right? They were just passing through us like a knife through hot butter. And it's because, for me, it's a combination. It's some of the variables, some of the things that I've mentioned. It's one or several of those factors. Either there's no structure to the team, there's confusion in the tactics, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, or it's an abdication of the tactics that have been a part of the plan A, that when you go to a plan B, we suddenly don't have the squad to implement it, because you don't have the A, Bs and Cs of what you need to have a natural, normal back four with wide, and that has to come back to Ange. So I've given that guy a load of rope, and I empathize with the man when he says, like, what am I supposed to do? There's 11 injuries. I understand it. I get it. It's difficult, but it's not like he's without options. He has options, not many, but the portfolio of options available to him can move you into a world where you can say, why didn't Archie Gray play the 6, right? Why didn't he do that? Why did Ben Davies get a night off, but Pedro Porro didn't? Why isn't Serge Reguilon getting some minutes? Why, in the Liverpool game, did we play Jed Spence at right wing? Not that I thought he had a bad game. I thought he's been brilliant. But if you're going to play Spence and Porro on the same side for the first time, why do it that way round? Like, why not play Jed Spence in his natural position and Pedro Porro in his more natural advanced position? So I empathize with Ange's plight, but I think the guy is a salesman. I think he's got a brilliant, brilliant ability to put the right words in the right order to make everyone sympathize with his plight. But where the rubber meets the road, it's a hell of a lot of sizzle and very little steak. And I think that, unfortunately, as much as I don't know where we should go now, I think that it's time. It's time.
Sean, I don't know whether you saw some of the videos that I posted yesterday on YouTube and online. A number of Spurs fans were singing Maurizio Pochettino's name in the away end yesterday.
Yeah, I'd love to get Poch back. I would. I understand, like, it's difficult because, you know, is he going to be a yes man? Why didn't Daniel Levy speak to him before? Can you find a way to let bygones be bygones? I get that it's complicated, and what's even more difficult is the fact that the US MNT, they rolled out the red carpet for him. Like, the World Cup's in 18 months, give or take. He's not going to leave America before that. But I don't think there's a way that you can drag him out of that relationship with America and bring him in now. So I'm waiting until summer 2026 and then bring him in, and then give him the maturing potential of what we have built, because I think we have quietly gone about building the most exciting, youth-centric group of players in the Premier League, if not Europe. I don't think there's many teams that have got a better youth, young, sort of 22 and under kind of model, right? So I'm excited about what the future brings, but I think you need a manager that has a track record of putting together a methodology that can take them forward. So I think that I'm excited about the idea of Poch, but the conundrum there is, how do you feel the next 18 months? And I don't think that you can go about that in an easy way, apart from maybe giving 2 years. Sorry, Gary, last thing to say, giving maybe a 2-year contract with an option to a manager that's already got a track record doing something similar and maybe understands the club. And I know this sounds a little bit crazy, but I would maybe say that Ian McKenna might be someone that you can convince to come in the meantime. Other than that, I think if you went back 4 weeks, there was a manager that went to West Ham who has a track record of doing fantastic things in short-term relationships with Brighton, for example, like Graham Potter. It's too late for that. That ship has sailed. But I want Poch back, but you have to wait until summer 26, and that's a long time to go.
Yeah, well, I don't have a question for Sean, but I have to say, Chris, all the guests that you've had on here, by far, he's inspired me more than anyone. I want to get him on the coaching staff and get him in the fucking dressing room this weekend. Because let me tell you, you get a lot of guests on here, mate. But that opening bit by Sean there was like brilliant. I had goosebumps. I was thinking, get him in the dressing room on Sunday before we go out there against Man United, and we'll definitely hammer them. Because I think you spoke more sense there, mate, in the last sort of 3-4 minutes than probably what most managers have in the last 4 or 5 years.
We know how great Sean is. We know how great he is, but he's always too busy for us. Sean, you're always welcome on this channel.
Yeah, that was.
You invited me on once, and I haven't heard from you since, Chris. You know, like, the ball's in your court, buddy. I'd love to come back on.
He's worried you're going to take his job. That's what's going on there, mate.
You can have my job. That's fine. That's fine. No, I know you've had a lot of. I know you've had a lot of issues with your channel.
He's nervous. I think Ange's watching this tonight, thinking, "Oh God, I'm gone, mate. It's who we are. I'm gone."
No, I don't know about that. I've never kicked the ball in my life, so the last thing you want to have is to hire me as a coach or anything else.
Mate, I've had some proper points there, man. You know, when you talk about them inverted in the positions and everything else, and you were spot on. There was things you said there that I hadn't even really given any thought. You were right. You are very, very right.
You've got to be consistent with the narrative, right? If you want us to die on a hill, I think it was a stupid hill to die on, right? Brand Ange, right? It's who we are, mate. Didn't need to do it. He didn't need to do that stuff. But the fact that he did it, and it was an inevitability that it was never going to be able to be consistent and long lasting. Right? At some point, you're going to have to change it up. And so you didn't need to do it. But once you've done it, if you then pivot to something different, you should have at least, so I was going to say, you should have at least like had some time on the training ground. And the last point I want to make about like Ange's confusion is also, I think this infected a lot of the Spurs fans. A lot of Tottenham fans that I know, I'm sure, Chris, you've had people on your channel suggesting the same thing. Over the last year, we've looked at our squad and gone, is a back three a method, a strategy, a formation that might work? Given our makeup, given that you have wing backs rather than full backs traditionally, we've got players in the centre back spot that can come out and play the 6, maybe Romero, probably Archie Gray as an example right now. And then against Everton away, we employed that tactic for 45 minutes and it was a disaster. It was, right? But from the manager to the coaches to the players to everybody that I watch in the YouTube space, everybody went, yeah, we tried that formation, didn't work. Shelve it. I'm like, we employed it away from home against the one team that you don't need a back three against away from home because of the way Everton play. Anybody else, right? Yeah. It might have some legs, but against Everton, you don't need to do it. But more importantly, again, if you haven't trained for something at all, and then you try it once for 45 minutes and you're on the receiving end of a couple of goal deficit at half time, that doesn't mean that the experiment failed. It means that if you're saying that it does, it means that your sample size to decide what is and isn't an effective solution is 45 minutes of football. You don't even give it a game. You give it half a game and then you go, that didn't work. And it almost felt to me like Ange bowed to the pressure of public opinion and went, we'll do something different just to see it fail and then go, I told you. Now, can everybody please let me get on with the way I want to do it? And I think that back three and the fullback situation and the wing backs and everything else, I think we have a squad that can play it, but to give up on something because it hasn't worked and you haven't even given it 90 minutes and you haven't trained for it and you haven't planned for it and you haven't given it. I just think that what is going on with everybody in the decision-making process whereby you can write something off without even getting into like a sample size that's worth writing home about. I think there's so many things that are madness right now at Tottenham.
Yeah.
Sean, last question for you, and this might be a long answer. As I know you go into great detail, which I love, by the way.
Sorry, mate. I'm enjoying Sean. It's good.
Do you believe that Ange Postecoglou has been fully backed in transfer windows during his time at the club so far?
It's a subject. What does backed mean? I find that I'm going to keep this short because I could go on for about half an hour.
When I say backed, I mean, has he had the players in that he has needed for his system to take the club forward? That's what I mean by backing.
No, because he's not a coach that has any track record of developing youth. And we've gone youth-centric, right? We've gone after players like Odebear who then get injured. But if Odebear was a good player and was fit and everything else, then maybe it would have worked. But ultimately, he's a player that doesn't have any track record, as far as I'm aware, of being a youth-centric developer, like a player developer. So again, it's a head scratcher as to why you would go youth-centric and then employ a guy who's a pendulum swing away from the continuity of our previous philosophies where we jump around. But if you're going to give that guy what he needs and all he's used to is, well, the antithesis of youth development, then going after a youth-centric model doesn't work. So the answer is like, no, he hasn't been back because it was always water and oil for me when you hire a guy who you're only hiring because you want to pivot back to a philosophy of football that the fans wanted. But if you're marrying that up with a profiling of player that has absolutely no bearing in reality with what that particular manager is used to working with, then it was never really going to work. But that's not around that. So yeah, he hasn't been back because but he was never going to be backed in that regard because what he needed was here now, ready now players. And that's the antithesis of what Tottenham were going down and have been going down for the last 3 years since Paratici had a quiet word in Levy's ear and said, the youth setup at Tottenham is crazy. It's bad. We need to do this. It's the trend that's going to emerge in the next 3 years. Daniel Levy listened to him, and I support that. I think it's the right move. But then you go and hire a manager that doesn't really have a track record in developing youth. So he wasn't backed, but he was never going to be for what he needed because of what he has a track record of working with, if that makes sense.
Sean, I'll be in touch in the next 24 hours to book you in the next podcast.
Brilliant.
On Twitter, I think we can still communicate. So that's perfect, mate. Cheers, Chris. Appreciate you, mate. Cheers, Gary. Lovely to meet you, mate. Appreciate you, bud.
Mate, loved it. Honestly, one of my favourite guests. Really good.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate you. Take care, guys.
Cheers, Sean.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot. See you soon.
Wow.
Right, we're now going to go to Stu. Stu, good evening. I think you've been waiting there an awfully long time.
Stu,
so
I saw you in the comments. Thanks for hanging on, mate. I was trying to respond back to you. I could see you were scrolling on there. I'm only learning how to go on comments myself tonight, but how are we doing?
No problem. Cheers, boys. I'm all wrapped up because I think Daniel Levy's taken charge of my heating and shut it all off. So I'm a little bit chilly, but apart from that, all good. And great show so far. I love the range of guests we've had. A lot, mostly balanced opinions. Had a couple of box office guests, which is fine. It's all good. You've got to mix it up.
That's a whole different conversation. Box office.
more plugs to the bathroom shop, but we'll move past that.
Will he get a date? That's the question.
Will he get a date? I don't know if he will he?
I love the question. Will he get a date before we win a cup? Will he get a date before we win a game? Anyway.
We'll win a trophy first, no doubt.
No, this has been great. Do you have a question for me, or can I just go on one?
Go for it. Go for it, Stu.
Go, Stu. Just
for
give us what you want to say. Tell us quickly how you feel after the last couple of competitions going out, and how you're feeling about Sunday as well.
Sunday, I'd call it. I think we're going to do another bit like we did in the cup, 3-2 or something like that, where we might take a lead, but more than likely we'll concede as well. But we should be turning them over again.
Man, you innit?
We're all deflated after going out 2 cups. Of course we are. There's no escaping that. I do want to say, I want to pick up on a point firstly that Chris made near the beginning of the show, about 4 days ago, and basically where you're talking about you have to be one extreme or the other, and we've had this conversation briefly before. Unfortunately, the nature of the internet is that you've got a lot of keyboard warriors all over the internet who are just one extreme or the other, and there's very little room for nuance and the grey areas that exist between black and white. And that's life. What I really appreciate about this show, without blowing smoke up your ass, is that you always try and provide a platform for balanced views across the board. And I appreciate that. And, if people are getting you down in the chat, just ignore them, block them. If they don't talk with respect, block them. There's no room. I have no time for that.
Do you know what, Stu? I always refuse to be put in that box. No one tells me whether I've got to be something or something. I'll be what I want to be.
Yeah. There's no. We're not in a binary. We're not robots. This is not a ones and zeros situation. There's all kinds of context that you've got to think about with everything, and that includes any kind of conversation or debate. But yeah, to be honest, when I see people in the chat that are just like abusing other people, whether it be players, whether it be guests, I block them. I haven't got time for that. If you disagree with me and we can have a debate, I love that. I want to be challenged because that pushes me further on my opinions. Can I change them? Can I adapt them? I love it. Anyway, just wanted to start off with that. You guys do an amazing job always. Keep it up.
Thank you.
I thought so much to talk about, and I'll try and keep it brief because other people, I'm sure, are still waiting. The Jed Spence thing, I love how he's come in and he's redeemed himself. But it is a redemption story, and we shouldn't forget that. He went on loan to 3 different clubs in 2 years since he joined the club. Now, under different managers, not just Ange. Is that a coincidence? He played an average of 10 games for each of those 3 clubs. Only 10 games at each. So is there something there that, behind the scenes, and there have been, rumours of that anyway. Yeah, attitude. Can we just get past the narrative that Ange just blanked him out of some kind of stubborn refusal to play him? He's made him fight for his place, and look at what we're seeing now. So I'm not saying give Ange all the credit for that. I'm just saying he has made him earn his place, and he has earned it, and he's our best player at the moment. In the last 5 to 10 games, I would say our best player. So I just wanted to clear that up a little bit because,
I think it's fair though, Stu. I think it's fair that Spencer's been on that journey, and without that journey, he might not be where he is now. And attitude has been a problem. Even Daniel Farke at Leeds turned around and said that his attitude was appalling, and that's why he got sent back to Spurs. And I feel like those loans have been a journey for him to be where he is now. And I always say on this channel, you listen to it all the time, that when players get an opportunity, they've got to grab it, and that is what Spence has really done this season. And his attitude has been exceptional this season.
Yeah, and I give a huge amount of credit to Spence for that. I love a comeback story. I love, let's call him a bad boy, whatever you want to call him, turned good, or turning it around. That's what he's doing, and full credit to him. I'm not going to give Ange all the credit, nor am I going to slag him off for not playing him, because lots of other managers have had the same issues. So I just wanted to kind of put a bit of context in there.
Yeah. I'm
not, I'm an Ange supporter. I'm not going to just say I'm Ange in. I understand both sides of it. We should not be where we are, but you look at he had a good point about Liverpool. They took 10 players out of their team and they lost to Plymouth. Yeah. We have had more than 10 players out of our team for the last 3 months. At the end of November, we were 4 points off second place. That was after 3.5 months of the league, not 3 or 4 games. Some people cherry-picked 4 or 5 games that we lost intermittently, Ipswich, Leicester, etc. They were spread out. But after 3.5 months with more or less a first team, we was 4 points off second place. We have 2 points per game when he has Van de Ven and Romero starting at centre-back. So I'm just providing context. I'm not saying Ange is the greatest manager in the world. He's also not the worst manager in the world, like some people are painting him out to be. You know, somewhere in the middle lies the truth, I think.
Yeah.
You were talking about earlier, what change do we want to see at the club? And this is where I do get a little bit depressed because, you know, I think we know the biggest change that almost all of us want to see, and it's difficult to see it happening. I think for too long, Spurs have been a cruise ship amongst a war zone. You know, we're surrounded by clubs that have, you know, putting themselves out ready for battle. We are a cruise ship that looks nice. We make a lot of money, but would you trust them in a fight? And I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the laboured analogy, but that's kind of, I've been trying to just put it in my mind. How would I compare it? And we are a soft touch. We've been a soft touch for a long time. We've bottled things over and over again, and we have great facilities. We are a big club. We haven't won a league for 64 years. We haven't won an FA Cup for 34 years.
Unreal.
We're not a competitive cup winning, trophy winning club. I would love us to be, but Levy wants to make money, and he's brilliant at doing that.
Yeah.
But there's example after example. Can't remember who said it earlier. It might have been Gary. It might have been someone else that said, you know, after these defeats recently, we've had emails about Beyonce and Kendrick.
Yeah.
You know, we want to see communication about how this board are going to turn this situation around, rather than just scapegoating all the time, or just blindly ignoring the fans.
What sort of communication do you want to see, Stu?
What is their plan? How are things going to get better? That you said this a few weeks ago, Chris. You know, you've repeated this a few times. The stadium was supposed to be a game changer. It's been a bank balance changer. It hasn't been a game on the pitch changer. And well, it has. If anything, we've regressed. We're probably about, you know, I don't know. I'm getting very frustrated. I apologise. Did you want to ask me any questions? So I could probably go on.
Let me ask you then, Stu. Just like going forward now, like, you know, we are where we are. We're out of 2 cup competitions. We know that. We're not going to finish top 4. You know, that's gone. How are you feeling about Europa? You know, next game's in March. We get a few players back. You know,
not this old question again.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
Are you going to be on the flight with Gary to the final? That's what he wants to ask.
I'll do anything you ask if you put me on a flight to. Anyway, let's not go there. I would say I'm not quite. I love your energy and confidence about it, Gary. I wouldn't say I'm as confident, but I love it. I mean, we need some of that positivity. Can we win it? Yeah. Will we win it? I was going to say something rude there. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you've got to say it's a huge challenge. Regardless, we've got all these players that are coming back in the next few weeks. How long is it going to take them to get back up and running? You know, it's a difficult argument to make. But anything can happen in this game. Anything can happen. So yeah. I'm trying to stay positive where I can.
Stu, you know, at the end of the season, where do you think we'll finish in the league? I don't think we've asked that anyone this season. Where do you generally think we'll finish?
We probably haven't asked it, Gary, because it's quite a depressing question, I think.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know,
I think I've stopped. I think it sounds bad. I've stopped thinking about that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I did want to just pose something to you. I've said this slightly tongue-in-cheek a couple of times beforehand. If it got Enoch and Levy, if it guaranteed Enoch and Levy out the club, would you boys take relegation and promotion back up?
No, not for me. No.
I don't want relegation.
No.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I can ask even another way. If you was to say to me, you win the Europa League,
Do you know what? Sorry, Gary. Sorry to interrupt. You know what? When people give that question, and I don't like that question, by the way, Stu, because when people talk about relegation, people naturally assume a club like Spurs would come straight back up. That is not the case. Look at
that's why it's, yeah.
Look at the Championship. Look at League One. I tell you what. When I look at some of those teams, like Oldham Athletic, for example, look at where they are. They were a Premier League team in the early 90s.
Yeah, well, look at Forest. How long it took them?
Honestly, some of these clubs like Sheffield Wednesday, you never see them again. They go down to the Championship. Forest. You never see them back.
Yeah, I totally take that, and that's why I said if there was some kind of magical guarantee, it wasn't hypothetical. But I've looked at also other examples like Villa, Newcastle, where they have come up and been much stronger. Couple of years later. So I just thought it is a hypothetical.
Well, the other question would be, Stu, which would be very Spursy, would be for Tottenham to win Europa but get relegated. I wonder how many fans would take that.
To a sort of Middlesbrough style. I mean, honestly, there's some good away days in the Championship. We're not paying as much to get to the game.
Anyway, we're not going down. I mean, we're gonna comfortably beat Man United on Sunday. That'll tell you. And even then,
I will let some other people come on. I just wanted to say, because some people were having a go at Chris. I'm enjoying the rough and ready look, Chris. Gary, I love your energy, but you're screaming Towie to me, mate. You got like the gleaming teeth, you got the tan, you got the spiel, So I just wanted to say that as a a light-hearted end.
No, I love it.
Love what you do, boys, and keep it going.
Legend. Cheers, Stu. Thanks for coming on, mate.
Yeah, thank you for all your comments recently as well. I know you get involved in a lot of the chat with the other guys, so thank you so much for all of your input.
Cheers. Good luck, lads.
Cheers. Speak to you soon.
Yeah, he's
Towie.
been commenting all night, Chris. You know that, Stu, as I've been looking at this on the side here.
Towie, Gary. Towie.
Towie, mate. I know.
Towie.
I've been on it a few times. I've worked on
Towie.
Towie. I've worked on Towie for about 3 years.
Let's go to John. I know John has been waiting an awful long time as well. John, so sorry for the waiting. I hope you enjoyed everyone's input so far. Let me ask you this. I've not asked anyone this evening so far. Who have you agreed with and who have you disagreed with on all of the points made on the fan show tonight?
The fella just now, Stu, agreed with him with regards to Ange. I'm glad that there's someone like me that, thinks a lot of Ange. Yeah, missed the box office. I weren't overly keen on.
Nah, not many are.
with his views on Tottenham. I love my club. I dragged up there when I was 5 back in 1974. I watched us in the old second division for a year before we got promoted. I was at the 82 FA Cup final win, 84 Cup Winners' Cup. So I've seen this win a few
UEFA against Anderlecht. Wow.
Yeah, went to penalties. I was standing there with me mate. We bunked off school. I was crying when Danny Thomas missed a penalty and the whole crowd was singing his name. There's only one. And got some brilliant memories. But yeah, going back to the very start of this show and with you, Gary, and you're a great watch. Well, you both are.
Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate that.
But when you said about you went to Liverpool and, you were really hopeful we'd get a draw, that was the first time ever that I wasn't looking forward to watching Tottenham in a match. Yeah. Because what happened, I fully expected. We had a patched up team going to the best team in Europe at the moment, at their ground, under the lights with the atmosphere. Yeah. I gave us no hope whatsoever. I mean, I don't know if you know anything about the bookies, but Liverpool were 1-5 on to beat Tottenham.
Wow.
That's the shortest price any team have ever been to beat Tottenham.
Yeah.
Ever. That 1-5, that means you're getting beat 3-4, 5-0 normally.
Yeah.
That's what they're expecting, and that's what happened. So, it's great to be optimistic, but... Yeah, I think you must have had a few drinks to think we might come out the draw.
I mean, Chris will tell you, we was at the YouTube Awards, and it was when we just lost to Ipswich, Chris, remember? And we was all in our suits and stuff. And Chris said, "Oh, well, I'll do a quick video with you, Gals." I said, "Yeah." And then he caught me off guard and he said to me, "You know, we've just lost to Ipswich, Gal. We're going up to Etihad next week. How do you think Spurs will do?" And I looked at him and said, "We'll definitely go up there and win because we've just lost at home to Ipswich. So obviously we're going to go down to the Etihad and stuff them." And it got clipped and memed, and we did. And I think that's why, John, I stupidly thought, because it was the second leg of a Carabao Cup semi-final and we had that 1 goal advantage in a weird sort of way, because we didn't have 2 or 3 goal advantage, I then gave us even more chance of winning because I thought the players won't take it for granted. We've only got the 1 goal lead. I knew we'd go behind in the first half. I thought we'd hold them to 1-0. We'll come out the second half, and I thought we'd get a really ugly 1-1 draw. Yeah. But it's the hope that kills you.
I think we needed them to have a very off game, which I thought they did at our place, to be honest. They weren't,
they did.
You know, they didn't play well. And for us to get through, I thought they had to do that again and us be on top of our game. But I mean, when I looked at it properly, there wasn't one player in that Tottenham team that would start for Liverpool.
No.
That's what made me not confident whatsoever.
You're right. You're right. No one.
No, not one player. I mean, even with a full squad, I think the only one would be Van der Ven playing next to Van Dijk.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 2-3 years ago, you'd say Son, but not now.
Yeah. I mean, I hate all the stick that Son's getting. I think people have got a short memory of all what he's done at the club.
Oh, he's been amazing for Tottenham.
He has been amazing. He's been a brilliant servant, and it's not his fault he's having to play so often with all the injuries and everything. And I think I would still keep him for another year, but have him as a sub.
Yeah.
I think it'd be devastating coming on with 25 minutes to go.
That's
I
what
mean,
I think.
Watching the game against Villa, I pointed out to my daughter, first 20 minutes, he was sprinting, closing down the goalkeeper, who's then passing it to the left back. It's sprinting over to him. He's passing it back to the keeper. Son's running back again. He's knackered after 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
that's a lot of running, doesn't he?
It was terrible. And with all the injuries with Ange, it is a massive valid excuse, having that amount of players out for so long. I mean, Liverpool have changed their team twice this season with a lot of players.
Yeah.
They lost both of them games, one to Plymouth and one to PSV in Europe.
Yeah.
Right? You ask Arne Slot if he'd like to start with that team for 2 months.
Yeah, agreed.
They'd be mid-table. You know, any team having the amount of injuries we've had, it ain't just the amount of them, it's how long they've been.
Do you know what, John? You're
got no
right,
chance.
though. And I think some of the Tottenham fans, they get a little bit brainwashed by Sky and TalkSport and the media and the agenda that they have against Tottenham. Do you know what I mean? You know, whenever you switch on TalkSport and you're listening to someone there, and they'll turn around and say, yeah, well, Bournemouth had injuries. And, you know, Liverpool have had the odd player out. But no team, and it's not an excuse, this is just a fact, no team has had as many injuries as us and for a long period of time as us.
No,
so you cannot compare Bournemouth or Villa.
No. A lot of these teams have players injured for 2 weeks or 2 games, and then they're back again. We're having long-term injuries.
That's what I mean. And I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying Ange isn't responsible for some of that or the training or whatever, or maybe some's on the players, but you can't compare the Villa or Bournemouth injuries to Tottenham injuries. They're not the same.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
You
I
know?
mean, you know, you got Man City collapsing because they lose Rodri. You've got Arsenal moaning when Odegaard was gone. And Saka are not there. You know, just 2 players, and they're crying their eyes out.
But you said the point there. You know, Liverpool changed their team, and look, I don't think Liverpool were overly bothered going out of the FA Cup, but you saw Plymouth beat them. You know, comfortably. Exactly. They had no answer to them.
But that's another thing I wanted to say. I mean, I have said it on here once before, and I do get a lot of stick for it when I say it, but I mean it. The FA Cup, going out the FA Cup and Carabao Cup, is not the end of the world for me. These 2 cups have been so watered down with regards to what it means to win them. When you've got teams playing their second team in matches, resting players, even championship teams, where there's so much money in football, that if a team fighting for, Leeds changed 9 players, got beat by Millwall 2-0 in the FA weekend because they want to get promoted.
Yeah.
You know, so you've got teams in the Championship, teams in the Premiership, resting 5, 6, 7 players for these.
Yeah, you're right.
For these cup matches. You know, back in the 80s, 90s, no one dared to rest players. The FA Cup was massive, biggest cup in the world. The League Cup was still good. But now they've just been watered right down. And what I'm trying to say, where most people don't agree with me, I would rather get to the Champions League final and lose it like we did than win a Carabao Cup.
Don't agree, John.
The journey we go on playing them elite teams and getting to that cup final means a lot more to me.
I'll tell you what, John. I'll tell
I'd
you
want to
who
win the
else
cup
would
just to
prefer
shut
that.
everyone up. I'd want to win the cup just to shut everyone up and beating us with the stick. We ain't won a trophy for so long, but it wouldn't mean nothing for me personally. I don't remember that cup final we won Chelsea the last time we won. I don't remember that game whatsoever. I remember it being not a very good game. I'll tell you the games I remember: beating a prime Real Madrid 3-1 at Wembley with a prime
John,
Ronaldo playing for it.
The game is about the glory. The game is about the glory. It's about lifting trophies.
I don't get the glory of the Carabao Cup when you're playing.
The thing is, though, Chris, John's got a good point there, because, and not just you, John, but even Daniel Levy would probably say the same, because you know, if you win the Carabao Cup, I think it's like 1.7 million. The FA Cup is like 2.5 or 3 million. You get to the Champions League final and lose, that's 100-odd million.
So you're talking about money. You're talking about money.
Daniel Levy.
To the fans, if you put a poll out, the fans no doubt would say, let's win a trophy, because I feel like the trophies are way overdue.
I think they would, but I think some
I can't get my head around that.
To a Champions League final over winning the Carabao Cup, though.
Those people will say I'm wrong thinking that.
But why on earth would you want to lose a European final rather than winning a domestic cup? Because that domestic cup, you know, don't you want to see those players going down the high road?
I want to see us win any trophy, but I'd much rather see us win the Europa than the FA Cup or the Carabao.
Yeah. Now, I'd rather see us beat Bayern Munich, Barcelona, Real Madrid,
losing the final.
Lose to someone in the final. Yeah. I'd rather see them games of beating the top teams.
I think that Levy would agree with that, though, Chris, because of the money.
We want to play the cream of Europe, you know, and I never thought I would see my team get to a Champions League final in my lifetime.
No, that was mad.
15 years ago, I never thought I'd see my team in the Champions League, because the top four was so far ahead of everyone else. I never dreamed. And when we got into that Champions League, I was the happiest person in the world. You know, hearing that Champions League music, it was just unbelievable.
It does sound better than the Europa, doesn't it?
It was just, it was brilliant. But yeah, I mean, someone asked me today, again with Ange, would we have got more points if Conte or Mourinho was manager with all these injuries? And I said, they would, right?
I agree.
Yeah, I think so.
But they would have had 10 men behind the ball every game.
Yeah.
Right? And some of them losses, they would have turned them into draws.
Yeah.
So we've got another 4 points. Big deal. In the great scheme of things, I just think big deal.
We would have got them exciting wins like we did against United, City, and all them ones, West Ham, Villa.
No, nothing like that at all. And that's the football that I want to see. I want my cake and eat it. I want to win things, but play great football at the same time.
But John, would you take winning the Europa over getting to the final of the Champions League, though?
Here he goes.
Would I what? Sorry, win the Europa?
Winning the Europa?
Yeah, definitely. That's just one under. That's just one under the Champions League, isn't it? Europa, as far as I'm concerned, you're not playing.
You take that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll definitely take that. No, it's only the Carabao Cup. Like I said, it don't mean nothing to anyone until they get to the semi-final.
No. The FA Cup, though, used to be huge, didn't it? It used to be massive, the FA Cup.
It was massive. It was massive. It was the biggest club competition in the world.
Was you there in 91, was you, John?
No, I wasn't. I was working away at the time.
That was great. That was amazing. That was. I mean, but the FA Cup then, you know, it'd be on both TV channels all day, televised.
Exactly. You had them on the coach going to the ground. And,
it was amazing, didn't it?
He with them on there.
They would bring a song out, release the song, wouldn't they? Do you remember?
Yeah. I bought the single. Ozzy's going to Wembley.
Yeah, and he's gone all trembly. Love it.
Played that all the time.
John, last question for you. Give us a score prediction for the Man United game. How do you think this one's going to go?
Well, like I said, I expected us to get hammered by Liverpool. I expect us to beat Man United 2 or 3-0, like Gary said.
Yeah,
I really could, because they are in a worse state than what we are, and they ain't got the excuse we've got with the injuries. I do not know what is going on at that club. I really don't. I think their manager might turn out to be good. Again, you don't get the time these days, managers. It's like Ange. He needs I want to see Ange a whole season next year with a full squad. He's bedding these youngsters in. I want him to carry on with them youngsters. I don't want someone else coming in then because in 18 months' time, he's going to know them youngsters inside out, what they can do, what they can't do, what they can achieve, because he's had them from the start. So, for me, it's Ange in, and we win against Man United.
Yeah.
And Europa, I don't think we will, unless I want to see at least 5 players back from injury. And then I'll say, we can win it.
We've got till March.
If we don't get them players back, we've got no chance. We won't even get to the final.
Yeah.
John, just a quick yes or no. Do you expect then Ange to be manager of us starting next season?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Oh, brilliant.
John, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Just one last thing. I said before, everyone laughed. I'd rip his contract up now and give him a 4 or 5 year one. And that's the truth.
Wow. Fair play, John.
He plays
football. Fair play to John. He is what he is and he stands by it. I like that. It's good.
I love my club. I love attacking football. That's how I supported the team. My dad used to drum it into me. We're so good because we play attacking football. That was when I was 6, 7, 8 years old. And that's all I've been brought up on. I love Tottenham. I was born there and dragged up there, like I say, when I was 5 years old. And they come second to my family. They're more important than me work, everything.
Chris is similar, but they come first to his family.
Well, I would like to say, but they might be upstairs listening.
They might be listening, mate. Be careful. They're probably on the podcast and all.
Yeah.
John, there's a lot of
Thanks very much.
There's a lot of comments that don't agree with you, and I don't agree with you on the domestic cup front.
No, I fully understand. I do fully get it. It's just something with me. And,
you're entitled to that. It's your opinion.
This is what's great about this show, because we get so many different opinions on, and it causes debate, and of course, it gets us talking. So, John, thank you so much for all of your input recently on the Spurs Chat podcast and the fan shows. It's been great talking to you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Gary, we're nearly 4 hours in, Gary. We've got so many guests to get through still. We're going to go to
2 hours, you said.
We're going to go to KK. KK, how are you?
Hey, Chris. Hey, Gary. Thanks for having me on the show.
How we doing, my man?
Yeah, good. It's been a long day, but I'm happy to be on the show.
And that's just waiting on it to get on, isn't it? It's been hours.
Well, yeah, quite a few people actually, bless, have been waiting for quite a while. So I'm hoping it won't take up too much of everybody's time.
No, mate. Listen, come on, give us your thoughts. How you feeling?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, I'd like to say a shout out to Jamie Donnelly on his goal against Man City. I mean, wow, I couldn't believe it. I was thinking, and this was not a weak Manchester City. It was a brilliant goal, and it wasn't a weak team either. It was a pretty strong team from Man City. So shout out to him, and as well as the other sort of players on loan. I want to, I guess, if it's okay, to talk about Ange for a little bit. I know you guys have been talking about how where there's this sort of debate, or people, fans are divided about whether everybody's Ange in or Ange out. I think the issue, we all know the issue stems more beyond Ange, but I think the reason why fans are very divided isn't just the fact that Ange is in this predicament or we've got a lot of injuries. I just think it's because the board have let us down so much over the course of 20 odd years. I feel like fans sort of hurt and disappointed, and it just feels like it's, what's the word? It feels like they can't tolerate what's going on anymore. So if we had a scenario where there was a takeover and this was Ange's second season and he was fully backed, and we had the injuries that we had, I don't think we would have as much of a divide as we would have right now. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Do you guys agree? Do you disagree? What do you think?
Do you want to go first, Chris, or
go for it, Gary?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you are right, but I think it's difficult because we are where we are now, and we just have to go with it. I think at the end of the day, I think it's not a case of Ange in or out. I think at the moment he's going to have time regardless, you know. And a lot of people we spoke about earlier, you know, would a different manager coming in now make a difference from now to the end of the season? If we had started a different manager, I mean, look, I use Nuno as an example, right? We gave him 10 games or whatever. You know, no good. Yeah. Didn't play the style of football that Tottenham wanted and stuff. I mean, Forest are 20 points ahead of us, Kay. You know, 20 points. You know, we talk about going to Anfield and, you know, and it being a fortress and everything else. They went up there and beat Liverpool. You know, they beat Liverpool at Anfield. You know, and they've done all of this and they're sitting in third spot. You know, they're 3 points behind Arsenal with Nuno. So then you have to ask yourself, well, is it the manager or is it the players? And, you know, there's this, I think the one thing, Kay, for me is a Tottenham fan. I genuinely don't even know where I am with all of it now. I mean, I would say up until recently, I've never been, you know, kind of Ennick and Levy out and everything else. But even I've questioned that, you know, and I've been firmly Ange-in, but I think I'm still Ange-in, but not necessarily for the same reasons as maybe some other fans. I'm only sticking with Ange I'm probably sticking with Ange still for two reasons, right? One, we're still in Europa. We don't have a game until March, right? Players will come back. And two, if we get rid of Ange now, we bring in the interim manager, which is Ryan Mason. Do I think Ryan Mason is better than Ange? No, I don't.
No, he's not. He's what? He's had what?
He's not, is he? You know, when you say Ryan Mason to me, all I think of with Ryan Mason is him playing his mate Winks in the final and leaving Bell on the bench and us losing to Man City.
Exactly.
You know, so that's I don't know, Chris. Where are you?
Do you know how many times have I spoke about this? I just feel like we've gone round in circles.
Difficult, isn't it?
I over these recent years, and it's funny because although we've had all of these injuries, but we've had these results in the Premier League, I feel like, you know, being 14th in the Premier League table at this stage of the season, you know, is not what we're used to.
No.
But at the moment. And it's weird because the Telegraph have reported today stating that, you know, they're being sympathetic towards Ange Postecoglou and all of the injuries, but because we're not used to this as Spurs fans, are we? Because it appears, you know, even Mauricio Pochettino, mid-table, you know, in November, then he gets the sack and then Jose Mourinho comes in. All of us would have thought that he'd have had more than enough credit in the bank to keep his job and, you know, under a few couple of difficult months. But yet, in February now, we're finding ourselves in 14th. You know, going into this Manchester United game, 13th v 14th. It's incredible, really, where both clubs are at the moment.
Yeah.
So inconsistent. But at some stage, I feel like you do need to give a manager, whether it be Ange Postecoglou or someone else, you know, you need to give them the time, the tools, and the patience. And I feel a lot of the time when we're at this stage with a manager where a lot of the fan base feel like it's coming to the end with a manager, I feel like a lot of fans just want to click their fingers and say, we'll get a new manager in. It's okay. In a couple of weeks, we'll be challenging for the Premier League title. I feel like some people are so impatient. However, when you say that word impatient to people and then you say the word patient to people, they're like, yeah, but we haven't won a trophy in all these years. I get all arguments, but Rome wasn't built in a day and you need to give someone time. And whoever comes in, it is going to be painful for a time period.
Another few years.
It's going to be painful. Is this the painful period? Will it get better? Will Ange be given the tools and the time? That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I think with this painful period of injuries, and I know we have 11 injuries, of which 7 of the players are first team players. That's what 64% of the team are first team players that are out injured. I think one positive I get out of this outcome is that we have players like Archie Gray and Bergvall, these young players stepping up. These are boys, and they're teenagers. They're stepping up, and I feel that even though right now we are in a very difficult scenario, the fact that they've been thrown in the deep end, this is only going to help their development and aid their development for the future, not just for themselves, but for the team. So, like, I've been in jobs where I've been thrown in the deep end. You know, I work with data, and I've been thrown in the deep end and gone, oh, here's 2 weeks into a job, oh, here's a project, go and do it. Okay, at first it's overwhelming, but then you learn from it. You become, you build character, you build a backbone, and that's how it aids you becoming a better person, a better player. And I feel like this experience, with all the negatives, and I completely get that, I do, but I just feel that we've also got to look at the positives in that these young players who are stepping up are going to help us in the future. So I guess from my in terms of Ange and the players aspect, I think that's what my take is on that.
Yeah.
Okay, how are you feeling about the next couple of games against United, Ipswich, and City?
Oh gosh, so I've been thinking about this while I've been waiting, Chris and Gary. Manchester United are just as much of a basket case as we are. I mean, it's gonna be a basketball game. It could be nil. Actually, it's not gonna be 0-0. I'm going to lie. There's not gonna be a clean sheet.
Can't be.
It could be. It can't. I mean, it could be 8-8 for all I know. I mean, it could be literally like a basketball game. I mean, if it was 8-8, that would be. I mean, if it was 8-8, I don't think Sky Sports could do the highlights in 3 minutes.
Mate, that'd be brilliant. Though. Imagine 8-8. I want us to win it, so let me 9-8.
Oh wow! So I think that will literally get off my seat. I'll probably drop my whiskey, to be honest. So if that happens, so I'll have to pour another one. So yeah.
Kay, you've been a great guest. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for waiting as well. I know we've had a lot.
Thanks for being patient, mate. It was good to talk to you.
We've had a lot of people to speak to tonight, but it's been great having you on.
Cheers. Take care. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Right, we're now going to go to Orchi, all the way in Istanbul, Turkey. Orchi, I know you're one of the guys that have been waiting for a long time as well, so apologies.
No need to apologize, Chris.
How are you?
First of all, you guys have been doing brilliantly. 4 hours in, you know, you guys are talking.
He told me 2 hours, Orchi. What happened to that?
What's that?
He said to me 2 hours it'll be, Gal, no longer.
It's okay. It's all right. It's okay, mate. That's what the you know, club is doing to us at the moment. Everyone's
Orchi,
so
mate,
full
you've got a bit of a smile on your face, though, man. How are you feeling the rest of the season now, going into Sunday and stuff? How are you feeling?
I've got a smile because, you know, recent results made me feel like Heath Ledger's Joker. Like when people ask me, I go, "You want to know how I got these scars? My football team, they've got an injury crisis, and we can't win a game, and people are losing their minds." That's how I'm feeling, you know. No, I mean, you know, I've been on several shows previously. We've kind of talked about it. I've got to be honest with you, you know, and I've said this before. I'm still not Ange out. I do feel for the man because, listen, I know some people are saying it's excuses and stuff. Dude, you know, literally for the last 3 months, at best, we've had 7 or 8 players out. And at worst, we've had 13 players out for some games. It's not just injuries, suspensions as well. People forget Bentancur got, you know, just when he was getting up to speed and he's doing all right, then he gets that 7-match suspension and then boom, he's out for like nearly 2 months. So, you know, it's you know, I do feel for Ange. It's not excuses. And he's having to bring in these players, young players that normally you would take time bedding these players in, bringing them on for the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes of Premier League games and giving them time. And yes, you know, I think we've done really well in the last couple of seasons, bringing in, you know, people like the Bergwals and the Archie Grays. You know, supposedly a lot of big teams are after these players and they do look like they're going to be superstars, and obviously Mikey Moore as well. So fantastic. They look fantastic, but at the same time, these are their formative years. They're 17, 18, 19 years old. Yeah, and if, you know, and they're literally being thrown in at the very deepest end, and, you know, and they're going out to these games and they're losing these games, and that's got to hurt. You know, I don't care what you say. Yeah, your confidence will get shot. And those are the kind of things that I think at times Ange just tried to protect the players, but at the same time, like what was the, you know, people keep mentioning, like some people mentioned the Everton game. We literally had only 11 players fit. And I think he chose the back three because of, you know, he had to kind of put some players in other places. I think he's also drowning a little bit. And although people keep mentioning, like how Ange said that, you know, yeah, I'm happy with the team, I'm happy with the squad. I think, you know, Ange's, you know, he's not a Conte. He's not going to come out and start criticizing.
No,
like
let me ask you quickly, Orchie, on that.
Yeah.
Then, how do you feel about Postecoglou in his post-match interviews and stuff, and you know when he's like sort of, you know, addressing the media and taking questions? You think he's spot on? You think he's been handling them as best he could really well, or does he frustrate you sometimes? Like, I'd be interested to know.
Can I just add to that, because he must feel frustrated, because the amount of times that same questions, Gary. Yeah. How many times every week? Same questions,
over and over and over.
Do you know what? I'll say this. When he comes out and he seems grumpy sometimes, I'll tell you what, if I was to sit there and answer the same questions week in, week out, I think I'd actually come out and say, I answered that last week, so refer to it then.
Next question.
That will probably come across even more rude, but you know, how many times do you want to keep answering that same question?
That's why I asked him, because I'm interested to see, because it's what I've been feeling as well.
Yeah.
But I would just be saying F off.
Yeah, and people are saying, like, are you worried that you're going to be in charge for the next game and all this kind of stuff? It's like, I mean, the guy's, you know, he's having to deal with so many issues, and a lot of it, I've got to say, I don't think it's his own making anyway. I mean, I think Chris probably has some idea from our previous conversations. I fully and utterly blame Levy for this, or the you know, the management, you know, because you know, I know. Listen, I've always felt. I mean, I made this point in previous couple of shows. So summer 2000.
You were with Barnaby yesterday, Orchie, chatting with him, weren't you?
Yeah.
I watched you. I watched you. Yeah, I watched.
So you know,
Orchie's on every day at the moment.
Yeah, love it. It's good though. It's good.
Summer 2024. Summer 2024, right? Summer, you know, transfer window that just went. We had 4 players come in: Solanke, Odebear, Bergvall, and Archie Gray. And Bergvall was actually bought in the previous window, and he was loaned back to, as part of the agreement, he was loaned back to his team. So really, we actually brought in 3 players in the summer, one of which was Archie Gray, who was a youngster. So the other 2, really, Dominic Solanke and Odebear. So, and we need to think of last season, Ange's first season. We had basically exactly the same thing from October till the new year. We also had another injury and suspension crisis, not as bad as this season, but it was still bad enough that it derailed our season a little bit, because obviously we had the first 10 games, we were doing brilliantly. Then the injuries and the suspensions came in, and it kind of derailed us. And then when the players came back, we were again inconsistent, but we just about managed to finish, you know, 5th. So made it into Europe. So now in the summer, you know, you just had the experience of Ange's first season and and it kind of showed how, you know, lacking depth it was. So, you know, you're the chairman, and you know you're going to be in Europa League now, you know, because last season we didn't have any European competition. It was just domestic cups. So you've got European games coming up, and it's under a new format where you know you're going to be playing Sunday, Thursday, literally until the new year, until end of January. And, you know, like we knew Richarlison wasn't a surprise. Like Richarlison was poor last season. So I think not only Solanke, I think we needed 2 strikers in the summer to come in. We needed, we needed backup in so many different areas. So instead of 2 kind of what, you know, Chris also refers to as, you know, now players that are going to come straight into the team and improve that quality. And okay, you can arguably say we brought in 2 players and 1 teenager, or 2 teenagers. I think we needed at least like another 4 players. So, you know, and that wasn't done. That business was not done. So how can you then hold a manager accountable? You know, you just got to, but then that is not something that we do. That's something that Levy has never done. He's never gone out on a single transfer window and spent 200, 300 million and bought 6 or 7 players, which is what you really need. If you're going to be competitive in 4 competitions, that's what you need to do. And it's also why it's kind of confusing. You bring in, managers like Conte and Mourinho, and pretty much every other team that they've been in. That's what their sort of hierarchy have done. They've spent 200, 300 million in a single window to get the players that they needed. But Tottenham have never been that club.
No.
So I do feel for the guy. I'm not saying he hasn't made mistakes, because again, we've discussed this. Yes, sometimes I do scratch my head about some of his teams that he picks. Like, for example, when you got Reguilon, if once we got like to 6 or 7 injuries, yes, he could have brought in some of these youngsters. He could have brought in Jed Spence a lot sooner than he did, and potentially maybe we wouldn't have had the injuries that we've had. But I mean, we were still kind of coping, but I think what really killed us this last month was Solanke getting injured. I think once Solanke got injured,
that was a killer.
He became a blunt instrument. It's like, when you go to a nice steak restaurant, they bring you out a steak knife. Why? They don't bring you out a normal knife. They bring you out a steak knife. So you don't sit there, trying to cut through that meat, even though
we get
it might
served
be the
spoons with it now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Archie, is there a good steak restaurant in Istanbul there? Because I might be coming back for the Galatasaray clash.
Yeah, mate, I think I actually messaged you for the Galatasaray game because I knew you would come over. But I think because you don't follow me, probably because I said to you, look, Chris, you don't know me, but I watch you. I've been watching for ages. If you're about, let me know. I'll come and meet you, and we'll hang out.
You missed out on the steak meal there, Chris.
So,
I reckon I'll see you in March. I reckon we're going to be getting Galatasaray, don't you?
Well, yeah, possibly. Is there no chance we might get Fenerbahce? Because I'm literally about 5 minutes away from the Fenerbahce stadium. So maybe let's get Fenerbahce, and it will, it'll be against Jose.
Yeah,
Jose Fenerbahce. So that'll be interesting. But listen, like Poch, just coming back to Poch quickly. I think Levy just does this, like his way of managing. Look, I've got to be like, again, I know I'm a big critic of Levy, but I do have to give him credit. Like, obviously, when they took over the club, in terms of the business side of it, we all have to accept. I appreciate people. I don't understand people that come on and go, oh, I don't care about Beyonce concerts and I don't care about this and that. Listen, since the Premiership started, it's become $1 billion business, and you have to take care of business as well. So it is important, because how much money you earn, how much money you make as a club is what determines how much money you can spend. So the more money we generate, the more opportunity we got to spend. Now, the big question is really, and I said this, I think, in the last show, what I would love to sit for 60 seconds in front of Daniel Levy. And what I would like to ask him is, listen, we are one of the richest clubs in the world. That report that came out about the previous season, where apparently for every £100 that we make, we're spending about 40% or 42% of the wage bill. Now, FIFA, UEFA have specific regulations, so they're okay for you to go all the way up to 70%. Now, on that report, it came out that, for example, Aston Villa for the previous season were at like 92%. So probably sometime in the near future, they might get some, PSR questions and things like that. But whereas Tottenham, we've got massive, like difference that we can actually go up to. We're so low in terms of the wages that we pay. We probably could pay a lot more without, getting caught by PSR or without getting caught by financial fair play. That's what I would like to ask him. I'd like to say, listen, I appreciate you're trying to stick to within the limits of what the regulations are, but there is such a massive there's such a gap between what you can spend and what you are spending at the moment. Why aren't you, because you told us, right, which is fine, I accept that, when you got 33,000 capacity stadium and all your sort of, the teams that you're trying to keep up with, the Arsenals, the Cities, the Liverpools of this, of the league are, they're at like 50, 60, 70,000 capacity stadiums. Yeah, you're in a disadvantage. So I totally get why we built the stadium. I totally get all the commercial stuff that he goes out there and secures for the club. Fantastic. Well done. But then what's the point of earning all that money and having all that financial power if you're not going to then use it to, improve the team and win on the pitch? So, that's what I'd like to ask him. I'd like to, and is it his decision? Or is it actually somebody above him, whether it's Joe Lewis or the board, that's saying to him, no, this summer you can only spend like 150 maximum. That's it. You can't go anywhere above. You know, who is it that makes these decisions? That's what I'd like to ask him. And why? Why aren't you spending more? Because that's what people want. We want to win. But
I was just going to say, you're such a great guest. You're a hell of a talker. I tell you what, when we get you on the podcast on Sunday with you and Ricky Norwood, I tell you, I don't know how long it's going to be.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, sorry. But
thank you so much.
One last thing, as a famous movie boxer once said, it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. And if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. But you got to be willing to take the hits. And that's what we're doing right now. We're taking the hits. Good night, everybody. Take care.
OG, thank you so much.
Cheers, mate. He's giving Darren Allman a run for his money there, isn't he?
I'll tell you what, we've had some great guests on this evening. And we've had a good laugh this evening as well, Gary.
It's been good, actually. To be honest, it's not been anywhere near as depressing and as negative as what I thought it would be.
I know. Right.
Good.
Gary, how you feeling?
Not Gary. Gary's PA.
Gazy!
How are you?
Hello, Dan.
Gary,
how are you, Dan?
PA, Dan, I love it.
Wait, that was, wasn't it, boys? Just to get on.
How are you?
How are you? Good to see you both. How are you both? You good?
I'm all right, Gazy, man. Gazy, talk to me. How you feeling? We didn't even speak after the last few games, did we?
Gaz, listen, mate, right? It's embarrassing FC, innit? I'm going into schools with my Spurs hat on, and the kids are terrorists. I'm getting thousands of kids. Spurs are rubbish, man. But I ain't talking about Man United, Arsenal. I'm talking about Ipswich fans. I'm talking about bloody Nottingham Forest fans, Bournemouth. I didn't even know these fans existed in young kids, and they're terrorising me. But I wanted to take both back on a bit of a memorable time, like 1991 when I first started supporting Spurs. Because I'm quite young, boys. Yeah, just to let you know.
Same, like me, 38. Yeah, I know.
42 this year, I am, right?
Oh, you're a bit older than me. All right, go on.
There's a Botox you got, mate. I know.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
So, you know, Gaza, world-class player, the only world-class player we had in the team. We won the FA Cup. We shared the Charity Shield with Arsenal, if you remember it.
I remember.
Unbelievable time. But the squad weren't that good. Right? But one we had, and the one thing we lack now, apart from the youth players, is passion. We have no passion, no drive. I remember going back, Eric Torsford, Darren Caskey, rest in peace, Justin Edinburgh. You know, all these players, they weren't like lighting the world up, but they did a job, right? Davis is like, right? And it frustrates me. I mean, I could go on all day here, and I'm not about Levy out and all this, you know.
Gazy, I don't know why this play came into my head, but do you remember when we used to bring on Paul Walsh, the Impact sub?
Yeah, Paul Walsh, long head, yeah. Oh,
do you remember that? God.
But this is what I mean, all these sort of players, and then we signed like Chris Armstrong, which was comparing. I remember arguing with my mate, comparing him to Stan Collymore about how better he is, you know. And that terrible, but actually won a trophy in it, you know. And I'm just looking like, wow. But I see Chris the other night, just quickly, didn't we, Chris? We said hello, and you know what? I took my boy. I've been to every UEFA Cup game, and I was just like, this is terrible. Until the young players started playing, and you see. I've been watching them at Stevenage for years and the passion and drive they have. And that's what we need. And I think, and this on all the platforms, just talking, I'll take 14th in the Cup, right? Now,
same.
Come true. I could take 14th in UEFA Cup.
I would. I'll take 15th, 16th.
Yeah, because we ain't never winning the league. So what if we finish fourth? Who cares?
No.
Of talking about the Super Six 3 years ago is embarrassing to where we are now.
But Gazy, right? Just quickly, you know the guy that was on before, like he was saying, oh, you know, what have you done for change, this and that, boycott the stadium, this, that, and the other. But what I was trying to say to the guy is, when you're a fan and you support Tottenham Hotspur, sometimes they get you down and they frustrate you, and you might say to yourself, not so much Chris, because Chris, you know, season ticket holder, but like me and you, Gazy, we'll talk, we'll say, we're not going for a few games now, we've got the ump. But you'll always go back, Gazy. You'll always book that hospitality. You get the box. You go on the West Stand. You'll go South Stand. It's part of you. It's who we are, isn't it?
Do you know what, Gaz, right? I sat in the box with my son. I got it very, very cheap. It was his Christmas present the other day,
Yeah.
And people paid 800 quid to go and see this game. And they're shouting, leave you out. I think if you're shouting, leave you out, you've paid him 800 quid to go to a game, then more for you. Because it doesn't.
Exactly.
I think we're using anything, you know, we're like a roller coaster FC on the pitch fan base and in the board, you know. And I don't know. I met Postecoglou the other night, and he was very good with me, but I don't think he helps himself with his rudeness and shortness. I get, Chris, what you said earlier. Someone kept asking me the same bloody question. I'd go mad, you know.
Yeah, it's frustrating for him.
But
I do feel sometimes in post interviews, and even sometimes on the sideline, he's there with his arms folded. He could, you know, his body language and stuff, but he's feeling it just like we are. You know, it's difficult, isn't it? It's a difficult time, man.
I mean, Chris, do you remember in the pre-season when he first came in, everyone was like, this speech he did in the dressing room, I can't remember what it was against. I don't know if it was against, it was like against a lower league team. I watched that speech. I didn't see any passion in it. It's like, you know what we got to do, lads? No, let's go and do it. Well done. I thought, well, what's that?
Yeah.
I really struggle with that. I want to see passion on the sides. I want to see drive. When I coach, press that ball. Come on, boys, press that ball. Coaching.
Yeah.
You know, they are young. They are like, no matter what anyone tells you, I've met so many players over the years and worked with them, I hate to say at Arsenal and stuff like that. And I've seen them and I've seen how, you know, they don't even know how to book a holiday, Chris and Gary. Do you know what I mean? Like, it sounds really so sheltered that they don't know. And it comes across rude sometimes. And I think, oh, when I met them, but I think they need that help. Like I keep saying, the mental health in football really needs to be looked at. You know,
I mean, Gazy, you make the point there. Big game, Anfield away, second leg in a cup. It is difficult for some of them players, mate. You know,
Gary. Listen, I've lost us 2 stone, right? I'd have been up for that game, even at 21 stone, to play in that game at centre half. You know?
I was thinking you looking a lot more trim in your face, mate.
Oh, yeah, I'm joining the Dream Boys, but don't tell Chris.
I think you might have to come on Saturday night, mate. Hit the stage with me. You've definitely didn't you?
I need to borrow your pump, Gary, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, well, I'll lend you that. You sure like this weight loss ain't just
God, it's
stress
late.
though, with Tottenham?
Yeah, stress of Tottenham, that is. But I just think, guys, you know, I look at our youth players coming through. We need to not sell them. And my concern is that we will end up selling them to Real, you know, City and stuff like that, as we do. But I've on this so many times, boys, we haven't signed a world-class player. And hear what I'm saying here before you say Bale and all this. In their form since 1995, Jurgen Klinsmann. And we only done that dodgily because Sugar done a dodgy deal on a boat and we got a paparazzi there and he took a right? But we need a bit of wheeling and dealing. This is why I like Venables. This is why I liked Redknapp at the team.
Terry Venables, man. Legend he was, wasn't he?
But I'll ask you 2 a question. Do you think bringing Pochettino back is a good idea?
I don't personally want him back, if I'm honest with you.
Go ahead, not your heart. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I for me, no. I don't think it's... I think bring Poch back, but not now. Maybe in a few years, but definitely not now, no.
Chris?
I think it's the only place that they've got to go.
I think to save himself, to save himself. But I look and hear me out here. You got Gareth Southgate sitting there, who is a good man manager, unites teams. You know, he done it with the England team. He didn't get us over the line, but unite, because that's what this team needs. Stop all this prima donnery, diving around, giving up. Passion, someone to drive.
That's who Knowledge said, Gazy, earlier. She said Southgate.
That's who you want to get on here, Chris. His wife, because his wife has got some knowledge. Let me tell you, that's what we call it. I just look at it like that, and I think, what is going on here? Like, I go there, I end up talking to the people behind me for the first half. Like, that was killer. I mean, Europa game, so we're going to call it now. But Chris, I remember us when we met, and I said to you in your video, we need a CDM. Well, we never got him. Apparently, we did Archie Gray, but he's not played there. I said Gray would stay and not go to Real Madrid. I think he will go to Real Madrid. I think he's checked out. I said we'd probably get 5th in the UEFA Cup. I'm still going for the UEFA Cup, I'll be honest with you, but not the.
I said 7th in Europa.
But yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, but it's just a pleasure to be back on. I haven't been on for like 2 years, so I thought
good to see you, man.
Yeah, I thought I'd pop on and say hello.
We always talk after all the games, but we didn't talk after Liverpool and Villa, did we? But I suppose they were bad defeats.
Bad guys. The guy John on earlier, listen, I'm everyone's opinion. Like, I don't slate anyone. I think everyone should have their own opinion. We don't personally get with people, but I would take the Audi Cup, Carabao Cup, any cup. But when we must progress. We must then push on. And what we did with the Champions League final, which was the worst Champions League final I've ever watched in my life.
Horrible, yeah.
Is we didn't progress. We didn't build. We had to let our team go. And the biggest one we missed was Moussa Dembele. He was the one. He was the click. If you listen to any Spurs...
But Gazy, you hit the nail on the head there, because when Liverpool lost the year before Real Madrid, they went out and got a new keeper, got Van Dijk. What did we do? Nothing. Sack Poch.
They built their core, didn't they? Keeper, Van Dijk, and I think the striker. I think it was Salah at the time. They built them in. They built the whole core. We haven't got a core. Where's our core of our football team? We have number 6. Sarr and Basuma have not looked the same since African Cup of Nations.
Nah, Basuma's been frustrating, mate, to say the least.
It's been shocking. Like in the Carabao game, whatever it's called, he was terrible.
Yeah.
Well, no offense, their level of like Stevenage Borough.
Yeah.
Well, not Stevenage Borough, but that's where I live, so I can talk about it.
Yeah.
Dan, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Oh, good to see you, Dan. You're looking well, my man.
I'll try, and I just thought I'd come and say hello to you both.
No, I'll give you a message afterwards.
Yeah, keep positive. See you soon. Yeah.
We'll see you soon. Cheers. Right. We've got Adam with us. Adam, good evening. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Good.
Very good.
Thanks for waiting, mate. I don't know how long you were waiting, but we appreciate it, man. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Had a stressful month. Been in and out of hospital, but yeah, I'm all good.
What's up?
How about you guys? That's not me. I've got a daughter who was born the 14th of January, but she's got spina bifida, so she had 2 lots of surgery.
Blimey.
So yeah, she only come out Saturday. So
Where
it's,
are you? Are you in London, Adam, or what?
no, I'm Essex.
Oh, Essex, you are, yeah?
Yeah.
God, that's a
So yeah, I've been trying to. Chris has been emailing me. I've been emailing Chris back.
Yeah.
We've been talking. But yeah, I've had
try and take you. I was going to say Tottenham takes your mind off worry, but it probably just adds to the worry, doesn't it?
it's more like the kids take the worry off the Spurs.
Yeah. How are you feeling at the moment then?
Yeah, not too. I'm more positive now. It sounds weird, the route 2 cups, but it gives more players more chance to rest.
Yeah.
Because obviously you ain't got as many games to play now.
That's good. So positive then, in one way. That's the first time I've heard that tonight, so that's good.
But yeah, I'm not Postecoglou out. Yeah, I don't know how to feel. It's a bit of a weird one.
How you feeling about Sunday then? Obviously, the last 2 defeats. Are you thinking we're going to go in against Man U and give them a good spanking, or are you a bit sort of apprehensive?
No, got to give them a good spanking. It's Man United.
Yeah.
They're not the team they used to be. They're not the team they used to be years and years and years ago. So
it'd be nice to beat them 3 times this season, wouldn't it? It'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
It would. It don't happen too often that we beat a team for more than 3 times in a season. So
I don't think it's ever happened with Man U, has it, Chris?
Not for some time.
Don't think
Dan,
so.
I think it's happened to City. I think it's happened to City, but hasn't happened to United.
No.
Yeah.
So
Adam,
yeah.
What positives would you take from this season? Because these last few months have been hard to take. The results, the performances, fans arguing amongst themselves. What positive would you take? Because I suppose the obvious ones: Archie Gray, Lucas Bergvall, Jed Spence. Any others for you?
Kulusevski get a good start. Dried up a bit now, but obviously he's fatigued like everyone else. Jed Spencer surprised me massively. I'm a big fan of Ben Davies. I love him. He he rarely has a bad game.
Nice one.
He never has a bad game. He'll go and do his job and then go home again. You will never get a bad game out of him.
Doesn't make many mistakes, does he, Adam?
No. He's always Mr. Reliable, as they call him.
Yeah, he is. He don't make many mistakes, Chris, does he, really?
No, he's probably one of the most reliable people we've had in the team over the last probably 4 or 5 seasons, I reckon.
Yeah, right.
But Sonny's a bit of a concern for me. He hasn't been the same since Kane left, I don't believe.
No.
Kane made Son and Son made Kane. Obviously, they've got the most assists between them 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit concerned about Sonny, but we've got a little tell. Hopefully, we keep him beyond the season.
I know we lost the game and all that, but it was nice with Tell at the end, wasn't it? Like, it was a great goal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's there ain't many that finish like that. It's because he hasn't really played the season either. He's only played like 400 or not many minutes at all, to be honest.
Yeah. But you know what? The only thing I took from that Villa game, I know we went out and I was a little bit like you. I was devastated after the Liverpool one, but the Villa one not so much because it was early on in the cup. We was away at Villa. I thought to myself, do you know what? We do 1 game a week now. Rest the players, get some back. But that goal by Tell, I was already thinking about the next few games in the Premier League because when I saw how he scored that goal, it was such a lovely finish. it gave me hope, thinking, do you know what, we've got someone up front now, and maybe we'll get a few goals with him. You know what I mean? Even on Sunday, he might bag a couple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Solanke's been a big surprise for me. I didn't think he'd achieve anything. I thought he was going to be a 10-goal wonder, and that's pretty much as much you get out of him. But by half a season, and he's already on, I believe, quite a few.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's surprised me big. He brings a lot to the game. That matches Spurs.
Back, don't we? Quick.
Yeah. Richie, I think he should have gone probably last season. That's the thing. He's only devaluing himself now by constantly being injured. So we're not going to get the money we paid.
I mean, I couldn't believe that when he came back and then he goes off with a calf injury. I was like, come on. It's just unreal, isn't it? You can't write it with Richarlison. I don't think he's the worst player, though, when he's fit. I think he's got that bit of shithousery in it, which he sort of winds the players up, which was a bit like a Lamella. I like that. But the problem is, he's not fit for long enough. He's not in enough games.
Getting rid of Lamella, that was a big mistake.
Yeah.
Because if you needed a goal, 90 minutes, he'd be the one that would do something special. He'd bring you a goal.
Well, I
and then to get someone like Brian Hill in on return, yeah, no, it just didn't make sense.
No, definitely Lamella over Brian Hill, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's always produced good.
Because talking about Anfield and going out, I remember in that game where Kane missed the penalty, and then Salah went and done that run, got the goal. We thought it was all over, and then Lamella got us a nice little penalty. Went over, made a meal of a little touch. But that was what he was good at, stuff like that. And then obviously Kane brought it back to 2-2. But we didn't have Lamella there on the pitch, mate. We ain't getting a penalty. We've got 2 at Anfield. When does that happen?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's he always brought something to the game. If he had a bad game, he'd always still produce a moment of magic from somewhere.
I mean, what about Arsenal?
Whether it was a
Rabona and then get sent off.
Oh yeah, he always produced something. But yeah, it's definitely something there in him.
Adam, thank you so much for joining us, and wishing your daughter all of the very best for the future.
I'll be praying for her, mate.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much.
All the best.
Thank you.
We'll speak to you soon. Cheers.
Take care, Adam, mate.
Right, we're now going to go to Rupert. Rupert, good evening. How are you?
Hi guys, how you doing?
Rupert, you've been in the chat for quite a while, mate. I've seen your messages going up.
I've seen 2 films since I started waiting in the chat.
Wow.
One with Denzel Washington. They've been good films, I got to say, but I did listen to you guys in the background. So
thanks for holding on, mate. How you feeling?
Pretty crap, to be honest with you, mate. Pretty crap. Probably a lot more negative than everyone else I've heard. And by the way, big shout out to Adam, because obviously his daughter's health is much more important than anything we can talk about today.
Yeah, it puts it into perspective, doesn't it, when he tells us something like that?
It does, yeah. And I've heard a lot of people tonight, a lot of stuff talked, a lot of good sense. But I mean, personally, I'm just such an Ange out.
Yeah.
That and everyone's entitled to their opinions, but
no, definitely. How long have you been Ange out for, Rupert?
Probably 3 or 4 weeks since the Leicester game.
Right.
I went to the Leicester game, and
that's
just
a bad game, wasn't it?
It's not so much the result; it's just the tactics. I mean, we were so wide open all the time, Gary.
Yeah.
Every time they come forward, there is an attack, and I'm just watching and thinking, well, where's the midfield? And they're not even around. They're not even in the same shot. And there's no way that can be the players. They are being coached to play this way. I'm convinced of it. No one can obviously know the real answer, but they are being told to play a certain way, and that's down to Ange. Nobody else. It's quite simple. And I don't see all these people who are defending him because they don't want to change. I mean, even who's the guy from Malta who comes on a lot? The nice chap.
Melvin.
Melvin.
So he was saying he doesn't want to change and go through the cycle again. But is that really the reason to keep a manager, just because you don't want to start the cycle again? I mean, I appreciate you've got that option, or Ryan Mason, maybe. Obviously, no one really wants Ryan Mason. Don't get me wrong.
No, I don't.
Nor do I, Gary. But he might make us hard to beat again. Do you really want to watch more teams just running through us like, that first goal yesterday? That must have surely set alarm bells ringing to anyone who knows about football, like you guys do.
Yeah.
When he's running down the side and there's no one in sight. Now, I know Porro's been a bit defensively lax, etc., but there's no one there. He's just running through on goal. And I know Kinski made a bit of a cock up. You know, he also made loads of saves later on. But that happens. But he was just straight through in the first minute. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, that was disappointing, you know. But let me be devil advocate then, Rupert.
Yeah.
But how would you sum up the Brentford away game then? Because that was only a few days before.
Okay, yeah, Gary, fair point. Brentford were all over us, though. Yeah, we had a great second goal. Yeah, good. And we defended okay. But how many chances did they have? They had a lot of chances against us. They missed some seriously easy
Do you think
chances.
we were more lucky then with the Brentford result?
I think we were a bit lucky. And I think we probably deserve a little bit of luck after the way it's been going.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, we have a bundle of injuries. Of course we do. We have loads of injuries. But as people have said, and as Chris knows as well, we had similar results when we had a full team as well.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not just a matter of, oh, God, we're
No,
unlucky.
I mean, we had a good full team in when we lost at home to Ipswich.
Yeah, well, it's Leicester. The big games for me are some of the ones like Leicester. Well, I was there at Ipswich again, and again, you know, that was a shock to the system watching us lose to Ipswich. But Ipswich wanted it more. That's it.
But that's the thing, Rupert. That's why I asked you that, because you're right. Ipswich did want it more. But then how do we explain the following week when we go up to the Etihad and absolutely hammer City? Is that because the players want it more in the bigger games?
Possibly. I mean, we played well against City, but we know City aren't the same as they were. Let's face it, everyone's beating City, aren't they?
I mean, they are, but to put 4 past City at the Etihad and keep a clean sheet.
But didn't Man U beat City as well? And Man U is the worst Man U team for God knows how many years.
Yeah,
so,
but I mean, we also spanked Villa at ours.
We did. We were playing a lot better than I agree. The first 10 games, Gary, fantastic. I was probably the same as you. So positive.
The thing I'm sort of edging towards is it seems if the players can be asked and they want it, they seem to be able to get a result. But it's almost as if when they play these smaller teams like Leicester and Ipswich and stuff, they don't really have any fight.
Yeah, but don't you think that's been taken out of them? We've got, let's face it, I think our team is probably 8th, 9th in the Premier. I thought we'd finish about 8th this season.
I said 7th, yeah.
Yeah, 7th or 8th, that sort of bracket. Not knocking on the top 4 door. I don't think we'd do that. And the team is about that level. And we've got some good players for the future, etc. Yeah, don't get me wrong. But as it is now, Son, he's regressed. But for me, Son is still a fantastic player, but he's not playing like he is because of the system. If you look at some of the other players, Bissouma is still a good player in there. I know he's having a bit of a shocker, but so many players have regressed. And that is because and it looks to me like they've almost down tools, so to speak.
You think that's down to Ange's tactics then?
It's down to Ange. They look lost. They should be getting a lot higher than they are getting now. And that is, I'm afraid, due to Ange. What possible reason, apart from the first 10 games and the fact he won with Celtic and won in Japan, what's Ange actually done for Spurs that's been good? Etihad, all right, 4-0 win at the Etihad.
Just a few good results, but other than that, nothing now. Certainly not at the moment. I mean, going forward, depending on how well we progress in the Europa, but at the moment, there's not really much there.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to start bleating about the board. We all agree on the board. I'll be there on Saturday. I'll be there on Sunday for the protest, like a lot of other people will. And that's a different discussion. We know Ange wasn't back properly, etc. But just dealing with, and the players for me are a certain level, probably 8th place, whatever, maybe better. But they're not. They're playing at 14th. Ange looks a broken man. For me, I wouldn't go back to Poch now. Not under this ownership. No way. I'd love Poch back, but not under Levy. You can't do it. If or not now at least. You can't. What's the point in coming back when you know what he's going to get? He's going to get the same as we had last time.
Yeah.
You know, if we had a new owner or something happened at some point, and I know it's hard to get him out, I'd love to see Poch back. Love to see it.
Yeah.
But we can't see it. I would personally get rid of Ange. I would have an interim manager just because I think they could do a better job and make us harder to beat. And then we can have a proper go at trying to push a little bit up the league and maybe win the Europa. I love your optimism, Gary, about the Europa, but I can't see it, mate. I'm sorry. I don't know what gives you that apart from positivity. What gives?
I think it's just the hope. The hope kills you. You know.
I know.
Stupidly, I thought when I travelled down to Anfield, we'd get a draw and get into the final. You know.
If we have possibly got rid of Ange a few weeks back when we were losing to your Leicesters and what have you, we might have had a chance against Liverpool.
Yeah.
But when you're throwing that many people, we had no shots on target. I mean, I don't know what...
Nah, that was terrible. Yeah. I mean, up until the 85th minute when Son hit the bar, there was nothing, man.
Then Liverpool went out yesterday, and all these people say, it's the same thing. It's not. They had 14 shots yesterday, Liverpool. It's still quite a lot. And and Plymouth played a blinder, played brilliantly, a great goalkeeper, etc. But Liverpool had decided to leave a few out, a few injuries. But it's not.
Yeah, I don't think Liverpool were too fussed about that.
No. One more thing I also want to tell Chris about Son. Love Son to bits, but don't you think if he could just concentrate on his job, i.e. scoring goals, being on the wing, rather than the burden of having the captaincy, could just maybe release him and start playing a bit more? I think it's a lot of work to be a captain, emotionally, mentally. We all love him to bits. We all want him to do, and there's a much better player in there now, even though he's getting older. I wouldn't even say he's an impact sub. He's much better than that, but we're just not seeing it now. I know you can't take it away. Personally, I would take it away. I'd give it to someone like Kulu, like you said, a leader who fights his hardest for the team. Let Son go back to what he does best, scoring goals, being the winger and the person that he is. You can have more than one leader in the team. You can have loads of leaders in the team. You haven't got to have just one. He's no leader as such, is he? He's not going to bring out the troops. He ain't going to do it. It's just not his game. And he's a lovely guy. I've met him as well, as I'm sure you guys have. So he's a fantastic chap. And I don't want to see him dissed. But as the captain of the team, as a captain of this club, following your Steve Perrymans and all these brilliant captains, it's not Son's game. You know, I think he's been given it because of his legendary status rather than being a leader and someone who pulls the team, you know, pushes them up the pitch. That's why I know you're a bit of a Son sexual, Chris, aren't you, sir?
No, I think that's a typical fan's view. I can't see any manager giving a captaincy to someone just because of status or time at the club. I think genuinely a manager gives the captain's armband to the person that he thinks is going to do the best job. And
do you see him as a leader?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Off the pitch, you know, a lot of the games that I go to, home and away, a lot of things that he does, you know, are not caught on camera. I know a lot of fans at home where obviously if they don't see it on the TV, they then say Son's not a leader. But I see a lot of leadership skills and qualities in Heung-min Son. I think a lot of that is unfair.
You're not going to change his mind here, Rupert. No chance.
I know, fair enough. Like I say, Chris is a well-respected, good guy. Loud his opinion, no problem with that at all. I just don't agree with it. That's all. But that's not saying anything bad about Son. It's just saying
I'm the same. I'm the same.
Just like I wouldn't say have a goalkeeper as a captain. I don't think.
I
like the John Terrys, the Tony Galvins, the Steve Perrymans, the rough and ready leaders who push them up the pitch and really get a fight out of them. And I don't see. You heard the caller tonight saying about Mateus Tell, how he came on and trying to urge Son on.
He's right in front of us. Yeah, he's right in front of us. Yeah.
What's that about? I mean, why? You know, why does it need to be told to fight when it's the FA Cup, one of the biggest competitions? And it was a poor Villa team. Let's be honest. No Watkins, no Cash, and no Duran, who's gone.
No, they did have a few players out as well.
That's what I mean. It was our chance to do well, and we didn't do it. So you know, who's that going to fall on? Chris.
Yeah.
I'm Chris out. I'm Chris out.
That's all right.
I'm Gary out. Chris out.
That's all right. That's all right. No problem. Rupert, lastly, the Manchester United game on Sunday, do you see us winning it?
Only because I think Man United are so poor. Yeah, I think we've got a good chance. It's a poor Man United team. It's a horrendous Man United team. As soon as we think we're bad, look at Man United. They're all over the shop. Yeah. So yes, I think we'll beat them. Yes, do I think we're safe? Of course we're safe. We're not going to go down, but only because I think we got 3 teams below us who are absolute dog, and you know we could, you know, who knows what happens if we don't? And I think we will beat them, but only because Man U are pretty rubbish at the moment, rather than us being superb. Chris, you know, we are a much better team than we're showing at the moment, and I'm afraid if we could just change that Aussie roly-poly, then we might have more of a chance. Also, another thing about this being snappy, I totally agree. He's being asked such stupid questions by the media. Despite what I think of him, why can't I just tell him, look, just don't answer the question, just say yes and move on? Because they're just trying to wind him up with all these questions. And, he doesn't quite, I don't think he deserves to be hounded out like he is. I'd like to see him gone tomorrow, but give him some respect, will you?
Actually, I might try that on the next fan show. Get you all on again and ask you all the same questions, and then do the same again the week after. See how you lot feel.
I think Gary could do a better job at the moment if he played 4 at the back. Gary, you know, there's 3 in the midfield. Gary will do a better job than Ange is doing at the moment. That's why I'm Gary in, Ange out. That's it. And Chris out.
That's all right. A lot of people are Chris out. It's fine. Rupert, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Mate.
Take it easy. Cheers, boys.
Cheers, buddy.
Right. George, we are ready to bring you on if you have got your camera on.
Is George our last one, Chris? It's midnight.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to Los Angeles now. So, George, how are you? Where are you, George?
Where are you?
Actually, I've kind of been messaging Chris because I'm actually on a flight from New York to Los Angeles. And
Love it.
I normally would have taken my tie off by now, but I kept it on specially.
Oh, I love it.
Look at that. Love that, mate. Love it. Where are we flying to or from? Look at that. He's got the hat.
I'm flying home to Los Angeles. I was just in New York on a bit of business. And so I've currently I just went past Pittsburgh.
Wow.
So
he's got better Wi-Fi than us, Chris.
I know. I've been getting kicked off and getting back on. And I was worried in case I was going to have to take a detour to the bog.
We've lost him. We've lost him.
Oh, no, have we? I can't believe he's on the plane, Chris.
This is what I mean. You know, we've spoken to people all around the world this evening. And
it's got to be the first time you've got someone on a plane, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't wait to speak to you on the plane, you know, going to the Europa League final, Gary.
Yeah, here he is.
So have you lost it? Am I back? Let me know when I'm back.
We can hear you, but you're not moving.
You're back now, George. Is the plane full, George? It looks like you're on a private jet on your own.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. But no, I'm halfway down.
Unbelievable. I was just saying, George, I think it's the first time we've lost him. But that is definitely the first time we've ever had someone on.
No, he's there. He's there, Gary.
If you can hear me, what I've done is I've turned my camera off. So if you can hear me.
This is brilliant, George. Yeah, leave it like that.
Yeah, okay. I'll leave it like this. Now, look, I've been on a couple times and, you know, I've been called a bit of a happy clapper. But I just think, I mean, Gary, your enthusiasm, Chris, the fact that you guys have been on for 4 hours non-stop. I swear that your beards have grown. Your beards have grown as you've been on the podcast.
Looking even more rough.
I think they have. I think my greys are coming back.
So, yeah, look, I've got so much to really say, you know, obviously in terms of being a Tottenham supporter, but not only that, also with regard to the different opinions of callers that we had on. They were so varied, which is what I love. And I think it's really important that as long as we're respectful of players and we're respectful of people, that everybody should really be entitled to their opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
One thing I do find interesting is there's a lot of people that say, it seems as though I'd like to ask some people, well, when was the last time you played 90 minutes? Because there's a lot of people coming on saying, well, they should just recover. They should be able to run up and down. Like I've got a son who's gone through the academy system, and playing minutes every 3 days has to be managed. You know, what we've seen against Liverpool and Aston Villa is a bridge too far, right? We've gotten all the way there and we've gotten to, you know, the crunch game, but unfortunately, you know, the legs can't carry these players any further. So I think it was poetic justice that Liverpool then went on to lose to Plymouth, having changed 8 to 10 players. I think that kind of shows people what state other clubs would be in if they had to manage rotation with that amount of
agreed. I said that earlier. Yeah,
exactly. So one big thing that I've been kind of, you know, thinking about is you were talking with Craig the other day and you mentioned the fabric of the club. Now, I strongly believe that the fans are the fabric of this club. And as much as I wouldn't want to see us get relegated, if we were to get relegated, we would soon see who turns up. And it might actually detox the fan base because like yourself, Gary, you know, I fly all the way from LA, you know, I drop, you know, season ticket money to come to 1 or 2 games a season. But I'm just, you know, I'm a supporter. And I think people should look up the basic definition of the word supporter.
Yeah, agreed.
As a Tottenham supporter, before Enoch came in, we were mid-table. We were a cup side. We've never really challenged for the title since the 60s. We had a couple of third place finishes in the 80s, I do believe. We won a number of trophies in the 80s, but we've always been reputed as a cup side. Before Enoch came in, we were bottom half of the table at best, and potentially a trophy. We then went on the first 5 years of Enoch, you know, they managed to get us into Europe, and we've been in Europe all but one season ever since. Now, the disappointment for me is that Redknapp, all the managers never took the Europa League seriously. Now, I believe I'm old school in the sense that champions, in order to be in the Champions League, I believe you should be a champion. The old system, you had to win, right, to get into. You had to win a trophy to be in the Cup Winners' Cup. You had to win the league to be in the old European Cup. Now, I know football has moved on and things have changed. However, I personally believe that if you haven't won the Europa League, you don't really have much right to be knocking around in the Champions League. You know, and I know we got to a final, and ironically, the Liverpool final reminded me very much of the Liverpool game the other day. We was like, we just didn't lay a punch on them, you know?
No,
we just didn't lay a punch on them. It was just a bridge too far. And I mean, that leads me on to my next point when it comes to Poch. Now, obviously, I'm in the US. Poch has taken the US job because it's the bar in the US is low. Like, it's like, if he'd have taken the Argentina job, then that's fair enough. But let's not forget, Poch was a fantastic manager. Love Poch to bits. But ultimately, we had one of the best teams we've ever seen at Tottenham. And we didn't even win a Carabao Cup.
No.
He couldn't get us over the line. Then he went on to PSG and couldn't win the Champions League with Messi. So Poch coming back, as great as it sounds, I personally feel we need to move on. Now, if he wins the World Cup with the US, then by all means, you know, come on back. But ultimately, Ange is a winner. And I think I've said this before, Chris. Ange is a winner. And he is the captain of the ship at the moment. He knows what it takes to win. And I do believe that under Ange, we will be successful. But I mean, I could carry on, Chris, but I don't want to I know you guys have been on a little bit late. But do you have any questions or anything like that?
I think it's good that we're finishing on a positive.
No, I can keep going. So, I mean, Alex, for example, I find that, I know we're long-suffering Tottenham fans, but again, it's being a supporter through thick and thin. And if you notice, against Villa, when the fans started to get behind the team, I think even the commentator mentioned it on the telly. He turned around and said, they shouldn't be wasting their breath singing about Levy. They need to get behind the team. And when they got behind the team, we saw a reaction. And that kind of fight, the fight that Tell showed, and the fight that Jed Spence showed, and that kind of enthusiasm against Liverpool, Tell was trying to G the fans up. And I think as long-suffering Tottenham fans, I think some fans are jaded. They're so jaded that they go into games without the genuine belief that we're going to win. And that belief comes from the fans. Look at Plymouth. They hadn't won in 16 games, but the fan base was behind them. Got them to victory over Liverpool. Hoffenheim, when we played Hoffenheim, they went 1-0 down. The fans got louder. I mean, you guys were there, right?
Yep.
So you would have heard the fans got louder. They went 2 down. They got even louder. I find with Tottenham, the second we go 1 down, it's like, the good old days of junior Spurs, right? There's a song I haven't heard for years, and that's Score Tottenham Score. When you get one, you'll get more, right?
Yeah.
When was the last time we sung that? As a junior Spur, we used to go to football, and all we wanted was as long as we score, as long as we get that one moment of jumping up and down, we'll travel up and down the country, as long as they give us one goal, right? And we get that moment of euphoria. That is what being a fan is about. And I think we've been spoiled over the years. We've been spoiled with the stadium. We've been spoiled with, Poch coming in and getting us challenging for titles, and I think people need to really dial it back a little bit. And, with the stadium, for example, we're 5 years in. Again, when Enoch came in 5 years to get us into Europe, we will start to reap the benefits of the money very soon. We're now not necessarily 100% reliable on fan revenue. There's another revenue stream coming in. Levy making a bid for Gahey was no joke. What he's done now is he's now told Mark Gahey that, look, you don't need to go to Newcastle. You don't need to leave London at the end of the season. Come to Tottenham. And I do believe he will possibly come because Romero just had a kid. You know, he's a Latin lad. He may be looking at it thinking he wants to bring his kid up in Spain and, you know, from a cultural perspective. And I think his perspective has changed. And again, let's not forget, he did speak out very vocal against the board. But I think he's on paternal leave at the moment. And you know how it is when you have kids, it changes you, right? You know, so I think he's sat down. The missus is probably in his ear saying, you know, I need my family. I need, you know, people around me, that type of support network. So potentially he may be off. But Gahey, that bid was a late bid because Dragusin just got injured. But I do think the Gahey bid was real, and it was real money. Just like we made a real bid for Tell. So the money's there, and Levy will splash the cash, but he doesn't come from generational wealth, right? He's not, you know, he's not Joe Lewis, right? He manages the club in a way that he sees fit to keep us from getting relegated, to keep us from ending up like Leeds, ending up like City until, you know, the consortium came in and bought them. I asked Tottenham fans this: would you rather have had City's journey? Would you rather have had Forest's journey and have got relegated and come back into the league? Villa were down a couple of seasons ago, and I think the bottom will definitely fall out of their club, you know, if they keep spending and splashing the cash that way. So look, I think, you know, from a Tottenham perspective, what I did the other day, and I'm going to implore I'm going to give the fans some homework, Chris. Go onto the Tottenham official website and go and Google our highlights for this season. The wins from this season. My son was watching it. My younger son was watching it the other day, and I was like, what's this? And it was like you know, I mean, it only went on for 45 minutes. You could argue it's not long enough or it's too long, but it was a 45-minute of our highlights of our wins. And I've got to say, the football was fantastic. And I think Tottenham fans need to focus on how we will play when Ange gets his players back, and when we get the squad back, and when he can rotate, and when we can play Ange ball. You know, a famous man once said, the game isn't just about glory. It's also about obviously playing, you know, with flair, and to dare is to do. And I think that is how Ange wants to play. We were right in saying that we had our Tottenham back, but unfortunately, the injuries have kind of taken that away from us. But I believe stick with Ange. I agree with I think it was Stu who said we should rip up his contract, give him a 5-year deal, let the fans know that he's not going anywhere, right? Because we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. The challenge that we've had is every manager we've brought in, there's been one consistent all the way through, apart from obviously Lini and Enoch. But Levy and Enoch have rebuilt the stadium. So that, you know, it's not in the fabric of the stadium walls because it's been rebuilt. It's been knocked down and rebuilt.
Yeah.
The fan base, I think, have become jaded a little bit. And I think we need to get back as fans and go and support the team and remember what it used to be like as a Tottenham fan when, you know, we'd win a trophy here and there, but we weren't, you know, you would go to games and like any supporter up and down the league, you go to a non-league game, you go there to support the team in the hope that that day they're going to turn it on and they will give you that game that you remember. And that is what being a supporter is about, you know, and that's where, you know, we differ a lot from the US where they move with the franchises. But I think it's been a fantastic show and there's been a lot of good guests on, but I would definitely like to come on and kind of answer to some of the critics. I think there was a gentleman on who was very good when he was talking about the six and stuff like that, but he talked about a low block, and a low block is football 101. So, you know, that's not difficult. You don't have to train that. That's a very, very simple way to play. It's banks of four and you just sit back in a low block. So it's something that's taught from academy level up. It's not something that you would need to go over and over again. But he did have a good point when he was talking about the pivots. But the challenge that we have is Porro comes in, but Porro can't defend from the middle of the park. I don't think bringing Jed into the middle. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Did you hear that? Well, they don't allow voice or video calls on a plane. This is the first I've heard that. I must be well, I don't normally sit in this section, but yeah. But anyway, so I'll keep going as long as I can. But yeah, Jed, you know, when it comes to the 360 role, it's very difficult, right? It's very, very difficult because, you know, playing in the middle of the park, you have to play a 360 game. Bergvall, Basuma, you know, they're very press resistant to a certain degree. Bentancur to a certain respect as well, but Bentancur, you know, can cough up the ball a lot. The same with Basuma because he was used to playing in the 8 at Brighton. So when you play further up the park, you can afford to lose the ball. You know what I mean? So you can lose the ball further up the park because obviously there's a couple more lines of defense when you lose it. So I think Jed is more of a 180-degree player up and down. And then I do believe that, yes, Porro does come in and invert. However, it is a bit of a challenge because defensively he's a lot better going forward than he is kind of coming back. So, yeah, I mean, there were a lot of good points raised, and I could go on for a while. And I think you said it before, Chris. I could talk for Australia, England, and the United States.
You're the perfect guest for any podcaster, George.
There we go. So, yeah. So, look, I mean, going on to the Manchester United game, I think that we're fitter than they are. With regard to the energy levels, I think up and down on the energy levels is one of the challenges that you have. The reason why we're inconsistent is because of the fatigue. So you're going to get spurts and bursts of energy in certain games, and it's going to go up and down. I do believe that we're fitter than Manchester United, and we will go out there and give them a good game, a game with the home fans. We're at home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think that the fans just need to come with some belief. And let's not be fair weather fans. Let's support from the get-go. Let's remember that these are kids. You know, most of us are old enough to be their parents, you know. And when you watch academy kids play, you know, they're not that much older. You know what I mean? So, what's wrong? Is he all right?
I'm good. I'm just saying I'm not old enough, mate. I'm still young.
Have you been on the Back to Black with the beard, have you? No?
George, what I'm wondering is, George, what I'm wondering is, have you got people next to you on the plane listening to all this Spurs chat?
Yeah, I love it.
I do, but most of them have got headphones on. I think most of them have got headphones on, so it's kind of like it.
They're thinking, what a mad Tottenham fan. They love it. It's brilliant. I love it.
I think we've lost George, actually. George, are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, because I spoke to you. The last time I spoke to you, I was in Hawaii, and I was at a temple. I don't know if you could hear the banging and the gong in the background.
You get about, you do.
Unreal.
But yeah, so I do believe that, you know, we'll give United a good run for their money, but I do think the Europa League. Easily. The Europa League is where it's at. I think we have a European pedigree. As much as people don't like to think so, we were the first team to win a European trophy. And then, you know, in the 80s, we won. We do have that reputation in Europe, right? And that's why I've been upset that we haven't bagged one of those trophies that Sevilla has won over the years. We should have bagged
we can win the Europa, mate. It's possible this year.
I believe so. And that is the one thing that we've got over and above that lot down the road.
Yeah.
It's the one thing they can't beat us on.
Nah,
is European pedigree. Because I remember I made a bet with a mate of mine a long, long time ago. And I said, you know what? Tottenham have got more chance of winning the Champions League than you lot. And we're not even in it. This was before we even qualified. And when we got to that final, I was so close to catching in on that.
If we'd have won that, things would have been so different.
Well, the challenge that we had is Poch never recovered. He never recovered from that, because when he was interviewed, I can remember him saying that, what are you going to do if you win? And he was speechless because he said there's nowhere to go after that. Like, and he never really truly recovered. he didn't recover. And then after that, and I think I mentioned this last time I was on, Chris, he was backed. He went and bought Ndombele for 60 odd million. We bought in Lo Celso for 30 odd. We activated his clause. We bought in Gazzaniga over 100 million, right? And let's not forget, he spent 250 million in those days to build his squad. And that doesn't include prime Harry Winks and Harry Kane. So he had a 350 million pound squad, right? And he didn't want players in. You know, we missed a couple of windows. You know, rumor has it that, oh, Levy didn't bring anyone in. We didn't kind of take it to the next level. But he had a good enough squad to have won. And sometimes you've just got to do it. And then getting knocked out, you know, by Colchester on penalties the following season, it's not acceptable. You know? No. So, you know, so I'm still here. So, yeah. So, you guys are 5 hours in, and where is Craig today?
Minutes. He told me 2 hours, George. He said this would be.
We gave Craig the night off. I thought it'd be a quicker one with Gary.
It's funny because I've been trying to get on with Barnaby, but Barnaby's he kind of gets very upset, and the Barnaby show kind of turns into. I've been trying to bring a bit of positivity to Barnaby's show.
Yeah, I saw Barnaby on the one yesterday. He was very stressed and angry. Barnaby was.
I think it's funny because, you know, it's interesting because as a supporter, you know, when I'm in front of the TV, I'm a very different supporter in front of the TV than I am when I'm in the ground, right? I think we all are. When you're on the TV, you know, no one can hear you, right? No one can hear you. So you can really voice your opinions within reason. However, once I'm in that stadium, I'm 100% behind the team and the players and to do my job as a supporter. I mean, last year I flew to Fulham away of all the away games. My mate's a season ticket holder. He got me tickets for Fulham away. And of course, you know, we've gone down 3-0. But at the end, I should send you a little video. I'm singing, you know, score, Tottenham, score. But by that time, everybody was so, you know, deflated. And I'm like, I was just excited to be there. And I was like, at least if they score, do you know what I mean? You know, watching them warm up, all that kind of stuff, you know, it's all part and parcel of being a fan, you know? And that's another thing that I think I've mentioned before, Chris. Daniel Levy is a fan of this football club. He's there home and away. Now, I don't know if he pays for his seat. I wouldn't be surprised if he did pay for his seat. I wouldn't be surprised. He's that business-like. I wouldn't be surprised if he does actually pay for his seat. But he's there home and away. And I don't think for 1 minute that he enjoys Tottenham not being successful. This is his crowning glory. And by hook or by crook, I think he will eventually ensure that, you know, Tottenham as a football club do reach the heights and we do gain that success. And I do firmly believe that. And trying to get Enoch out, I think we shouldn't waste our breath. I mean, look, people are entitled to their opinions, but the energy could be better directed at supporting the team. And if people want to protest by not coming, no problem. Don't come, you know, but the challenge that you'll have is that will potentially detoxify the fan base in that sense. And everybody's entitled to do what they want to do. And if you don't want to come and spend money, that's your prerogative. Maybe you should take a break if that's what it does to you. But if you can't turn up to a game, you know, Chris, you go home and away because you believe we're going to win, right? You know what I mean? You know, no one, it's the same with Ricky. I can't predict that we're going to lose. You know, it's like, you know, because I may as well not watch the game, you know? You're home and away, you're there, you know, you're there in that belief because that's what football does to you. Because there is always that chance. It takes a second to score a goal, and there's always that chance that we can actually perform and we can actually win.
Yeah. George, you've been a great guest as always.
Brilliant, George.
No problems at all. I'll wave by.
Safe flight, George.
Safe flight, mate. It's good to hear from you. First time I've ever heard you on here, and I loved it.
All right. No worries, man. Take it easy, boys.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Yeah, mate.
Gary, we're going to end the show with you now. Score prediction for Sunday. How do you think we're going to get on?
Easy game. I think we win it 3-0. 1-0 at half time, 2 more in the second half, 3-0 win.
Does it feel like a 5-hour show?
It feels like a 10-hour show. But I mean, you know, to give him his due, George was brilliant at the end, wasn't he? Very, very positive. It was very good to finish with him on a positive. I thought we were going to lose him, and then he took the screen off, and we had him for about 45 minutes.
There you are. There you are. It's been a great show. Lots of fascinating guests, lots of different opinions. It's really great doing these shows. Absolutely love getting a number of fans on from around the world. You never know what people are going to come out with. You don't know what people are going to say, which adds to it because, of course, these shows, no script. It's just, you know, if fans want to come on and have their say, have a rant, whatever they want to talk about, it's absolutely fine. And whether they want to ask us a question or we ask them questions, it's no problem. Gary, I hope you've enjoyed it.
No, I've loved it, Chris. First time I've ever done a fan show, but I really enjoyed it, actually, as long as it was. I mean, it went on for 5.5 hours we've done. That's actually, I'm surprised I'm still smiling. 5.5 hours. Did you notice, Chris, I had to put the screen off and run because, I don't know about you, but I was busted to go for a wee, mate. I mean, I held it for 5 hours. I don't know how you condition yourself.
Well, Gary, thank you so much for your time. And as I say, a big thank you to everyone who has come on the show this evening. Of course, it is available on YouTube, on X, Facebook, and Twitch, and of course, all audio platforms. And remember, if you'd like to come on a future episode, please do send me an email, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. It'd be great to get your thoughts and opinions on our beloved Tottenham Hotspur. And we'll be back very soon for another edition of the Spurs Chat podcast. Gary, thank you so much for your time. Nearly 5.5 hours. Really, really grateful for your time. And as I say, thank you to everyone. And until the next time, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.